more unbearable in the summers. But the grounds of UNC Wilmington had been a pleasant surprise. Somehow, he'd imagined a campus heavy on the ugly architecture of the 60s and 70s. There were a few of those buildings, especially at the fringes of the university. But the central quads had proved to be an oasis of sorts. Shaded walkways and manicured lawns, the Georgian columns and brick facades of Hoggard and Keenan halls gleaming in the late afternoon sunlight. He admired the commons as well. There was a clock tower there, and when he'd first arrived, he'd stared at the image reflected in the pond behind it. Time itself mirrored and unreadable at a glance. As long as he had an open textbook in his lap, he could sit and watch the activities, almost invisible to the students who wandered around in their self-absorbed trances. It was warm for late September. Students lounging in shorts and tank tops, skin evident everywhere. He wondered if they dressed the same way for class. Like them, he'd come to the campus to learn. He'd visited 3 times in 3 days, but there were still too many people around. Too many possible memories, and he didn't want to be remembered. He debated whether to move to another area before finally deciding there was no reason. As far as he could tell, no one cared that he was here. He was close, so very close. But for now, it was important to remain patient. He drew a long breath, holding it in before finally releasing it. On the walkways, he saw a pair of students walking to their classes, backpacks slung over their shoulders. But at this time of day, they were outnumbered by those classmates who were getting an early start to the weekend. Here and there, students were clustered in groups of 3 or 4, talking and sipping from water bottles he suspected were filled with alcohol, while a couple of Abercrombie model lookalikes were tossing a frisbee back and forth, their girlfriends chatting off to the side. He spotted a young man and woman arguing, the woman's face flushed. He watched as she pushed at her boyfriend, creating space between them. He smiled at that, respecting her anger and the fact that, unlike him, she wasn't compelled to hide the way she was feeling. Beyond the couple, another group of students played a game of touch football with the carefree abandon of those without real responsibility. He figured that many of the students he saw were planning to go out tonight and tomorrow night. Fraternity houses, sorority houses, bars, clubs. For many of them, the weekend would start tonight, since many classes didn't even meet on Fridays. He'd been surprised when he'd first learned that. With the cost of a college education so high, he would have thought that students would have been demanding more time in class with their professors, not 3-day weekends. Then again, he supposed the schedule suited both the students and the professors. Didn't everyone want things to be easy these days? To expend the least effort possible? To take shortcuts? Yes, he thought. That's exactly what students were learning here. They were learning that hard decisions weren't necessary, that making the right choice was unimportant, especially if it entailed extra work. Why study or try to change the world on a Friday afternoon when you could be out enjoying the sun? Shifting his eyes from left to right, he wondered how many of these students even gave much thought to the lives they were going to lead. Cassie used to, he remembered. She thought about the future all the time. She had plans. She'd mapped out her future by 17, but he could remember thinking that there was something tentative about the way she'd talked about it, and he'd had the sense that she didn't quite believe in herself or the face she showed to the world. Why else would she have made the decisions that she had? He'd tried to help her. He'd done the right thing, followed the law, filed reports with the police, even talked to the assistant district attorney. And up until that point, he'd believed in society's rules. He'd held the naive view that good would triumph over evil, that danger could be corralled, that events could be controlled. Rules would keep a person safe from harm. Cassie had believed that too. After all, wasn't that what kids were taught when they were young? Why else would parents say the things they did? Look both ways before you cross the road. Don't get into a car with a stranger. Brush your teeth. Eat your vegetables. Put on your seatbelt. The list went on and on. Rules to protect and save us. But rules could be dangerous, too, he'd learned. Rules were about averages, not specifics. And since people were conditioned since childhood to accept rules, it was easy to follow them blindly, to trust in the system. It was easier not to worry about random possibilities. It meant that people didn't have to think about potential consequences. And when the sun was shining on Friday afternoons, they could play frisbee without a care in the world. Experience was the most painful of teachers. For nearly 2 years, the lessons he'd learned had been all he could think about. They had nearly consumed him. But slowly, a clarity had begun to emerge. She had known about the danger. He had warned her what would happen. And in the end, she'd cared only about following the rules, because it was convenient. Checking his watch, he saw it was finally time to go. He closed the textbook and rose from his spot, pausing to see if his movement had caused others to notice him. It hadn't. He set off then, crossing the commons, textbook beneath his arm. In his pocket was a letter he'd written, and he veered toward the mailbox just outside the science building. He dropped the envelope through the slot and waited. A few minutes later, he spotted Serena emerging from the doors, precisely on time. He already knew much about her. These days, it seemed that every young person had Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and Snapchat, their lives on display for anyone who cared to put the pieces together. What they liked, who their friends were, where they spent their time. He already knew from a Facebook post that she'd be having brunch at her parents' house with her sister this Sunday, and as he watched her walking ahead of him, her dark brown hair tumbling past her shoulders, he noted again how beautiful she was. There was a natural grace about her, and she drew appreciative smiles from the guys she passed, though lost in conversation, she didn't seem to notice. She was walking with a short, heavy blonde, a friend from class. They'd been in an education seminar together. He knew she wanted to become an elementary school teacher, making plans, just like Cassie used to do. He kept his distance, energized by the power he felt in her presence, the power he'd been husbanding for the last 2 years. She had no idea how close he was or what he could do. She never so much as glanced over her shoulder. But why should she? He was no one to her, just another face in the crowd. He wondered whether she was telling the blonde about her weekend plans, rattling off places to go or the people she intended to see. For his part, he planned to join the family for brunch on Sunday, though not as a guest. Instead, he would watch them from a nearby house located in a neighborhood that was solidly middle class. The house had been empty for a month, the owners having lost it to foreclosure, but it was not yet up for sale. Though the locks on the doors were solid, he'd been able to gain entry through a window along the side of the house without much trouble. He already knew that from the master bedroom, he could see onto their back porch and into the kitchen. On Sunday, he'd watch the close-knit family laugh and joke at the table on the porch. He knew something about each of them. Felix Sanchez was the classic immigrant success story. The newspaper article that was proudly laminated and on display at their restaurant chronicled how he'd arrived in the country illegally as a teenager without speaking a word of English and begun working as a dishwasher in a local restaurant. 15 years later, after becoming an American citizen, he'd saved enough money to open his own place in a strip mall, La Cocina de la Familia, serving his wife Carmen's recipes. While she cooked, he did everything else, especially in the early years of the business. Little by little, their restaurant had expanded, and it was now regarded as one of the best Mexican restaurants in the city. Though there were more than 15 employees, many were relatives, retaining the restaurant's family character. Both parents still worked there, and Serena waited tables 3 times a week, just as her older sister, Maria, once had. Felix was a member of both the Chamber of Commerce and the Rotary Club, and he and his wife attended the 7 a.m. Mass at St. Mary's every Sunday, where he also served as a deacon. Carmen was a bit more of a mystery. He knew only that she was still more comfortable speaking Spanish than English and, like her husband, was proud of the fact that Maria had become the first college graduate in the family. As for Maria, he hadn't yet seen her in Wilmington. She'd been out of town for the last few days at a legal conference, but he knew her best of all. In the past, when she'd lived in Charlotte, he'd seen her many times. He'd talked to her. He'd tried to convince her she was wrong, and in the end, she'd made him suffer as no one should ever suffer. And he hated her for what she'd done. When Serena waved goodbye to her friend and headed toward the parking lot, he continued walking straight. There was no reason to follow her, and he was content knowing that he'd see the small but happy family on Sunday. Especially Maria. Maria was arguably even more beautiful than her sister, though frankly both had been winners in the genetic lottery, with their dark eyes and nearly perfect bone structure. He tried to imagine them sitting close together at the table. Despite the 7-year age difference, many people might assume they were twins. And yet, they were different. Where Serena was outgoing to a fault, Maria had always been quieter and driven, the more serious and studious of the two. Even so, they were close, best friends as well as sisters. He speculated that perhaps Serena saw traits in her sister that she wanted to emulate, and vice versa. He felt a frisson of excitement at the thought of the weekend, knowing it might be one of the last times the family would all be together with any semblance of normalcy. He wanted to see how they would act before tension began to infect their sweet, happy family, before the fear took hold, before their lives were slowly and then furiously brought to ruin. He'd come here, after all, for a purpose, and that purpose had a name. Its name was vengeance. Chapter 1. Colin. Colin Hancock stood over the sink in the bathroom at the diner, his shirt raised to better examine the bruise on his ribs. He guessed that it would deepen to a dark purple by the time he woke tomorrow. Even grazing the bruise made him wince, and while he knew from experience that the pain could be overridden for a while, he wondered whether it would hurt to breathe in the morning. His face, though, that might end up being a problem, not for him, but for others. Certainly, his college classmates would stare at him with wide, frightened eyes and whisper about him behind his back, though he doubted that any of them would actually ask him what had happened. During the first few weeks at the university, most of his classmates had seemed nice enough, but it had been clear that none of them knew what to make of him, nor had any tried to speak to him. Not that it bothered him. For one thing, virtually all of them were 6 or 7 years younger than he was. All were female, and he suspected that as far as recent life experiences went, they had little in common with him. In time, like everyone else, they'd end up drawing their own conclusions about him. Frankly, it wasn't worth worrying about. Still, he had to admit that he was particularly ghoulish right now. His left eye was swollen, and the white of his right eye was a bloody red. There was a gash in the center of his forehead that had been glued back together, and the lead-colored bruise on his right cheekbone resembled a birthmark. His split, swollen lips completed the picture. What he really needed was to put an ice pack on his face as soon as possible, if he wanted the girls in his classes to be able to concentrate at all. But first things first. Right now, he was starved, and he needed fuel. He hadn't eaten much in the last 2 days, and he'd wanted something fast, convenient, and, if possible, not entirely unhealthy. Unfortunately, at this time of night, most places were already closed, so he'd ended up at a run-down diner just off the highway with bars on the windows, water stains on the walls, peeling linoleum on the floor, and booths held together with duct tape. But if the place had one saving grace, it was that none of the other customers cared how he looked when he made his way to the table. People who came to dives like this late at night were good at minding their own business. As far as he could tell, half the people here were trying to sober up after a night of hard drinking, while the other half, designated drivers no doubt, were sobering up too, only marginally less intoxicated. It was the kind of place where it would have been easy to get in trouble, and after he'd turned into the gravel lot with Evan following in his Prius, he'd half expected Evan to keep going. But Evan must have suspected the same thing about possible trouble. It was the only reason he'd ever set foot in an establishment like this, especially at this time of night. Evan didn't exactly blend in with the late evening crowd here, what with his pink shirt, argyle socks, leather loafers, and neatly parted sandy blonde hair. In fact, his Prius might as well have been a neon sign announcing that his goal was to get beaten up by the good old boys in pickup trucks, who just spent most of the night getting wasted. Colin turned on the faucet and wet his hands before bringing them to his face. The water was cold, exactly what he wanted. His skin felt like it was on fire. The Marine he'd fought had hit a lot harder than he'd expected, and that didn't count the illegal blows. But who would have known by looking at him? Tall and thin, jarhead haircut, goofy eyebrows. He shouldn't have underestimated the guy, and he told himself he wouldn't let it happen again. Either that, or he'd end up scaring his classmates all year long, which just might ruin the whole college experience for them. "There's this super scary guy in my class with bruises all over his face and these crazy tattoos, Mom," he could imagine them saying on the phone. "And I have to sit right next to him." He shook the water from his hands. Leaving the restroom, he spotted Evan in the corner booth. Unlike him, Evan would have fit right in at the college. He still had a baby face, and as he approached, Colin wondered how many times a week he even had to shave. "That took you long enough," Evan said as Colin slid into the booth. "I was wondering if you got lost." Colin slouched against the vinyl cushion. "I hope you weren't too nervous all alone out here." "I have a question for you." "Go ahead. How many times a week do you shave?" Evan blinked. "You were in the bathroom for 10 minutes, and that's what you were thinking about?" "I wondered about it while I was walking to the table." Evan stared at him. "I shave every morning." "Why?" "What do you mean, why? For the same reason you do." "I don't shave every morning." "Why are we even talking about this?" "Because I was curious, and I asked, and then you answered," Colin said. Ignoring Evan's expression, he nodded toward the menus. "Did you change your mind and decide to order?" Evan shook his head. "Not a chance." "You're not going to eat anything?" "No." "Acid reflux?" "Actually, it has more to do with my suspicion that the last time the kitchen was inspected, Reagan was president. It's not that bad." "Have you seen the cook?" Colin glanced toward the grill behind the counter. The cook was right out of central casting, with a greasy apron straining to cover his ample gut, a long ponytail and tattoos covering most of his lower arms. "I like his tats." "Gee, there's a surprise." "It's the truth." "I know. You always tell the truth. That's part of your problem." "Why is it a problem?" "Because people don't always want the truth. Like when your girlfriend asks if a particular outfit makes her look fat, you should tell her she looks beautiful." "I don't have a girlfriend." "That's probably because you told the last one she looked fat without adding the beautiful part." "That's not what happened." "You get my point, though. Sometimes you need to stretch the truth to get along with people." "Why?" "Because that's what normal people do. That's the way society works. You can't just tell people whatever pops into your mind. It makes them uncomfortable or hurts their feelings. And just so you know, employers hate it." "Okay. You don't believe me?" "I believe you." "But you don't care?" "No." "Because you'd rather tell the truth?" "Yes." "Why?" "It's what I've learned works for me." Evan stayed silent for a moment. "Sometimes I wish I could be more like that. Just tell my boss what I really think of him without caring about the consequences." "You can. You choose not to." "I need the paycheck." That's an excuse. Maybe, Evan shrugged. But it's what I've learned works for me. Sometimes lying is necessary. For instance, if I told you that I saw a couple of roaches under the table while you were in the bathroom, you might feel the same way about eating here that I do. You know you don't have to stay, right? I'll be okay. So you say. You need to worry about yourself, not me. And besides, it's getting late. Aren't you heading to Raleigh with Lily tomorrow? First thing in the morning. We'll go to service at 11 with my parents and have brunch right afterwards. But, unlike you, I won't have any trouble getting out of bed tomorrow morning. You look terrible, by the way. Thanks. Your eye especially. It won't be as swollen tomorrow. Your other one. I think you popped a few blood vessels. Either that or you're actually a vampire. I noticed that. Evan leaned back, spreading his arms slightly. Do me a favor, okay? Keep yourself hidden from the neighbors tomorrow. I'd hate for them to think that I had to get rough on you for being late on the rent or whatever. I don't want to get a bad reputation as a landlord. Colin smiled. He outweighed Evan by at least 30 pounds, and he liked to joke that if Evan had ever set foot in a gym, it was probably to conduct an audit. I promise to stay out of sight, Colin offered. Good, considering my reputation and all. Just then, the waitress came by, dropping off a plate loaded with scrambled egg whites and ham, along with a gelatinous bowl of oatmeal. As Colin pulled the bowl closer, he glanced at Evan's mug. What are you drinking? Hot water with lemon? Seriously? It's past midnight. If I had coffee, I'd be up all night. Colin scooped a bit of oatmeal into his mouth before swallowing. Okay. What, no snide comment? I'm just surprised they have lemon here. And I'm surprised they do scrambled egg whites. You're probably the first person in history who's ever even attempted to eat a healthy meal here. He reached for his water. By the way, what are you planning to do tomorrow? I have to change the ignition switch in my car. It's not starting the way it should. After that, I'll do the lawn and then hit the gym. Do you want to come with us? Brunch isn't really my thing. I wasn't inviting you to brunch. I doubt they'd even let you in the country club looking the way you do. But you could see your parents in Raleigh, or your sisters. It's on the way to Chapel Hill. No. I just thought I'd ask. Colin scooped a spoonful of oatmeal. Don't. Evan leaned back in his seat. There were a few great fights tonight, by the way. The one after yours was awesome. Yeah? A guy named Johnny Reese had a submission in the first round. Took the guy down like a stud, maneuvered him into a chokehold, and it was lights out. The dude moves like a cat. Your point is? He's way better than you. Okay. Evan drummed his fingers on the table. So, are you okay with how your fight went tonight? It's over. Evan waited. And? That's it. Do you still think that what you're doing is a good idea? I mean, you know. Colin scooped a bite of eggs onto his fork. I'm still here with you, aren't I? Half an hour later, Colin was back on the highway. The clouds that had been threatening a storm for the last few hours finally obliged, releasing a torrent of wind and rain punctuated by lightning and thunder. Evan had left a few minutes before Colin did, and as Colin settled in behind the wheel of the Camaro he'd been restoring over the last few years, he found his thoughts drifting to his friend. He'd known Evan as long as he could remember. When Colin was young, his family used to spend summers at a beach cottage in Wrightsville Beach, and Evan's family lived right next door. They'd passed long, sun-drenched days, walking the beach, playing catch, fishing, and either surfing or riding boogie boards. More often than not, they'd spend the night at each other's houses, until Evan's family moved to Chapel Hill, and Colin's life went completely in the toilet. The facts were fairly straightforward. He was the third child and only son of wealthy parents with a fondness for nannies and absolutely no desire for a third child. He was a colicky baby and then a high-energy child with a raging case of ADHD, the kind of kid who threw regular temper tantrums, couldn't focus, and found it impossible to sit still. He drove his parents crazy at home, ran off one nanny after another, and struggled endlessly in school. He had a great teacher in third grade who made things better for a while, But in 4th grade, he started going downhill again. He got in one fight after another on the playground and was nearly held back. It was around that time that he came to be regarded as having serious issues. And in the end, not knowing what else to do, his parents shipped him off to military school, hoping the structure would do him good. His experience that first year was horrific, and he was expelled halfway through the spring semester. From there, he was sent to another military school in a different state, and over the next few years he expended his energies in combat sports, wrestling, boxing, and judo. He took his aggression out on others, sometimes with too much enthusiasm, often just because he wanted to. He cared nothing about grades or discipline. 5 more expulsions and 5 different military schools later, he graduated, just barely, as an angry and violent young man with no plans for his life and no interest in finding any. He moved back in with his parents and 7 bad years followed. He watched his mother cry and listened to his father plead with him to change, but he ignored them. He worked with a therapist at his parents' insistence, but he continued his downward spiral, subconscious self-destruction, his primary goal. The therapist's words, not his, though he now agreed with them. Whenever his parents kicked him out of the main house in Raleigh, he'd crash at the family's beach cottage, biding his time before returning home, the cycle beginning anew. When Colin was 25, he was given one final chance to make changes in his life. Unexpectedly, he did just that. And now here he was, in college with plans to spend the next few decades in the classroom, hoping to be a mentor to children, which would make no sense at all to most people. Colin knew there was an irony to his wanting to spend the rest of his life in school, a place he'd always hated. But that's the way it was. He didn't dwell on the irony, and he generally didn't dwell on the past. He wouldn't have been thinking of any of these things at all if it hadn't been for Evan's comment about visiting his parents tomorrow. What Evan still didn't grasp was that simply being in the same room as them was stressful for both Colin and his parents, especially if the visit wasn't planned well in advance. Had he shown up unexpectedly, he knew they'd sit uncomfortably in the living room, trying to make small talk while memories of the past filled the air between them like a poisonous gas. He'd feel waves of disappointment and judgment radiating out from them, apparent in the things they said or didn't say, and who needed that? He didn't, and neither did they. In the last 3 years, he tried to keep his infrequent visits to about an hour, almost always on the holidays, an arrangement that seemed to suit them all. His older sisters, Rebecca and Andrea, had tried to talk to him about making amends with his parents, but he'd shut down those conversations the same way he'd done with Evan. Their lives with their parents, after all, had been different from his. They'd both been wanted, while he'd been a big fat whoops 7 years later. He knew they meant well, but he didn't have a lot in common with them. Both of them were college graduates and married with kids. They lived in the same upscale neighborhood as their parents and played tennis on the weekends. The older he'd gotten, the more he'd come to acknowledge that the choices they'd made in their own lives had been a lot smarter than his own. Then again, they didn't have serious issues. He knew that his parents, like his sisters, were essentially good people. It had taken him years in therapy to accept the fact that he'd been the one with the problems, not them. He no longer blamed his mother and father for the things that had happened to him, or for what they had or hadn't done. If anything, he considered himself a lucky son of 2 incredibly patient people. So what if he'd been raised by nannies? So what if his folks had finally thrown in the towel and shipped him off to military school? When he'd really needed them, when other parents probably would have given up, they'd never lost hope that he could turn his life around. And they put up with his crap for years. Serious crap. They'd ignored the drinking and the pot smoking and the music cranked way too loud at all hours. They'd put up with the parties he threw whenever they went out of town that left the house in shambles. They'd overlooked the bar fights and multiple arrests. They never contacted the authorities when he broke into the beach cottage, even though he did serious damage to that place as well. They'd bailed him out more times than he could remember and paid his legal bills, and 3 years ago, When Colin was facing a long prison sentence after a bar fight in Wilmington, his dad had pulled some strings to strike a deal that would clear his criminal record entirely. If, of course, Colin didn't screw it up. As part of his probation, Colin had been required to spend 4 months at an anger management treatment facility in Arizona. Upon his return, and because his parents wouldn't let him stay at their home, he'd crashed again at the beach cottage, which by then was for sale. He'd also been ordered to meet regularly with Detective Pete Margolis from the Wilmington Police Department. The man whom Colin had beaten in the bar was a longtime confidential informant of Margolis's, and as a result of the fight, a high-profile case Margolis was working on had gone suddenly south. Consequently, Margolis hated Colin with a passion. Having argued strongly against the deal in the first place, he then insisted on monitoring Colin regularly and at random, like a makeshift probation officer. Finally, the deal stipulated that if Colin was arrested again for anything, the entirety of his original record would be reinstated and he'd automatically be sentenced to prison for nearly a decade. Despite the requirements, despite having to deal with Margolis, who plainly itched to place him in handcuffs, it was a great deal, an unbelievable deal, and it was all thanks to his father, even if he and Colin had trouble speaking these days. Colin was technically banned from ever setting foot in the house again, though his dad had softened on that particular stance lately. Being permanently kicked out of the house after he'd returned from Arizona, and then watching from the street as new owners took possession of the beach cottage, had forced Colin to reevaluate his life. He'd ended up sleeping at friends' places back in Raleigh, drifting from one couch to the next. Little by little, he'd come to the conclusion that if he didn't change his life, he'd self-destruct entirely. The environment there wasn't good for him, and his circle of friends was as out of control as he was. With nowhere else to go, he'd driven back to Wilmington and surprised himself by showing up at Evan's door. Evan had been living there after graduating from North Carolina State, and had been equally surprised to see his old friend. Cautious and a bit nervous, too. But Evan was Evan, and he had no problem with Colin staying at his place for a while. It took some time to earn Evan's trust again. By that point, their lives had diverged. Evan was a lot more like Rebecca and Andrea, a responsible citizen whose only experience with jail was what he'd seen on television. He worked as an accountant and financial planner, and, in keeping with the fiscally prudent ideals of his profession, he'd also purchased a house with a first-floor apartment and separate entrance to help lower his mortgage payments, an apartment that happened to be vacant when Colin had shown up. Colin hadn't intended to stay long, but one thing led to another, and when he'd gotten a job tending bar, he'd moved in downstairs for good. 3 years later, he was still paying rent to the best friend he had in the world. So far, it was working out well. He mowed the lawn and trimmed the bushes and paid a reasonable rent in return. He had his own space with his own entrance, but Evan was right there too, and Evan was exactly what Colin needed in his life right now. Evan wore a suit and tie to work. He kept his tastefully decorated house spotless, and he never drank more than 2 beers when he went out. He was also just about the nicest guy in the world, and he accepted Colin, faults and all. And, for God knows what reason, he believed in him, even when Colin knew he didn't always deserve it. Lily, Evan's fiancée, was pretty much cut from the same cloth. Though she worked in advertising and had her own condo at the beach, her parents had bought it for her, she spent enough time at Evan's to have become an important part of Colin's life. It had taken her a while to warm up to him. When they first met, Colin had been sporting a blonde mohawk and had piercings in both ears, and their initial conversation had centered around a bar fight in Raleigh where the other guy had ended up in the hospital. For a while, she simply couldn't comprehend how Evan could ever be friends with him. A Charleston debutante who'd attended college at Meredith, Lily was prim and polite, and the phrases she used were a throwback to an earlier era. She was also just about the most drop-dead gorgeous girl that Colin had ever seen, and it was no wonder that Evan was putty in her hands. With her blonde hair and blue eyes, and an accent that sounded like honey, even when she was angry, She seemed like the last person in the world who would give Colin a chance. And yet, she had. And like Evan, she had eventually come to believe in him. It had been Lily who'd suggested that he start taking classes at the junior college 2 years ago, and it had been Lily who'd tutored him in the evenings. And on 2 separate occasions, it had been Lily and Evan who had kept Colin from making the kind of impulsive mistake that might have landed him in prison. He loved her for those things, just as he loved the relationship between her and Evan. He'd long since decided that if anyone ever threatened the two of them in any way, he would handle it, no matter what the consequences, even if it meant he'd have to spend the rest of his life behind bars. But all good things come to an end. Isn't that what people said? The life he'd lived for the last 3 years was going to change, if only because Evan and Lily were engaged, with plans for a spring wedding already in the works. While they'd both insisted that Colin could continue to live in the downstairs apartment after they were married, he also knew they'd spent the previous weekend walking through model homes in a subdivision closer to Wrightsville Beach, with homes that featured the kind of double porches common in Charleston. They both wanted kids, they both wanted the whole white picket fence thing, and Colin had no doubt that within a year, Evan's current house would be for sale. After that, Colin would be on his own again, and while he knew it wasn't fair to expect Evan and Lily to be responsible for him, he sometimes wondered whether they were aware of how important they'd become to him in the last few years. Like tonight, for instance. He hadn't asked Evan to come to the fight. That had been Evan's idea. Nor had he asked Evan to sit with him while he ate. But Evan probably suspected that had he not done those things, Colin might have ended up at a bar instead of the diner, unwinding with shots instead of midnight breakfast. And though Colin worked as a bartender, being on the other side of the bar didn't exactly work for him these days. Finally exiting the highway, Colin steered onto a winding county road, loblolly pine and red oak mingling on either side, kudzu playing no favorites between the two. It was less a shortcut than an attempt to avoid an endless series of stoplights. Lightning continued to strike, turning the clouds silver and illuminating the surroundings in otherworldly strobes. The rain and wind intensified, the wipers barely keeping the windshield clear, but he knew this road well. He eased into one of its many blind curves before instinctively stomping on the brakes. Up ahead, a car with storage racks across the roof was halfway off the road at a cockeyed angle, its hazards flashing. The trunk stood propped open to the elements. As the Camaro slowed, Colin felt the rear fishtail slightly before the tires caught again. He merged into the oncoming lane to give the car a wide berth, thinking that the guy couldn't have picked a worse time and place to break down. Not only was the storm limiting visibility, but drunks like the ones back at the diner would be setting out for home right about now, and he could imagine one of them taking the corner too fast and plowing into the back of the car. Not good, he thought. It was definitely an accident waiting to happen, but at the same time, it wasn't his business. It wasn't his job to rescue strangers, and he probably wouldn't be much help anyway. He understood the engine in his car, but only because the Camaro was older than he was. Modern engines had more in common with computers. Besides, the driver had no doubt already called for help. As he rolled slowly past the stopped car, however, he noticed the rear tire was flat, and behind the trunk, a woman, soaked to the bone in jeans and a short-sleeved blouse, was struggling to remove the spare tire from its compartment. Lightning flashed, a long series of flickering camera strobes that captured her mascara-streaked distress. In that instant, he realized that her dark hair and wide-set eyes reminded him of one of the girls in his classes, and his shoulders slumped. A girl? Why did it have to be a girl in trouble out here? For all he knew, it was the girl in his class, and he couldn't very well pretend he hadn't noticed that she needed help. He really didn't need this right now, but what choice did he have? With a sigh, he pulled over to the side of the road, leaving some distance between her car and his. He turned on his hazards and grabbed his jacket from the back seat. By then, the rain was coming down in sheets, instantly soaking him as he exited, like the diagonal spray of an outdoor shower. Running a hand through his hair, he took a deep breath and then started toward her car. calculating how quickly he could change the tire and be on the road again. "Need a hand?" he called. Surprising him, she didn't say anything. Instead, staring at him with stricken eyes, she let go of the tire and began slowly backing away. Chapter 2. Maria. In the past, when she'd worked in the Mecklenburg County District Attorney's office, Maria Sanchez had been in the courtroom with any number of criminals, some of whom had been charged with the kinds of violent crimes that kept her awake at night. She'd had nightmares about various cases and had been threatened by a sociopath, but the simple fact was that she'd never been quite as frightened back then as she felt right now on this deserted stretch as that car, driven by that guy, suddenly pulled to the side of the road. It didn't matter that she was 28, or that she'd graduated summa cum laude from UNC Chapel Hill, or that she'd gone to law school at Duke. It didn't matter that she'd been a rising star in the district attorney's office before finding other work at one of the best legal firms in Wilmington, or that until that moment, she'd always had a pretty good handle on her emotions. As soon as he stepped out of the car, all those truths went out the window, and the only thing she could think was that she was a young woman all alone in the middle of nowhere. When he began to walk toward her, panic flooded through her. "I'm going to die out here," she suddenly realized, "and no one's ever going to find my body." Moments earlier, when his car had slowly drifted past hers, she'd seen him staring at her, almost leering like he was sizing her up, and her first thought was that he'd been wearing a mask, which was terrifying enough, but way less scary than the sudden realization that she'd actually seen his face. It was bruised on both sides. One eye was swollen shut, the other one bright red and bloody. She was pretty sure that even more blood was dripping down his forehead, and it had been all she could do not to start screaming. But for whatever reason, not a sound escaped her. "For the love of God," she remembered thinking as soon as he passed, "please keep going. Whatever you do, please don't stop." But obviously God hadn't been listening. Why would God intervene to keep her from ending up dead in a ditch out in the middle of nowhere? He wouldn't. Instead, he'd decided to have the guy pull over, and now a man with a mangled face was gliding toward her like something out of a low-budget horror film. Or prison, from which he'd just escaped, because the guy was positively ripped. And wasn't that what prisoners did? Lift weights all the time? His haircut was severe, almost military style. The signature of one of the gangs in prison she'd heard about? The ratty black concert t-shirt didn't help, nor did the torn-up jeans, and the way he was holding his jacket freaked her out. In this storm, why wasn't he wearing it? Maybe he was using it to hide a knife. Or, God forbid, a gun. A squeak escaped her throat, and her mind began racing through options as she tried to figure out what to do. Toss the tire at him? She couldn't even get the thing out of the trunk. Scream for help? There was no one nearby. Not a single car had passed in the last 10 minutes. And she'd left her cell phone God knows where, or she wouldn't have been trying to change the tire in the first place. Run? Maybe. But the liquid ease with which he moved suggested he'd easily catch her. The only thing she could do was get back into the car and lock the doors, but he was already right there, and there was no way to get past him. "Need a hand?" It was the sound of his voice that jolted her out of her trance. Letting go of the tire, she began backing away, focusing only on creating distance between the two of them. Lightning flashed again, and she noticed a blankness in his expression, almost like something elemental was missing in his personality. The piece that signaled that it wasn't okay to rape and kill women. "What do you want with me?" she finally choked out. "I don't want anything," he answered. "Then what are you doing here?" "I thought you might need some help changing your tire." "I'm fine," she said. "I can handle it myself." He looked from her to the flat tire, then back to her again. "Okay, good night," he said. Wheeling around, he started back toward his car, his figure suddenly receding. His reaction was so unexpected that for a second she felt paralyzed. He was leaving? Why was he leaving? She was glad about that. Actually, she was thrilled about that, and yet And yet... "I'm having trouble getting the tire out of the trunk," she said, hearing the panic in her own voice. He turned on his heel as he reached his car. "Seems like it." He reached for his door and pulled it open, ready to climb in. "Wait!" she suddenly cried. He squinted at her through the downpour. "Why?" he called back. Why? She wasn't sure she'd heard him right. But then again, she'd told him she didn't need any help. And she didn't, except that she did. But it wasn't as though she could call anyone, and with her thoughts racing and jumbled, the next words spilled out involuntarily. "Do you have a phone?" she shouted. He closed some of the gap between stopping when he could be heard without shouting, but not getting too close. Thank God. "Yes," he answered. She shifted from one foot to the other, thinking, now what? "I lost my phone," she said. "I mean, I didn't lose it." She knew she was rambling, but the way he kept staring at her made the words impossible to stop. "It's either at the office or I left it at my parents', but I won't know for sure until I get to my MacBook." "Okay." He added nothing else. Instead, he stood unmoving, his eyes steady on hers. "I use that Find My iPhone thing. The app, I mean. I can track my phone because it's synced with the computer." "Okay." "Well?" "Well, what?" "Can I borrow yours for a minute? I want to call my sister." "Sure," he answered. He tucked the phone into the folds of his jacket, and as he began to approach, she reflexively took another step backward. He placed the jacket on the hood of her car and gestured at it. She hesitated. He was definitely odd, but she appreciated the fact that he'd stepped away. She hurried to the bundle and found his iPhone tucked inside, the same model as hers. When she pressed the button, the screen lit up, and sure enough, he was getting service. But it wouldn't do any good unless... 5681, he offered. "You're giving me your code?" "You can't access the phone without it," he noted. "Aren't you worried about giving it to a stranger?" "Are you going to steal my phone?" She blinked. "No, of course not." "Then I'm not worried." She wasn't sure what to say to that, but whatever. She typed in the code with trembling fingers and dialed her sister. By the third ring, she knew she'd get Serena's voicemail. Maria did her best to keep her frustration in check as she left a message, explaining what had happened to the car and asking her sister to come pick her up. She tucked the phone back into the jacket on the hood and then stepped away, watching him. "No answer?" he asked. "She's coming." "Okay." When the lightning flashed again, he motioned toward the rear of her car. "While you're waiting for her, do you want me to change your tire?" She opened her mouth to again decline his offer, but who knew when or if Serena would get her message. And then there was the fact that she'd never actually changed a tire in her life. Instead of answering, she let out a breath, trying to keep the tremor from her voice. "Can I ask you a question?" "Yes." What happened to your face?" "I was in a fight." She waited a few beats before finally realizing he wasn't going to add anything else. That's it? No further explanation? His demeanor was so utterly foreign, she wasn't sure what to make of it. As he stood in place, obviously waiting for the answer to his earlier question, she glanced at the trunk, wishing she actually knew how to change a tire. "Yes," she finally said. "If you wouldn't mind, I'd love some help changing the tire." "Okay," he nodded. She watched as he reached for the bundle on the hood and tucked his phone back into his pocket before slipping his jacket on. "You're afraid of me," he said. "What?" "You're afraid I'm going to hurt you." When she said nothing, he went on. "I won't, but whether you believe that is up to you." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because if I'm going to change your tire, I'm going to have to approach the trunk, which means I'll be approaching you, too." "I'm not afraid of you," she lied. "Okay." "I'm not." "Okay," he said again, then started toward her. She felt her heart squeeze as he passed within arm's reach of her, only to feel foolish when he walked right past without slowing. He unscrewed something, then lifted the spare tire out and set it aside before he disappeared behind the trunk again, no doubt to retrieve the jack. "One of us needs to move your car onto the road," he said. "It needs to be level before I get the jack going, otherwise the car might slip." "But I've got a flat tire." He peeked around the side, jack in hand. "It won't hurt the car, just go slow." "But it'll block most of the lane." "It's blocking half the lane already." He had a point there, but what if that was all part of his plan? To distract her somehow, to get her to turn her back? A plan that included letting me use his phone and removing the tire from the trunk? Rattled and self-conscious, she got into the car and started the engine, slowly but surely edging it back onto the road and setting the emergency brake. By the time she opened the door, he was rolling the spare toward the rear tire, lug wrench in hand. "You can stay in the car if you want," he said. "This shouldn't take long." She debated before closing the door, then spent several minutes watching in the side mirror as he continued to loosen the bolts before sliding the jack into place. A moment later, she could feel the car lifting slightly, bouncing its way slowly upward and then stopping. She watched as he finished unscrewing the bolts before sliding the tire off, just as the storm began to intensify, rain blowing in gusty sheets. The spare went on quickly, along with the bolts, and then, all at once, the car was being lowered again. He placed the flat tire back in her trunk, along with the jack and the lug wrench, and she felt him gently push the trunk closed. And just like that, it was over. Still, she startled a little when he tapped on her window. She lowered the glass, and rain began to spit through the opening. With his face still shadowed, it was almost possible to see past the bruises and the swelling and the bloody eye. Almost, but not entirely. "You're good to go," he shouted over the gale. "But you should probably get the tire fixed or replace it sooner rather than later. Your spare isn't meant to be used permanently." She nodded, but before she could thank him, he had already turned and was jogging toward his car. He jerked his door open and slid behind the wheel. She heard the roar of his engine, and then, before she knew it, she was alone on the road again, albeit now in a car that would get her home. "I heard the phone ring, but I didn't recognize the number, so I let it go to voicemail," Serena said, in between sips of orange juice. Beside her, at the table on the back porch, Maria nursed a cup of coffee, the morning sunlight already warming the air. "Sorry about that." "Well, next time just answer, okay?" "Can't do that," Serena smiled. "What if it was some crazy person trying to reach me?" "That was the problem. I was with a crazy person, and I needed you to rescue me." "It doesn't sound like it. He sounds like a nice guy." Maria glared at her over the rim of her coffee mug. "You didn't see him. Trust me. I've seen scary people, and he was beyond scary. He told you he'd been in a fight. And that's the point. He's obviously violent. But he wasn't the least bit violent toward you. You said he didn't even go near you at first. And then he let you borrow his phone, and after that he changed your tire and then got back in his car and drove away. You're missing the point." "What point? That you shouldn't judge a book by its cover?" "I'm being serious here." Serena laughed. "Wow, someone's touchy. And you know I'm just teasing you. If it was me out there, I probably would have peed my pants. Broken car, deserted road, no phone, blood on some stranger's face. It's like every girl's worst nightmare." "Exactly." "Did you ever find your phone?" "It's at the office, probably still on my desk." "You mean it's been there since Friday, and you didn't realize you didn't have it until Saturday night?" "So? I guess not too many people call you, huh?" "Ha ha." Serena shook her head, then reached for her phone. "I can't live without mine, just so you know." She snapped a quick photo of Maria. "What's that for?" "Instagram." "Seriously?" Serena was already tapping away. "Don't worry, it'll be funny," she added before presenting the image and caption. "Maria after surviving nightmare on Dark Street." "You're not going to post that, are you?" "Already did." Serena winked. "You've got to stop posting about me. I'm serious. What if one of my clients finds it?" "Then blame me," she shrugged. "Where's Dad, by the way?" "He's still walking Copo," she said. Copo was a female, nearly all-white Shih Tzu. After Serena had moved to the dorms, she and Maria had returned home one Christmas to find that their parents had purchased a dog. Now, Copo went practically everywhere with them, to the restaurant, where she had her own bed in the office, to the supermarket, even to the accountant. Copo was far more spoiled than either of the girls had ever been. I still can't get over it, Serena muttered. They love that dog. You think? Did you notice the rhinestone collar Mom bought? I almost gagged. Be nice. I am being nice, Serena said. I just never pictured them owning a dog in the first place. We never had one growing up, and I begged them for one for years. I even promised to take care of it. That's because they knew you wouldn't. I might not have skipped a grade and gone to college when I was 17 like you, but I'm pretty sure I could have handled a dog. And I'll have you know that I'm in the running for the Charles Alexander Scholarship next year. Right. Maria raised a skeptical eyebrow. I'm serious. It's for bilingual education majors. I filled out the application, wrote an essay, got recommendations from 2 of my professors and everything. It's sponsored by a private foundation, and I have an interview with the chairman next Saturday. So, there. She crossed her arms. Wow, that's great. Don't tell Dad, though. I want to surprise him. Well, he'd be thrilled if you won. I know, right? Just think how many more collars they'd be able to buy Copo if he didn't have to pay tuition. Maria laughed. Inside, they could hear their mother humming to herself in the kitchen, the smell of huevos rancheros drifting through the open window. But anyway, Serena went on, back to last night. Why were you out so late? That's way past your normal bedtime. Maria scowled at her sister before figuring that she might as well get it over with. Actually, I was on a date. No way! What's the big deal? Nothing. I just thought that you'd made the decision to be celibate. Why would you say that? Hello? Did you forget who I was talking to? I go out. You might paddleboard, but you don't go out at night. Instead, you work, you read, you watch bad TV. You don't even go dancing anymore, and you used to love that. And I tried to get you to come to that warehouse with me, remember? With the salsa dancing on Saturday nights? As I recall, you said there were a lot of creepy guys there. But I also had a lot of fun, and unlike you, I'm terrible at dancing. Not all of us are in college, you know, with classes that start at noon and Fridays off. Some of us have responsibilities. Yeah, I've heard that before, Serena said, waving it off. I take it you didn't get lucky? Maria peeked over her shoulder toward the partially open window, making sure her mother wasn't listening. Serena rolled her eyes. You're an adult, you know. You don't have to hide your social life from Mom and Dad anymore. Yeah, well, we've always been a little different in that way. What, you think I tell them everything? I hope not. Serena stifled a giggle. Sorry your date didn't work out? How do you know? Maybe it did. I don't think so, Serena said, shaking her head. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been heading home alone. Oops, Maria thought. Serena had always been quick thinking, but more than that, she was endowed with a common sense that sometimes eluded Maria. Hello, Serena added. Anyone home? I was asking about your date. I don't think he'll be calling me. Serena feigned compassion, though her amused cynicism was apparent. Why? Did you bring your computer and work the whole time? No, and it wasn't me. It was just bad. Talk to me, big sister. Tell me all about it. Maria surveyed the backyard, reflecting that Serena was the only person in the world she could really talk to. There's really not that much to tell. For starters, I didn't plan on having a date in the first place. No, you? Do you want to hear this or not? My mistake, Serena grinned. Go on. You remember Jill, right? My friend from work? Super smart, coming up on 40 and dying to get married, funny as hell? The one who came over for brunch and scooped Copo up and almost gave Dad a heart attack? Yes. Nope, I don't remember her. Anyway, Maria said, we were having lunch a few days ago and she convinced me to join her and her boyfriend Paul for dinner after I got back from the conference. But unbeknownst to me, it turns out that they had also invited one of Paul's friends from work to join us, and... Wait, back up. Was the guy hot? He was definitely handsome. But the problem was, he knew it. He was rude and arrogant, and he flirted with the waitress all night long. I think he even got her phone number while I was sitting beside him. Classy. Jill was as mortified as I was, but the strange thing was, I'm not sure that Paul even noticed. Maybe it was the wine or whatever, but he kept saying that the four of us should head out to a club afterwards, and that he was so glad we were getting along, that he just knew we'd be perfect for each other. Which is strange because he's not normally like that. Usually he's quiet and Jill and I do all the talking. Or maybe he just likes his friend. Or maybe he thought that you and his friend would make pretty babies and you might name one after him. Despite herself, Maria laughed. Maybe. But anyway, I don't think I'm his type. I'm pretty sure he'd be more comfortable with someone. When Maria trailed off, Serena finished. Dumber? I was thinking blonder, like the waitress. Yeah, well, just so you know, that's always been part of your problem when it comes to guys. You're too smart. And to guys, that's kind of intimidating. Not all guys. Luis and I were together for over 2 years. We're together, Serena said. Those are the operative words. And just so you know, he may have been sexy as hell, but Luis was a total loser. He wasn't that bad. Don't start getting all nostalgic about the good things about him. It wasn't like you ever had a future with him, and you know it. Maria nodded, knowing Serena was right, but indulging momentarily in a bit of nostalgia anyway before shutting it down. Yeah, well, live and learn. I'm just glad you decided to start dating again. I didn't. Jill and Paul decided for me. Whatever. You need to be... While Serena searched for the right words, Maria suggested, more like you? Why not? Going out, enjoying life, making friends. It beats working all the time. How would you know? You only work a couple of shifts a week. Good point. I'm just making an assumption based on your lack of a social life. Believe it or not, I actually like working. I'll make sure to put that on your tombstone, Serena said. How's work going, by the way? Maria shifted in her seat, wondering how much to say. It's all right. You just said you liked it. I do, but... Let me guess. The conference, right? The one you went to with your boss? When Maria nodded, Serena went on. Was it as awful as you thought it might be? Not exactly awful, but... Did he hit on you? Sort of, Maria admitted. But it wasn't anything I couldn't handle. This is the guy who's married? With 3 kids? That's the one. You need to tell him to knock it off. Threaten him with sexual harassment or whatever. It's more complicated than that. For now, it's probably better for me if I just try to ignore it. When a slight smirk began to play across Serena's lips, Maria went on. What? I was just thinking that you really have a way with men. Your old boyfriend cheated on you, your latest date flirts with other girls, and meanwhile your boss won't stop hitting on you? Welcome to my world. Of course it's not all bad. You met a nice guy last night. The kind of guy who helps a woman in her time of need, despite a raging storm. When Maria scowled, Serena laughed and went on. I really wish I could have seen your face. It wasn't pretty. And yet, here you are, safe and sound, Serena reminded her. And I'm happy about that, if only so that you have continued access to my wisdom. You really need to work on your self-esteem issues, Maria said sourly. I know, right? But seriously, I'm glad you moved back to town. These brunches would be deadly if you weren't here. Having you around gives Mom and Dad someone else to worry about. I'm glad I can be of service to you. I appreciate it. And besides, we've had a chance to get to know each other better. We've always known each other. You went off to college when I was 10. And I came home almost every weekend and spent every vacation here. That's true. You were kind of wimpy like that. For the first couple of years, you were so homesick you'd cry all weekend. It was hard to be so far from home. Why do you think I go to college here? In that way, I'm almost as smart as you are. You're smart. You might get a scholarship, remember? I'm not smart like you. But that's okay. It'll make it much easier to find a guy in the end. Not that I'm interested in anything serious. But listen, if you want, I'd be happy to keep a lookout for you. I meet guys all the time. College guys? Some of them might just like an older woman. You're insane. I don't know, I tend to have pretty good taste. Are you referring to Steve? We're just going out, it's not serious yet. But he seems like a nice guy. He even volunteers at the Humane Society doing pet adoptions on Sundays. Do you like him? You mean like? Or just like? What, Are we in middle school now? Serena laughed. I'm not sure how I feel yet, but he's cute, which gives me more time to find out. When do I get to meet him? Well, let's see where it goes. Because if you're going to meet him, then Mom and Dad will want to meet him, and then I lose control of the whole situation. No matter what happens after that, he'll think that I think it's serious, and unlike you, I'm too young to settle down. I don't want to settle down yet either. Maybe, but you definitely need a date. Would you stop? Okay, fine. You don't need a date. What you need is to get lucky. When Maria didn't bother responding, Serena giggled. Touched a nerve, huh? She chirped. Okay, never mind. What's on your agenda today? After we get out of here. Are you going paddleboarding again? I was thinking about it. Alone? Unless you want to try it again. Not a chance. I still don't understand why you like it so much. It's not like dancing. It's boring. It's good exercise, and it's peaceful. Didn't I just say that? Serena asked. Maria smiled. How about you? What are your plans? I'm going to take a nice long nap, and then after that, I'll play it by ear. I hope you find something to do. I'd hate for you to miss a wild Sunday night on Greek Row. Now, jealousy's an ugly thing, Serena said. She hooked her thumb toward the windows. Dad's finally back and I'm starved. Let's go eat. Later that afternoon, while Serena was no doubt sound asleep, Maria was on her paddleboard in Masonboro Sound, a place that had long since become her favorite spot to spend a weekend afternoon. Masonboro Island was the largest barrier island along the southern coast of the state, and while she sometimes navigated to the Atlantic side of the island, most of the time she preferred the glassy waters of the marsh. As always, the wildlife was spectacular. In her first hour on the water, she'd seen ospreys, pelicans, and egrets, and had taken what she thought were some pretty good photographs. In June, for her birthday, she'd treated herself to a high-quality waterproof camera. And though it had been a financial stretch, and she was still paying off the credit card bill, she hadn't yet regretted it. While they wouldn't end up in National Geographic, a few of her photos had been good enough to hang on the walls of her condominium, which was a prudent decorating option since she could barely afford the condo either. But out here, it was easy to think about those things without necessarily worrying about them. Though she'd only taken up paddleboarding since she'd moved back to Wilmington, it had the same effect on her that dancing used to have. She'd reached the point where keeping her balance was effortless, and the steady paddling rhythm melted the stress away. Usually, within a few minutes of being on the water, she was left with the sensation that all was right with the world. It was a warm, relaxing glow that started in her neck and shoulders before spreading to the rest of her body. And by the time she was in the shower after returning home, she'd feel ready to face yet another week in the office. Serena was wrong about paddleboarding. It wasn't boring. It was necessary these days for her mental health, and she had to admit it wasn't half bad for her figure either. In the last year, she'd become toned in places she didn't even know could be toned, and she'd had to have her suits altered because they'd grown too loose in the waist and butt. Not that it would matter. Serena might have been wrong about paddleboarding, but she had been right about Maria's run of bad luck in her love life. Starting with Luis. He was the first guy she'd ever been serious about, the first guy she'd ever really loved. They'd been friends for almost a year before they'd finally started going out, and on the surface, they had a lot in common. Like her, he was the child of Mexican immigrants and intended to become a lawyer. Like her, he enjoyed dancing, and after they'd been dating for a couple of years, it had been easy for her to imagine a future with him. Luis, on the other hand, had made it clear that he was content to continue going out and sleeping with her, as long as she never expected anything more than that. Even bringing up the subject of marriage had freaked him out, and while she'd initially tried to convince herself that it didn't really matter, she'd known deep down that it did. Still, in the end, the breakup had been a surprise. He'd simply called one evening and told her it was over. She'd eventually tried to console herself with the facts that they wanted different things in life, and Luis simply wasn't ready for the kind of commitment she knew she wanted. But then, Just a little over a year later, right after she'd taken the bar exam, she'd learned that he was engaged. She'd spent the next 6 weeks in a funk, trying to figure out why the other girl had been good enough to marry, while he hadn't been able to discuss the subject with her. Where had she gone wrong? Had she been too pushy? Too boring? Or too something else? Looking back, she had no idea. Of course, the whole experience would have been easier if she'd met someone else after Luis, but with every passing year, she found herself wondering more and more where all the good guys had gone. Or even if there really was such a thing anymore. Where were the guys who didn't expect you to sleep with them after only a date or two? Or guys who believed that picking up the check on a first date was a classy thing to do? Or even a guy with a somewhat decent job and plans for the future? God knows after she and Luis had broken up, she'd put herself out there. Despite the long hours she spent studying in law school and then later working in Charlotte, she'd gone out regularly with friends on the weekends. But had anyone halfway decent asked her out? She momentarily broke off her paddling, allowing the board to glide as she straightened up, stretching her back. Well, actually, they probably had, she thought. But back then, she'd tended to focus first on their appearance, and she could remember saying no to a few guys who hadn't been quite cute enough. And maybe that had been the problem. Maybe she'd turned down Mr. Right because he hadn't been tall enough or whatever, and now, because he was Mr. Right, he was already off the market. These days, it seemed like Mr. Rights tended to fly off the shelves, perhaps because they were as rare as California condors. Most of the time, it didn't bother her. She was different from her mom, who believed that a woman's relationship status defined her. She had her own life. She could come and go as she pleased, and while she didn't have anyone to take care of her, she didn't have to take care of anyone else either. Yet in the past couple of years, as she began inching closer to 30, there had been moments when she thought that it might be nice to have someone to go dancing with, or who would join her while she paddleboarded, or even someone willing to listen to her complain after a bad day at work. Having a wide circle of friends like Serena did might have filled that void, but most of Maria's friends lived in either the Raleigh or Charlotte areas, and getting together with them almost always meant a road trip and sleeping on someone's couch. Aside from her immediate family, relatives, Jill and a few other co-workers, and yes, even Paul, despite the other night, the only people she knew here were those she'd gone to high school with, and because she'd been away for years, they drifted apart. She supposed that she could try to reestablish contact, but by the time she finished up at work, all she usually wanted to do was unwind in the bathtub with a glass of wine and a good book. Or, if she felt energetic, maybe hit the water on the paddleboard. Even friendships took energy, and lately she didn't have enough to go around. While that meant her life wasn't all that exciting, it was also the kind of low-key predictability she needed. Her last year in Charlotte had been traumatic, and she shook her head, forcing away the memory of that final year. Taking a calming breath, she told herself firmly to focus on the positive, as she trained herself to do. There were a lot of good things in her life. She had her family, her own place, and a job she enjoyed. "Are you sure about that?" the little voice inside her suddenly asked. "Because you know that's not quite true." It had started off well enough, but wasn't that always the case? Martinson, Hertzberg, and Holdman was a mid-size firm, and she worked principally for the primary litigator, Barney Holdman, doing insurance defense work. Barney was in his early 60s and a rainmaker for the firm, a legal genius who wore seersucker suits and spoke with a slow, heavy drawl, straight from the mountains of North Carolina. To both clients and juries, he came across as the friendly grandfather type. But beneath the surface, he was hard-driving, prepared for everything, and demanding of associates. In working for him, she had the privilege of time, expertise, and money to prepare her cases, all of which was a far cry from her work as a prosecutor. Jill was a bonus. As the only women in the office aside from secretaries and paralegals who had their own cliques, Jill and Maria had hit it off right away, even though they worked in different departments. They had lunch together 3 or 4 times a week, and Jill often dropped by Maria's office just to visit for a few minutes. She was quick-witted and made Maria laugh, but had an incisive legal mind and was one of the firm's key assets. Why she hadn't been made partner yet was a mystery. Maria sometimes wondered whether Jill was long for the firm, though she'd said nothing directly about it. The real problem was Ken Martinson, the managing partner of the firm, who seemed to hire paralegals based on their attractiveness as opposed to their qualifications and spent too much time hovering around their desks. That part didn't necessarily bother Maria, nor did it bother her to see Ken fraternizing with one paralegal or another in a manner that sometimes seemed less than entirely professional. Jill had filled her in on Ken's reputation during Maria's first week on the job, especially his interest in attractive paralegals, but Maria had shrugged it off. That is, until Ken began to set his sights on her. It wasn't a good development, and lately the situation was getting even more complicated. It was one thing to try to avoid Ken at the office, where there were always other people around. But the conference in Winston-Salem they'd attended last week had amplified her fears that things might get worse. Though Ken hadn't gone so far as to walk her to her hotel room door, thank God for small favors, he had pressured her into joining him for dinner both nights. And then he'd given her the whole "my wife just doesn't appreciate me" spiel, while continually asking whether she wanted another glass of wine, despite the fact that she'd barely touched the first one. He talked about his place at the beach and how quiet and relaxing it was, and noted more than once that it was usually empty. If she ever wanted to use it, all she had to do was ask. And had he mentioned how rare it was to work with someone who was both intelligent and beautiful? Could the man have been more obvious? Nevertheless, when he'd hinted at what he wanted, she played dumb, and then steered the subject back to the issues discussed at the conference. And it had worked for the most part, but she hadn't been lying to Serena when she'd said it was complicated. Sometimes she wished that someone would have told her before she applied to law school that being an attorney wasn't quite the job guarantee she'd always imagined it would be. In the past few years, firms of all sizes had been cutting back, salaries were dropping, and right now there were too many lawyers chasing too few positions. After she'd left the district attorney's office, it had taken her nearly 5 months to land this job, and as far as she knew, none of the other firms in town were hiring. If she even mumbled the words sexual harassment or vaguely hinted about filing a lawsuit, she probably wouldn't be able to find another job in the entire state. Lawyers hated no one more than other lawyers who might sue them. For the time being, she was stuck. She'd made it through the conference, but vowed not to put herself in that kind of situation again. She'd avoid the break room and be a bit more cautious about working late, especially when she knew Ken would be there. For now, that was all she could do, aside from pray that he turned his sights back on one of the paralegals. It was yet another example of the ways in which life had turned out to be more difficult than she'd imagined it would. When she'd started her first real job, she'd been idealistic. Life had seemed more like an adventure. She'd fully believed that she had a meaningful role to play in keeping the streets safe and in giving victims a way to seek justice and redress. But over time, she'd begun to grow jaded about the entire process. It had become evident that even dangerous criminals often went free. The clogged wheels of the system turned impossibly slowly, and her caseload was never ending. Now she was living again in the city where she'd grown up and practicing a kind of law vastly different from what she'd known as an assistant DA. While she'd been certain that things would be better once she was settled in, she'd slowly come to realize that job stress simply came in different flavors, and this one wasn't much better tasting than the one before it. She'd been surprised by that, but then she'd been surprised by almost everything in the last 7 years. The world might view her as a young, home-owning professional, but there were moments when she felt like she was faking the whole thing. Part of it was financial. After paying her bills at the end of the month, she had less spending money than she'd had as a teenager. But the other part was that most of her friends from college were already married, and some of them already had kids. When she talked to them, most came across as completely content, as though their lives were unfolding exactly as they'd planned, while she, on the other hand, had a sex-crazed boss, a condo she could barely afford, and a younger sister who seemed simultaneously wiser and more carefree than Maria was. If this was adulthood, She wondered now why she'd been in such a rush to grow up in the first place. For the next hour, she pulled steadily at the paddle, the board gliding forward as she did her best to enjoy her surroundings. She noted the slowly shifting clouds and the trees reflected in the water. She concentrated on the salty, fresh scent of the breeze and basked in the warmth of the sun on her arms and shoulders. Every now and then she snapped a photograph, including a good one of an osprey clasping a fish in its talons as it rose from the water. It was too shadowed in the viewfinder and a little too distant, but with enough work in Photoshop, it might be something worth keeping. When she finally returned home, she showered and poured herself a glass of wine, then sat in a rocking chair she'd placed in the small confines of her rear porch. She watched people as they walked along Market Street, idly wondering what their lives were like. She liked to invent stories about them. That one's probably visiting from New York, or I'll bet that mom is taking her kids out for ice cream. It was a harmless, relaxing capstone to a weekend that had its share of both highs and lows. Like the blown tire, which reminded her that she'd have to run out tomorrow to get it replaced. But when? She knew that while she'd been out of the office at the conference, Barney had filled her inbox with work. They also had 2 important meetings in the afternoon, which wasn't going to make it easy. Nor did she have any idea what Ken's next move would be. The sense of dread intensified the following morning, when she spotted Ken speaking with Barney in his office while she chatted with Len, the voluptuous, though less than efficient, paralegal assigned to Barney's team. Ken and Barney often met before the Monday morning meeting, but what was unusual was that after Ken left Barney's office, he'd simply nodded at her without smiling before striding down the hallway. Part of her was relieved by the brevity of the encounter, but at the same time, the sudden frosty professionalism left a bad feeling in her stomach, because it no doubt meant he was angry at her. A few minutes later, Jill poked her head in to apologize for the blind date, clearly mortified. They talked for a few minutes. Jill was heading out of town for the rest of the week for depositions, and Maria repeated to Jill the story she'd told Serena about her flat tire and the stranger who had rescued her, which only made Jill feel even worse. As soon as Jill left, Maria started calling garages, trying to find some place close where she could get her tire changed after work, but soon discovered that all of them would be closed by the time she arrived. Her only option was to try to get it done over her lunch hour. It took 6 attempts before she was finally able to snag an appointment at noon, cutting it close for the initial client meeting at 1:30. She warned Barney that she might be a few minutes late getting back. He frowned but told her to do her best, emphasizing that her presence was important. She left the office at 11:45, hoping that the mechanics would be able to start early. But they didn't start early. Nor did they even start on time. In the end, she spent the next hour waiting, alternating between panic and slowly mounting fury, making calls to Barney's secretary and the paralegal, as well as to Barney's cell phone. It wasn't until after 2 that she was finally able to reclaim her car and speed back to the office. By the time she reached the conference room, the meeting had been in progress for nearly 45 minutes. An icy stare from Barney signaled his displeasure, belying his slow, easy drawl as he welcomed her into the conference room. After the meeting, she apologized profusely to Barney. He was clearly irate. Gone was any trace of the friendly grandfather that clients were accustomed to. Things remained tense between them for the rest of the afternoon. It was no better the following day, and pouring herself into the various tasks at hand, Maria caught up on the matters she'd ignored while at the conference, in addition to preparing the documents she knew Barney needed for a trial the following week. She labored past midnight on both Monday and Tuesday, and with Jill out of the office, she worked through her lunch hours all week, eating takeout at her desk while toiling on various briefs. Barney apparently didn't notice or care, and it wasn't until Thursday that his icy demeanor began to thaw. Later that afternoon, however, as she was finishing up a conversation with Barney in his office concerning an insurance claim that they both strongly suspected was fraudulent, she heard a voice behind her. Looking up, she saw Ken standing in the doorway. "Excuse me," he said, addressing them both, but mainly focusing on Barney. "Would you mind if I spoke to Maria for a moment?" "Not at all," Barney drawled. He nodded at Maria. "Give them a ring and let them know that we'll need to set a conference call for tomorrow." "Absolutely. I'll let you know what they say," Maria responded. She could feel Ken staring at her, could feel the tightness in her chest as she turned to face him. By then, Ken had already turned to leave, and without a word, she followed him down the hallway and through the reception area. Her feet dragged when she realized he was heading toward his office. As they approached, his secretary averted her gaze. Ken held the door open for her, then closed it behind him. All business now, he moved behind his desk and gestured for her to sit in the chair opposite. He gazed out the window before finally turning to face her. "Barney mentioned to me that you missed an important client meeting on Monday." "I didn't miss it. I was late." "I didn't call you here to quibble over the details," he said, cutting her off. "Would you care to explain what happened?" Caught off guard, Maria stammered out an admittedly pathetic account of her attempts to find a suitable garage and the events that had followed. When she had finished, he said nothing for a moment. "You do understand what we do here, right? And why you were hired? Our clients expect a certain level of professionalism." "Yes, of course I do. And I know our clients are important." "Did you know that Barney was thinking of allowing you the opportunity to act as lead counsel on this matter? And that you took this opportunity off the table because you felt the suddenly urgent, desperate need to change your tire during business hours?" Maria flushed, her thoughts spinning at this new revelation. "No, he didn't mention that," she sputtered. "And like I said, I wanted to get it done after work, but every place would have already been closed. I honestly thought I could get back in time. I knew there was a risk, but—" "A risk you were clearly more than willing to take," he observed, again cutting her off. She opened her mouth to respond, but by then she knew already that there was nothing she could say to appease him. In the silence, Maria felt a knot form in her stomach as Ken finally took a seat at his desk. "I must say that I'm very disappointed in your decision," he said, sounding in control. "We took the risk of hiring you because I, among others, went to bat for you. Your work at the DA's office was hardly relevant to our practice here, as you know. But I thought you had potential. Now I'm not sure what to think or whether I made the wrong decision." "I'm really sorry. It won't happen again." "I hope not. For your sake, not mine." The knot in her stomach grew even larger. "What can I do to make things right?" "For now, nothing. I'll talk to Barney and find out what he thinks, and then we'll let you know what we decide." "Should I call the clients, perhaps try to apologize?" "I think you should do nothing for now. I said that Barney and I will discuss it. But if something like this ever happens again—" He leaned forward, turning on his desk lamp. "It won't," she whispered, still trying to get her bearings. Barney was thinking about making her lead counsel? Why hadn't he mentioned that to her? In that instant, the phone on the desk rang and Ken picked it up. After announcing his name, he nodded before covering the mouthpiece. "I've got to take this call. We'll finish our talk at another time." The way he said it left no doubt that they'd talk again, and Maria rose from her seat, humiliated and panicked. Her thoughts in disarray, she stumbled out of Ken's office. Passing his secretary, she was grateful that the woman ignored her. When she reached her office, she shut the door and ran through the conversation again. Despite herself, she wondered just how long she would be able to continue working there, or whether she'd even be given a choice. Chapter 3. Colin. On the Monday after his fight, Colin stepped out of his apartment and was ambling toward the old Camaro when he suddenly spotted Detective Pete Margolis. The cop had parked in the street out front and was leaning against the hood of his sedan, holding a to-go cup of coffee, a toothpick in his mouth. Unlike most of the officers Colin had dealt with in the past, Margolis spent almost as much time in the gym as Colin did. His sleeves were rolled up, the fabric straining against his biceps. He was in his late 30s, his dark hair swept back and greased in place with God knows what. Once, sometimes twice a month, he would show up unannounced to check on Colin as part of Colin's court-ordered deal. Margolis clearly enjoyed the power he had over his charge. "You look like hell, Hancock," he said as Colin drew near. "You do anything I should know about?" "No," Colin answered. "You sure about that?" Colin watched Margolis instead of answering. He knew the guy would eventually get around to whatever he wanted to say. Margolis moved his toothpick from one side of his mouth to the other. There was a brawl in the parking lot at Crazy Horse a little after midnight. Bunch of guys swinging bottles at each other. Few cars in the lot got dented up, and there was a man knocked unconscious. Witnesses said he'd been kicked in the head after he was on the ground. Right now, he's in the hospital with a cracked skull. That's assault with a deadly weapon, you know. And as soon as I heard about it, I thought to myself, how familiar that sounded. Didn't I arrest you for something like that right here in Wilmington, just a few years ago? And haven't you been in a couple of scrapes since then? Margolis already knew the answers, but Colin answered anyway. Yes to the first, no to the second. Oh, that's right, because your friends intervened. The goofy guy and the hot blonde chick, right? Colin said nothing. Margolis stared. Colin continued to wait until Margolis finally went on. That's why I'm here, by the way. Okay. Just okay. Colin said nothing. He had learned to say as little as possible in the presence of the police. Put yourself in my shoes, Margolis finally went on. The thing is, pretty much everyone scattered as soon as the sirens started closing in. A couple of witnesses stuck around, and I talked to them. But I figured I was just wasting my time. It's a lot easier to go straight to the source, don't you think? Colin hitched his backpack a little higher on his shoulder. Are we done here? Not quite. I don't think you understand what's going on. I understand, but none of this concerns me. I wasn't there. Can you prove that? Can you prove otherwise? Margolis took a sip of his coffee, then fished a fresh toothpick from his pocket. He took his time, placing it in his mouth. That almost sounds like you're trying to hide something. It was just a question, Colin said. All right, then. Let's get to the questions. Where were you Saturday night? In Jacksonville. Oh, yeah, he said. The fight. MMA stuff, right? You told me about that. Did you win? Margolis didn't care, and Colin knew it. He watched Margolis take another sip of coffee. The point is, we were able to get a couple of descriptions from the witnesses, and it turns out that the guy who did the kicking was in his mid-20s, muscular with tattoos on his arms and short brown hair, almost a buzz cut. And wouldn't you know it, it turns out that the guy was pretty bruised up even before the fight started. People had seen him inside. And because I knew you'd just been fighting in Jacksonville, well, it doesn't take a genius to figure out what happened. Colin wondered how much, if any, of Margolis' story was true. Do you have any other questions for me? Margolis shifted the toothpick again while setting his coffee on the hood. Were you at the Crazy Horse on Saturday night? No. You didn't even stop by, for a few minutes? No. And if I have a witness that says he saw you there, then he's lying. But you're not. Again, Colin didn't answer. There was no reason to. And part of him suspected that even Margolis knew it, because after a long moment, he crossed his arms, his muscles flexing almost, but not entirely, involuntarily. If the detective really had something, Colin knew he would have already been arrested. All right, Margolis said. Then answer this. Where were you between midnight and 1 a.m. on Sunday? Colin sorted through his memory. I wasn't watching the clock, but I was either about to leave Trey's Diner on Highway 17, or driving home, or changing some lady's tire during the storm. I was home right around 1:30. Trey's Diner? Why the hell would you eat there? I was hungry. What time did you leave Jacksonville? It was after midnight, maybe 5 or 10 minutes after, but I don't know for sure. Witnesses? Dozens. And I assume you ate alone at Trey's? I was with my landlord. Margolis snorted. Evan? One half of the dynamic duo? That's convenient. Colin flexed his jaw, ignoring the barb. I'm sure the waitress will remember the two of us. Because you look like you had your face run through a meat grinder? No, because Evan stood out in a place like that. Margolis smirked, but business was business. So you left the diner? Yes. Alone? Yes. Evan left a few minutes before I did. He drove his own car. So there's no one who can say where you went afterwards. I already told you what happened after that. Oh, that's right. You changed a lady's tire. Yes. In the storm. Yes. Did you know her? No. Then why did you stop? Because I thought she might need my help. Margolis considered Colin's answer, no doubt thinking that Colin had been caught in a mistake. How could you know she might need help unless you'd already stopped? I saw she needed a hand getting the tire out. I stopped and got out of the car. I offered to help. She said no at first. She asked if she could borrow my phone and call her sister. I let her use my phone, and she called her sister. And then she asked for my help in changing her tire. I changed it. Then I got in my car and drove straight home. What time was this? I don't know, but a call was made from my phone from the woman to her sister. If you'd like, I'll show you my call log. By all means. Colin reached into his back pocket and pulled out his phone. A few taps and the call log was on display, confirming his alibi. He showed it to Margolis. Margolis took out his pad and made a point to slowly jot the number down. No doubt it was right around the time of the brawl because his biceps flexed again. How do I know that's the number for the lady's sister? You don't. But you're fine if I call and check. Do what you want. It's your time that you'll be wasting. Margolis' eyes narrowed slightly. You think you're pretty smart, don't you? No. Oh, yeah, you do. But you know what? You're not. Colin didn't answer, and for a long moment they continued to stare at each other. Margolis grabbed his coffee again and circled back to the driver's side door. I'm going to check this out, you know, because you and I both know that you don't belong on the streets. Guy like you. How many people have you sent to the hospital over the years? You're violent, and while you think you can control it forever, you can't. And when that happens, I'm going to be there. And I'll be the first one to say, I told you so. A moment later, the sedan was pulling away, Colin watching until it finally vanished around the corner. What was that about? Colin turned around and spotted Evan on the porch. Already dressed for work, his friend stepped down and started up the walk. The usual. What was it this time? Fight at the Crazy Horse. When? When I was with you, or driving, or changing a tire. I might be your alibi this time? I doubt it. He knows it wasn't me, or he would have brought me in and questioned me at the station. Then why the big show? Colin shrugged. It was a rhetorical question since they both already knew the answer. Colin motioned toward his friend. Isn't that the tie Lily bought for your birthday? Evan looked down to examine it. It was paisley, a kaleidoscope of color. Yes, it is, as a matter of fact. Good memory. What do you think? Too much? It doesn't matter what I think. But you don't like it. I think that if you want to wear it, you should wear it. Evan seemed momentarily undecided. Why do you do that? Do what? Refuse to answer a simple question. Because my opinion is irrelevant. You should wear what you want. Just tell me, okay? I don't like your tie. Really? Why not? Because it's ugly. It's not ugly. Colin nodded. Okay. You don't know what you're talking about. Probably. You don't even wear ties. You're right. So why do I care what you think? I don't know. Evan scowled. Talking to you can be infuriating, you know? I know. You've said that before. Of course I've said it before, because it's true. Didn't we just talk about this the other night? You don't have to say whatever pops into your head. But you asked. Just, forget it. He turned and started back toward the house. I'll talk to you later, okay? Where are you going? Evan walked a couple of steps before answering without turning around. To change my damn tie. And by the way, Margolis was right. Your face still looks like it was run through a meat grinder. Colin smiled. Hey, Evan. Evan stopped and turned. What? Thanks. For what? For everything. Yeah, you're just lucky I won't tell Lily what you said. You can if you'd like, I already told her. Evan stared. Of course you did. In class, Colin sat in the third row, taking notes and trying to concentrate on what the teacher was saying. The class focused on language and literacy development, and in the first few weeks of school, he'd been of two minds about it. First, thinking that most of what the professor was saying struck him as common sense, which made him wonder what he'd gained from being there. And second, that there might be some as-yet unknown advantage to quantifying common sense into some sort of cohesive classroom strategy so he'd be able to put together formal lesson plans. The only problem was that the professor, a neurotic middle-aged woman with a sing-song voice, tended to wander from one subject to the next, which made paying attention somewhat difficult. He was in his third year of college, but it was his first semester at UNC Wilmington. His first 2 years had been spent at Cape Fear Community College, where he'd finished with a perfect GPA. So far, he couldn't tell whether the classes were harder here or there. In the end, that would come down to the difficulty of the exams and the quality expected of his papers. He wasn't too concerned. He made a point to read ahead whenever possible, and he knew Lily would help him study, quizzing him when he needed it, in addition to helping him edit his papers. As a rule, he liked to put in at least 25 hours a week of studying, in addition to time in class. Whenever he had a break on campus, he wandered to the library, and so far it seemed to be paying off. Unlike many of the students who were here for both an education and a social life, he was here only to learn as much as he could and get the best grades possible. He'd already done the sow your wild oats thing. In fact, it had been all he could do to escape it. Still, he felt pretty good about having made it to this point. He had Evan and Lily, he had his MMA training, and a place he called his own. He wasn't too fond of his job. The restaurant where he bartended was too touristy for his own tastes, but it wasn't the kind of place that led to him getting into any kind of trouble. Most people came there to eat, including lots of families with kids, and those who sat at the bar were usually waiting for a table or having dinner. It was certainly a far cry from the kind of bar he used to frequent. During his wild years, he'd favored pro bars for professional alcoholics, those dark and dingy out-of-the-way dives, with or without blaring music in the background. He'd expected problems almost as soon as he walked in the door, and the world had obliged him. These days, he avoided places like that at all costs. He knew his triggers and his limits, and though he'd come a long way in keeping his anger in check, there was always the possibility that he'd find himself in a situation that quickly spiraled out of control. And there was no doubt in his mind that even if he was involved in an incident in another state, Margolis would find out, and he'd live in a cage for the next decade, surrounded by people who had the same kind of anger problems as he did. Realizing that he was drifting, he forced himself to focus on the lecture again. The professor was telling them that some teachers found it beneficial to read passages from books that were age-appropriate, as opposed to books that were geared toward older or younger students. He wondered whether to jot that down in his notes. Did he really need to remind himself of that in the future? Before deciding, oh, what the hell. If she thought it was important enough to say, he'd make a note of it. It was around that point, however, that he noticed a dark-haired girl peeking at him over her shoulder. While he'd drawn the expected stares when he'd entered the classroom, even the professor had done a double-take and broken off in mid-sentence. By now, the stares had been redirected toward the front of the room. Except for this girl. Definitely watching him, almost scrutinizing. He didn't get the sense that she was flirting. Rather, it was almost like she was trying to figure him out. Not that it mattered to him one way or the other. Stare or not, it was her choice. When class finished a few minutes later, Colin closed his notebook and stuffed it into his backpack. Flinging his backpack over his shoulder, he winced when it thumped against his bruised ribs. After classes, he planned to head to the gym to work out, but he wasn't up for contact just yet. No sparring or grappling, just weights, core work, and a half hour of jumping rope. He'd take a break for a bit, then pop in his earbuds and run 5 miles while listening to the kind of music his parents had always hated, and after that, he'd shower and get ready for work. He wondered how his boss was going to react when she saw him. He suspected she wouldn't be pleased, His face wouldn't exactly blend in with the touristy atmosphere, but what could he do? With an hour until his next class, he began walking toward the library. He had a paper to write, and though he'd gotten a start on it last week, he wanted to finish the first draft in the next couple of days, which wasn't going to be easy. Between training and work, he had to utilize his limited free time efficiently. Still sore from the fight, he walked slowly, noting the reactions of the girls who passed him. They were nearly uniform. They'd spot him and do a quick double take, revealing expressions of shock and fear, and then pretend not to have even noticed him at all. The thought amused him. A single "boo" would likely send them fleeing in the opposite direction. As he turned onto a different walkway, a voice called out from behind him, "Hey, wait up! You up there!" Certain it wasn't directed at him, he ignored it. "Hey, you with the hurt face! I said wait up!" It took Colin a second to make sure he had heard right, but when he stopped and turned, he spotted the dark-haired girl from class, waving. He glanced over his shoulder. No one else was paying attention. As she finally closed in, he recognized her as the girl who'd been watching him in class. "Are you talking to me?" "You think?" she said, stopping a few feet away. "Who else has a hurt face around here?" He wasn't sure whether to be offended or laugh, but she said it in a way that made it impossible to take umbrage. "Do I know you?" "We're in class together." "I know. I saw you staring at me, but I still don't know you." "You're right," she said. "We're strangers. But may I ask you a question?" He knew exactly what was coming. The whole hurt face thing was the tip-off, and he hitched up his backpack. "I was in a fight." "Obviously," she said, "but that's not what I wanted to ask you. I wanted to know how old you are." He blinked in surprise. "I'm 28. Why?" "That's perfect," she said, not answering his question. "Where are you going?" "To the library." "Good. Me too. May I join you? I think we should talk." "Why?" She smiled, vaguely reminding him of someone else. "If we talk, you can find out." Chapter 4. Maria. "Where are we going again?" Maria asked from the driver's seat. She'd picked up Serena half an hour earlier on South Front Street, which ran parallel to the Cape Fear River. Serena had been standing at an intersection in an area dotted with older office buildings and occasional clusters of shacks and boathouses at the river's edge, oblivious to the construction workers across the street who were clearly ogling her. Slowly but surely, the area was being revitalized, like the rest of the waterfront along the river, but for now, it was a work in progress. "And why did I have to pick you up?" "I've already told you. We're going to a restaurant," Serena answered. "And you picked me up because I don't plan on driving tonight, since I might have a couple of drinks." She tossed a lock of hair over her shoulder. "The interview went well, by the way. Charles said he found my answers very thoughtful. Thanks for asking." Maria rolled her eyes. "How did you get there?" "Steve dropped me off. I think he likes me. He's meeting me here later." "He has to like you if he's willing to put up with this traffic." Though the first half of September had passed, the heat was more reminiscent of early August, and the shore was packed. Maria had already circled the block twice, searching for a place to park. "Who cares? We're at the beach." "There are better places to eat downtown." "How would you know? Have you even been to Wrightsville Beach since you moved back?" "No." "My point exactly. You live in Wilmington. You need to get to the beach every now and then." "I paddleboard, remember? I see the beach a lot more than you do." "I mean someplace with actual people around, not just birds and turtles and the occasional jumping fish. You need to go someplace fun with a great view and a lot of atmosphere." "Krabby Pete's?" "It's a local institution." "It's a tourist trap." "So what? I've never been there, and I want to find out what the big deal is." Maria brought her lips together. "Why am I getting the sense that there's more to this than you're saying?" "Because you're a lawyer. You're suspicious of everything." "Maybe. Or it could simply be that you've got something planned." "What makes you say that?" "Because it's Saturday night. We never go out on Saturday night. You've never wanted to go out with me on Saturday night." "That's why we're having an early dinner," Serena answered. "There are a bunch of bands playing in the bars down here this weekend, and Steve and I and a few friends are going to listen to some music before we hit the parties." They don't get going till 10 or 11 anyway, so there's plenty of time. Maria knew that Serena had something up her sleeve, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. I hope you don't expect me to tag along. Not a chance, Serena huffed. You're way too old for that. It'd be like going out with our parents. Gee, thanks. Don't blame me. You're the one who said you were too old for guys my age. Why? Are you changing your mind? No. That's why we're just having dinner. Maria suddenly spotted another car vacating a spot, and she turned, closing in on it. It was still a block or two from the restaurant, but she doubted she'd be able to get any closer. As she parked, she couldn't shake the feeling that Serena was being way too coy, and Serena seemed to realize it. Stop worrying so much. You're killing the mood. What's wrong with spending a little time with your sister? Maria hesitated. Fine, but just so we're clear, if you're planning to have some other guy join us at the table or something crazy like that, I'm not going to be happy. I'm not Jill and Paul, okay? I wouldn't set you up on some awful blind date without even asking you. But if it makes you feel any better, I can guarantee that no guy will sit with us. In fact, we'll just eat at the bar. The view is supposed to be better anyway. Deal? Maria debated before finally shutting off the engine. Deal. Located next to one of the piers at Wrightsville Beach, Krabby Pete's had been around for nearly 40 years. Having barely survived one hurricane after the next, the structure might have been condemned had not numerous repairs of varying quality been undertaken over the years. The building sported peeling paint, a listing rooftop, and more than a few missing or broken shutters. Despite its appearance, the restaurant was bustling, and Maria and Serena had to squeeze through the crowd waiting for tables as they made for the stairs leading to the rooftop bar. Following her sister, Maria noticed the wooden tables, mismatched chairs, and personalized graffiti on the walls. From the ceiling hung items that the original Pete, who'd passed away years ago, had supposedly found in his nets while fishing. Hubcaps and tennis shoes, deflated basketballs, a woman's bra, toys, and scores of license plates from more than 10 states. Pretty cool, huh? Serena called over her shoulder. It's certainly crowded. It's an experience, come on. They climbed the creaking steps to the rooftop. Emerging into the sun, Maria squinted under a cloudless sky. Unlike in the restaurant downstairs, the tables up here were occupied by adults unwinding with open bottles of beer or mixed drinks in front of them. 3 waitresses in shorts and black tank tops scurried among the customers, efficiently picking up empties and dropping off drinks. Half the tables had tin pails filled with crab legs, and she watched as diners cracked the shells to get to the meat. We're in luck, Serena said. There are 2 seats at the bar. The bar was on the far side, partially covered with a rusting tin awning and fronted by 10 stools. Maria followed Serena, winding between the tables in the fierce sun. It was cooler in the shade of the bar's awning, though, and as they took their seats, she could feel the salt-tinged breeze lifting the long hair off her neck. Over Serena's shoulder, Maria could see the waves breaking on the shore, blue changing suddenly to white and back again. Even though it was almost dinner time, hundreds of beachgoers still frolicked in the water or sprawled on towels. The pier was jammed with people, leaning over the railing with their fishing poles, waiting for something to strike. Serena took in the scene before swiveling back to Maria. Admit it, Serena challenged. This is exactly what you needed. Say that I was right. Fine, you were right. I love it when you say that, she crowed. Now, let's get something to drink. What are you in the mood for? Just a glass of wine. No, Serena declared, suddenly shaking her head. You're not having a glass of wine here. This isn't a glass of wine kind of place. We need to do something beachy, like we're on vacation. A pina colada or margarita or something like that. Seriously? You really have to learn to live a little. Serena leaned over the bar. Hey, Colin, can we get a couple of drinks? Maria hadn't noticed the bartender, and her eyes followed Serena's. Dressed in faded jeans and a white-collared shirt rolled to the elbows, he was finishing up an order for a waitress on the far side. Maria noticed automatically that he was exceptionally fit, with well-defined shoulders tapering down to narrow hips. He wore his hair very short, almost in a buzz cut, that revealed an intricate tattooed ivy design wrapping around the back of his neck. Though his back was turned, Maria was impressed by how efficiently he moved as he readied the cocktails. She leaned toward her sister. "I thought you said you've never been here before." "I haven't." "Then how do you know the bartender's name?" "My friend works here." At Serena's answer, the bartender turned. With his face partially shadowed, his features weren't immediately visible, and it wasn't until he stepped closer that Maria noticed the fading bruise on his cheek, and all at once, it came together. The bartender froze for a second as well, no doubt mirroring her own thoughts. "You've got to be kidding." In the awkward moment that followed, Maria had the impression that while he wasn't thrilled by Serena's surprise, he wasn't necessarily upset by it either. He resumed his approach until he was standing right in front of them. Leaning forward, he rested his hand on the bar, revealing the sculpted, colorfully tattooed muscle of his forearm. "Hey, Serena," he said. His unhurried, confident voice was exactly as Maria remembered. "You decided to come." Serena seemed content to act as though she hadn't orchestrated the whole scenario. "I figured, why not? It's a gorgeous day." She spread her arms wide. "What a great place. You were right about the view from up here. It's incredible. Has it been busy today?" "I've been overrun." "No wonder. Who wouldn't want to come on a day like today? Oh, by the way, this is my sister, Maria." Colin's gaze met hers, unreadable except for a trace of amusement somewhere in its depths. Up close, his appearance was nothing like it had been on the night he changed her tire. With his high cheekbones, blue-gray eyes, and long lashes, it was easy to imagine him picking up almost any woman he wanted. "Hi, Maria," he said, extending his hand across the bar. "I'm Colin." She took his hand in hers, feeling a restrained strength in his grip. Letting go, she watched as his gaze flickered from her to Serena and back again. "What can I get you?" he asked. Serena studied them both before finally propping her elbows on the bar. "How about a couple of pina coladas?" "Coming right up," he said easily. Turning around, he grabbed the blender and bent over to reach into the refrigerator, his jeans growing tight around his thighs. Maria watched as he added the ingredients before turning her narrowed gaze on Serena. "Really?" Maria said, more a statement than a question. "What?" Serena asked, sounding pleased with herself. "This is why we came? Because you wanted us to meet? You're the one who said you never had a chance to thank him. Now's your chance." Maria shook her head, amazed. "How did you... Colin's in my class." She reached for a bucket of peanuts on the bar and snapped one of them open. "Actually, he's in 2 of my classes, but we really only met this week. While we were getting to know each other, he mentioned that he worked here and that he had a shift this afternoon. I thought it might be fun for us to drop in and say hello." "Of course you did." "What's the big deal? We'll be out of here soon, and you can head back home and take up knitting mittens for cats or whatever. Don't make this into something that it isn't." "Why should I? You've already done that." "Talk to him, don't talk to him," Serena said, reaching for another peanut. "It doesn't matter to me. It's your life, not mine. And besides, we're already here. Let's just enjoy it, okay?" "I really hate that you—" "In case you're interested," Serena interrupted, "Colin is actually a very nice guy. Smart, too. And you have to admit he's kind of hot as far as bartenders go." She lowered her voice to a whisper. "I actually think his tattoos are sexy," she said, nodding toward him. "I'll bet he's got some more that aren't visible, too." Maria struggled to find words. "I think," she sputtered, trying to sort through it all and experiencing the same sort of confusion she had on the night she'd first met Colin. "Can we please just have our drinks and go?" Serena made a face. "But I'm hungry." Colin returned with their drinks and set the foamy glasses in front of them. "Anything else?" he asked. Before Maria could decline, Serena raised her voice over the sound of the crowd. "Could we have a menu?" Serena pointedly ignored Maria's obvious discomfort all through dinner. Still, Maria had to admit that it wasn't as uncomfortable as she'd feared. mostly because Colin was too busy to treat them as anything other than ordinary customers. He mentioned nothing about changing Maria's tire or about his classes with Serena. Because of the crowd at the bar, he had barely enough time to keep up with orders. He hustled continuously from one end of the bar to the other, taking orders and making drinks, closing out bills, and getting the waitresses what they needed. In the next hour, the rooftop only became more crowded, and despite the addition of a second bartender a few minutes after they'd arrived, a pretty blonde, perhaps a year older than Serena, the wait for drinks continued to grow. If there was any indication that Colin knew Serena at all, it was that their dinner order was taken and delivered promptly, as was a second round of drinks. He cleared their plates moments after they finished and dropped off the bill, which he also closed out as soon as Maria laid down her credit card. Meanwhile, Serena kept up a steady flow of lively chatter. There were even moments when Maria forgot about Colin entirely, though from time to time she found her gaze flickering his way. Serena hadn't said anything more about him, but Maria thought he seemed too old to be a college student. She supposed she could ask Serena about that, but she didn't want to give her the satisfaction, since she'd dragged Maria here under false pretenses. Despite herself, Maria had to admit that Serena was right about the fact that Colin, when he wasn't bruised, bloody, and soaking wet on a deserted stretch of road, was seriously good-looking. Oddly clean-cut despite his tattoos and powerful build, he had a quick, almost wry grin, and as far as she could tell, all three of the waitresses had crushes on him. So did the group of women at the far end of the bar who'd shown up 20 minutes ago. She could tell by the way they smiled at him as he prepared their drinks and watched him after he'd turned away. Same thing with the other bartender. Though she was as busy as Colin, she seemed to become noticeably distracted whenever he reached past her for a glass or a bottle of liquor. Good-looking bartenders were common enough to be a cliché, as was the practice of flirting with them. But Colin's reaction to the subtle and not-so-subtle signals surprised her. Though he was pleasant with everyone, he otherwise seemed oblivious to his admirers' attention. Or at least he was acting oblivious. As she was trying to decode his motive, another older male bartender moved behind the bar, partially blocking her view of Colin. Beside her, Serena had her phone out and was texting. "I'm letting Steve and Melissa know that we're about done," Serena said, her fingers dancing. "Are they here?" "They're walking this way now," she said. When Maria just nodded, Serena went on. "He's 28, you know." "Steve?" "No," Serena answered. "Steve is my age. Colin is 28. "And? You're 28, too." "Yes, I know." Serena drained her drink. "I figured I might as well mention it, since you've been sneaking peeks at him all night." "No, I haven't." "You could have fooled me." Maria reached for her own drink, feeling slightly buoyant from the alcohol. "Okay," she conceded. "Maybe I did check him out once or twice. But 28 is a little too old to still be in college, don't you think?" "That depends." "Depends on what?" "On when he started. Colin didn't start until a couple of years ago, so he's right on schedule. He wants to be an elementary school teacher just like me. And, if you're curious, his grades are probably better than mine. He takes his classes very seriously. He sits at the front of the class and takes ridiculous notes." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because it's obvious that you're interested in him." "I'm not interested in him." "You've been making that clear all night," Serena agreed, feigning innocence. "He's definitely not the type you'd ever want to go dancing with. A guy that handsome? Please." Maria opened her mouth to respond, but closed it again, knowing that saying anything more would only encourage her sister further. In the silence, Serena's phone pinged and she peered down at it. "Steve's downstairs. You ready to go? Or would you rather wait here for a bit?" "Why, because you want me to hit on Colin?" "He's not here." Maria looked up. Sure enough, Colin was gone. "He was working the afternoon shift, so he's probably off the clock," Serena added, sliding off her stool. She hitched her purse over her shoulder. "Thanks for dinner, by the way. Do you want to walk down with me?" Maria reached for her purse. "I thought you said you didn't want me to meet Steve." "I was kidding. He wants to be a lawyer, by the way. Maybe you can talk him out of it." "Why would I do that?" "Do you really need me to answer that question after all you've been through?" Maria was silent. Serena, like their parents, knew how hard the last couple of years had been. "Still," Serena said, "it's a shame." "What's a shame?" "I know Colin was busy tonight, but you never did thank him for changing your tire. You might not want to talk to him, but it was a nice thing for him to do that night, and you could have told him so." Again, Maria said nothing, but as she followed Serena to the stairs, she found herself thinking that her sister was, as usual, right. Steve was cute in a preppy kind of way, right down to the plaid shorts and light blue polo that matched his topsiders. He came across as nice enough, though it was apparent within minutes that he was a lot more interested in Serena than she was in him, since she spent most of her time talking to Melissa. Though Maria chided herself for it as she started in the direction of her car, she found herself envying the ease with which her younger sister seemed to navigate every facet of her life. Then again, how hard was life for a 21-year-old student? College was a bubble that kept the rest of the world at bay. There was an abundance of free time, friends who lived either with you or right next door, and an overwhelming sense of optimism about the future, even if you had no idea as to the specifics of what that might mean. In college, everyone accepted the fact that their lives would turn out exactly as planned, buoying them from one good memory to the next in a cascade of carefree 3-day weekends. She hesitated, changing her mind. Well, for people like Serena, anyway. Maria's own experience had been different because she'd taken her education more seriously than most. She could remember being way too stressed, way too often. In retrospect, she realized that she'd probably spent too much time studying and worrying about exams. She recalled working on papers until the wee hours of the morning, editing them over and over until every word was just right. At the time, it seemed like the most important thing in the world, but in the last few years, she'd begun to wonder why she'd taken it all so seriously. Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Michael Dell, and Mark Zuckerberg had dropped out of college and they'd done okay, right? They intuitively understood that the world didn't care about grades or even graduating, at least not in the long run, especially when compared to traits like creativity or persistence. Sure, her grades had likely helped her land her very first job with the district attorney's office, but had anyone cared since then? When she'd been hired at the firm, they'd been interested only in her work experience and seemed to regard the first 24 years of her life as inconsequential. These days, Barney's conversations were centered on her current work product, and Ken's interests were of a different nature entirely. Thinking back, she regretted not taking a year off after graduation and going backpacking through Europe, or volunteering for Teach for America, or whatever. Frankly, it didn't matter what she did as long as it was something interesting. But she'd been in such a headlong rush to grow up and become an adult that those thoughts had never even entered her mind. She didn't always feel like she was really living, though, and she sometimes found herself regretting the choices she'd made. And on that subject, wasn't she too young to have these kinds of regrets anyway? Weren't those supposed to start in middle age? Lord knows her mom and dad didn't seem to have any, and they were middle-aged. Meanwhile, Serena acted as though she didn't have a care in the world either. So where had Maria gone wrong? She blamed her melancholy thoughts on the piña coladas, whose effects she was still feeling a bit. Deciding to give herself a little more time before she got behind the wheel, she squinted at the pier and decided, why not? Dusk was coming on, but she still had another hour or so before it was dark. Turning around, she started that way, watching the chaotic activity as families began to depart the beach en masse. Sunburned kids, overtired and whining, trailed their equally sunburned and overtired parents, who were hauling boogie boards, coolers, umbrellas, and towels. At the beach, she stopped to slip off her sandals, wondering if she'd recognize anyone from high school, or whether they'd recognize her, but she spotted no one familiar. She trudged through the sand, and when she reached the pier, she made her way up the steps just as the sun was beginning its slow descent. Through the slats beneath her feet, she watched as sand gave way to shallow water, then finally to waves cascading toward the shore. In either direction, surfers were still catching swells. Admiring their graceful movements, she passed people fishing, men and women, young and old, all of them lost in their own worlds. She remembered that when she had been a teenager, A boy she'd liked had once talked her into giving it a try. It was a blazing hot day, and casting was more difficult than she thought it would be. They eventually left the pier empty-handed, and she later realized that she liked the boy a lot more than she'd ever liked fishing. The crowds grew sparser the farther out she got, and by the time she reached the end of the pier, she noticed only a lone fisherman, his back toward her. He was dressed in faded jeans and a baseball cap, but from her cursory glance she could tell that he was put together just right. Shrugging off the thought, she turned her gaze to the horizon, catching sight of the moon rising from the sea. In the distance, a catamaran glided over the surface, and she idly wondered whether Serena might be persuaded to join her on a sailing trip one weekend. "Are you following me?" The voice came from the corner of the pier. When she turned, it took a few seconds for her to register that it was Colin. The fisherman in the baseball cap, she suddenly realized. She felt heat rise in her cheeks. Had Serena set this up too? No, coming out here had been her idea, hadn't it? Serena hadn't talked about Colin or the pier, which meant this had to be a coincidence, like the night he'd pulled over and changed her tire. What were the odds of meeting him here? Too low to be plausible, and yet he was here, and she was here, and she could tell he was waiting for an answer. "No," she stammered. "I'm not following you. I just came out here to enjoy the view." He seemed to weigh her answer. "And?" "And what?" "The view. How is it?" Flustered, she had to process his question before she could answer. "It's beautiful," she finally said. "Better than from the restaurant?" "Different. More peaceful." "I think so too. That's why I'm here." "But you're fishing." "Not really," he said. "Like you, I'm mainly here to appreciate the scenery." He smiled before leaning over the railing. "I didn't mean to bother you," he assured her. "Enjoy the sunset, Maria." Somehow, hearing him say her name out here felt more intimate than it had in the bar, and she absently watched as he began reeling in his line. He cast again, the line unspooling into the distance, and she wondered whether she should stay or go. He seemed content to give her space, just as he'd done the night they'd first met, which reminded her. "Hey, Colin?" He turned his head. "Yes?" "I should have thanked you for changing my tire the other night. You really saved me." "You're welcome. I was glad to help," he smiled. "And I'm glad you came to the restaurant tonight, too." "That was Serena's idea." "I could tell. You didn't seem all that happy to see me." "It wasn't that. I was just surprised." "Me too." Maria could feel his gaze lingering on her before he finally turned away. She wasn't quite sure how to respond, and for a while, the two of them simply stood there in silence. Colin seemed perfectly relaxed and self-contained, while Maria tried to immerse herself in the view once again. A shrimp boat trawled the darker waters in the distance, and over her shoulder the lights flickered on at Krabby Pete's. The faint strains of classic rock began to drift out of one of the restaurants, signaling the beginning of the evening festivities. She studied Colin from the corner of her eye, trying to figure out why he seemed so different than other men. In her experience, men her age generally fell into one of 5 categories. Arrogant types who believed themselves to be one of God's favorite creations. Friendly guys who might become keepers except for the fact that they often weren't interested in relationships. Shy guys who could barely speak. Men who weren't interested in her at all for one reason or another. And really good ones, genuine keepers, who were almost always taken in her experience. Colin didn't seem like the first kind, and based on what she'd observed at the bar, he didn't seem like the second or third kinds either. Which meant, obviously, that he was either the 4th or 5th kind. He wasn't interested in her, and yet, deep down, she suspected that she might be wrong about that, though she wasn't sure why. Which left the possibility that he was in the 5th category, but unfortunately, she'd pretty much ended the conversation earlier. So maybe his silence was a reaction to her perceived standoffishness. After he'd changed her tire, after his friendly efficiency at the bar, after Serena had assured her that he was a nice guy, and after he'd initiated a conversation just a few moments earlier, She felt her shoulders slump. No wonder she spent her weekends alone. "Hey, Colin?" She tried again. He was still leaning over the railing, and when he turned after a moment, she detected the same trace of amusement she'd noticed in the bar. "Yes." "May I ask you a question?" "Yes." His blue-gray eyes glowed like sea glass. "Why do you like fishing?" He reached up, tilting his hat back slightly. "I guess I don't, really. And I'm not very good at it, either. I hardly ever catch anything." She registered the soft precision of his speech. "Then why do you do it?" "It's a good way to unwind after work, especially when it's busy. It's just nice to have a few minutes to myself, you know? I come out here, and it's quiet, and the world slows down for a while. I started bringing a pole because it gave me something to do, instead of just standing out here and staring at the horizon. Like I was doing?" "Exactly. Would you like to borrow my pole?" When she laughed under her breath, he went on. "Besides, I think it made people nervous when I just stood out here brooding like I was up to no good. And earlier this week, with the bruises, I probably would have scared them too." "I'd like to think you came off as contemplative." "I doubt it. You, on the other hand, come across as the type who frequently contemplates things. Life, goals, dreams." She flushed, feeling too tongue-tied to answer. Despite herself, she couldn't help agreeing with Serena. Colin was seriously hot. She shook the thought away, not wanting to go there. "Do you mind?" he said, motioning toward her before leaning over and grabbing his tackle box. "I'm not having a lot of luck over here." His suggestion caught her off guard. Yeah, sure. But if you're not very good at fishing, I can't promise this spot will be any better." "It probably won't be," he admitted, drawing near. He set the tackle box beside him on the pier, leaving a comfortable distance between them. "But I won't have to talk so loud." Unlike her, he seemed perfectly relaxed, and she watched as he reeled in his line and recast in a new location. He leaned forward, jerking the pole slightly. "Your sister has quite a personality," he said after a moment. "Why do you say that?" "Her introduction to me included the words, 'Hey, you with the hurt face.'" Maria grinned, thinking that sounded exactly like Serena. "She's one of a kind, that's for sure." "But she's more like a friend than a sister, right?" "Did she tell you that?" "No," he said. "I noticed it while I waited on the two of you. It's easy to tell you're pretty close." "We are," Maria agreed. "Do you have siblings?" "Two older sisters." "Are you close?" "Not like you and Serena," he admitted as he adjusted the fishing line. "I love them, and I care about them, but we kind of ended up taking different paths in life." "Which means?" "We don't really talk that often. Maybe once every couple of months or so. It's been improving lately, but it's a gradual process." "That's too bad." "It is what it is," he said. His answer suggested he didn't really want to discuss it further. "Serena said that you and she are in class together?" she asked, venturing onto safer ground. He nodded. "She caught up with me on the way to the library. I guess you must have told her how I looked that night, and she put it all together, which wasn't too hard, what with the hurt face and all." "It wasn't so bad. I didn't really think much about it." When he raised an eyebrow, she shrugged. "All right, so maybe I was a little scared when you walked up." "Makes sense. It was late and you were in the middle of nowhere. That's one of the reasons I stopped." "What was the other reason?" "You were a girl. And you think all girls need help changing a tire." "Not all girls, but my sisters and my mom would have needed help. And I didn't get the sense that you were having a lot of fun." She nodded. "Thank you again." "You already said that." "I know, but it deserved to be said a second time." "Okay." "Just okay?" The corners of her mouth turned up. It's my go-to phrase when someone makes a statement instead of asking a question. She wrinkled her forehead. "I suppose that makes sense." "Okay," he said, and despite herself, she laughed, finally beginning to relax. "Do you like bartending?" she asked. "It's all right," he answered. "It pays the bills while I'm in school. I can pretty much pick my schedule, and the tips are good. But I hope I'm not forced to make it a career. There's more I want to do with my life." "Serena said you want to be a teacher." "I do," he agreed. Where did she go, by the way? She met up with some friends. They'll troll the bars for a while and listen to music, then probably head off to a party or whatever. Why didn't you join them? I'm a little old for college parties, don't you think? I don't know. How old are you? 28. I'm 28, and I'm still in college. Yeah, she thought. I know. And you go to college parties? No, he conceded. But it's not because I think I'm too old. I just don't go to parties. Bars either. But you work at a bar. That's different. Why? Because I work there, and even if I didn't, it's not the kind of bar where I'd end up getting in trouble, since it's really more of a restaurant. You get in trouble at bars? I used to, he said. Not anymore. But you just said you don't go. And that's why I don't get into trouble. How about clubs? He shrugged. Depends on the club and who I'm with. Usually no. Every now and then, yes. Because you get into trouble there too? I have in the past. She puzzled over his answer before finally turning toward the horizon again. The moon glowed against the backdrop of a sky that was beginning its slow progression from gray to black. Colin followed her gaze, neither of them speaking for a moment. What kind of trouble? She finally asked. He lifted the tip of his reel, jerking the line before answering. Fights, he said. For a moment she wasn't sure she'd heard him right. You used to fight in bars? Up until a few years ago, I used to fight in bars all the time. Why would you get into fights? Guys usually go to bars for 4 reasons. To get drunk, to hang with friends, to pick up girls, or to fight. I would show up for all 4. You wanted to fight? Usually. How many times? I'm not sure I understand the question. How many times did you get into fights? I can't remember exactly. Probably over 100. She blinked. You were in over 100 bar fights? Yes. She wasn't sure what to say. Why are you telling me this? Because you asked. And you answer everything that people ask you? Not everything. But you think telling me about something like this is okay? Yes. Why? I'm guessing you're a lawyer, right? She inhaled, thrown by the sudden change in subject. Did Serena tell you that? No. Then how did you know I was a lawyer? I didn't know. I thought it was a possibility because you ask a lot of questions. Most lawyers do. And given all those bar fights, you've probably had a lot of experience with lawyers. Yes. I still can't believe you're telling me this. Why wouldn't I tell you? Because admitting that you used to get into bar fights isn't something that people usually do when they're first getting to know each other. Okay, he said. But like I said, I don't do that anymore. What about the other night? That was an MMA match, mixed martial arts. It's entirely different from what I used to do in the past. It's still fighting, isn't it? It's a sport, like boxing or taekwondo. She squinted at him. Is MMA the one in the cage where anything goes? Yes to the first and no to the second, he said. There are rules. Actually, there are a lot of rules, even if it can be violent. And you enjoy the violence. It's good for me. Why? Because it helps to keep you out of trouble? Among other things. He smiled, and for the first time in a long, long while, she found herself utterly at a loss for words. Chapter 5. Colin. Colin had witnessed reactions like Maria's before, and he knew she was debating whether she should stick around. People generally had negative reactions to hearing about his past. While he no longer beat himself up for his mistakes, he wasn't proud of them either. He was who he was, warts and all, and he accepted that. Now it was her turn to make a decision. He knew that Evan would have shaken his head at the way Colin had answered her questions. But aside from Colin's desire to be honest, what Evan didn't understand was that trying to hide the truth about his past was futile, even if he wanted to keep it hidden. People were both curious and cautious, and he knew that a quick internet search using his name would yield a handful of newspaper articles about him, none of them good. And if he hadn't laid it out there from the beginning, Either Maria or Serena might have Googled him in the same way Victoria had. He'd met Victoria at a gym a couple of years ago, and after chatting off and on for a few months, they'd fallen into occasionally working out together. He'd thought that they were getting along well and considered her a good training partner until she suddenly began to avoid him. She'd stopped returning his texts or calls and started working out in the morning instead of the evenings. When he was finally able to talk to her, she'd revealed what she'd learned about him and insisted that he stop trying to contact her. She hadn't been interested in excuses, and Colin hadn't offered any, but he did wonder why she'd conducted her internet research in the first place. It wasn't as though they'd been dating. He wasn't sure they'd even reached the friendship stage yet. A month later, she'd stopped coming to the gym at all, and that was the last he'd seen of her. She hadn't been the only one who'd shied away after learning the truth about Colin, and while Evan might joke that Colin immediately volunteered his full history to anyone who asked, it wasn't like that. It generally wasn't anyone else's business, and he kept it that way, unless someone was, or might become, part of his life somehow. Though it was way too early to tell whether Maria fell into that category, Serena was a classmate, and if she'd talked to him once, she just might talk to him again. He admitted that there was something about Maria that interested him, however. Part of it was the way she looked, of course. She was a more mature, more striking version of Serena, with the same dark hair and eyes. But at the bar, he'd noted her lack of vanity. Though she'd drawn stares from any number of men on the rooftop, she hadn't been aware of it, which was extremely rare. But his initial impressions ran deeper than that. Unlike Serena, who was bubbly and chatty and not really his type, Maria was quieter, more contemplative, and obviously intelligent. And now, he observed Maria as she tried to figure out whether she wanted to stay or go, continue the conversation or say goodbye. He said nothing, giving her room to make her own decision. Instead, he concentrated on the feel of the breeze and the sound of the waves. Staring down the pier, he noticed that most of the people who'd been fishing had cleared out. Those who still remained were packing up their gear and cleaning their catch. Maria leaned a little farther over the railing. The darkening sky cast her face in shadow, making her appear mysterious, unknowable. He watched as she drew a long breath. "What other things?" she finally asked. Colin smiled inwardly. "As much as I enjoy working out, there are times when I'm just not in the mood. But knowing that I have a match coming up and knowing I have to train for it gets me off the couch and into the gym." "Every day?" He nodded. "Usually 2 or 3 different sessions. It takes a lot of time." "What do you do?" "Almost anything," he said with a shrug. "A big chunk of my training is centered around striking and grappling, but after that I try to mix it up as much as I can. I do Olympic and heavy lifting, but I also do spin classes, yoga, kayaking, circuit work, running, rope climbs, stairs, plyometrics, bodyweight exercises, whatever. As long as I can break a sweat, I'm happy." "You do yoga?" "It's not only good for flexibility and balance, but it's great for me mentally. It's like meditating." He nodded at the water, burnished red gold in the last rays of the sun. "Kind of like being out here after a shift." She squinted at him. "You don't look like a guy who does yoga. Guys who do yoga are—" He finished for her. "Skinny, bearded, into things like incense and beads." She laughed. "I was going to say they're usually not into violence." "Well, neither am I. Not anymore. Obviously, injuries can happen during one of my fights, but I don't necessarily want to hurt anyone. I just want to win." "Don't the two go together?" "Sometimes, but not always. If you get your opponents in the right submission hold, they'll tap out and walk away good as new." She twirled the bracelet on her wrist. "Is it scary, walking into that cage?" "If you're scared, you probably shouldn't be getting into the ring in the first place. For me, it's more of a rush that gets the adrenaline flowing. The key is to keep the adrenaline under control." He began reeling in his line. "I take it you're pretty good." "I'm all right for an amateur, but I'd struggle in the pros. Some of those guys were NCAA-level wrestlers or Olympic boxers, and they're out of my league. But I'm fine with that. It's not my dream to go pro. It's just something to do until I graduate. When the time comes, I'll be ready to walk away." Instead of casting again, he fastened the hook and lure to the pole, then tightened the line. "And besides, teaching and cage fighting don't exactly mesh. I'd probably scare the little kids like I scared you." "Little kids?" "I want to teach 3rd grade," he said. He bent over, reaching for his tackle box. "It's getting dark," he added. "You ready to head back? Or would you like to stay out here a bit longer?" "We can go," she said. As Colin set the pole on his shoulder, she noted the restaurants lit from within, lines of people already forming at the doors, the faint strains of music filling the air. "It's starting to get crowded down here." "That's why I asked to work the day shift. It'll be a zoo on the rooftop tonight." "Good for tips, no?" "Not worth the aggravation. Too many college kids." She laughed, the sound warm and melodic. They began to retrace the steps they'd taken earlier, neither feeling the need to rush. In the dimming light, she was alluring, her slight smile making him wonder what she was thinking. "Have you always lived here?" he asked, breaking the peaceful lull. "I grew up here and moved back last December," she answered. "Between college, law school, and working in Charlotte, I was gone for about 10 years. You're not from here, though, right?" "I'm from Raleigh," he said. "Spent summers here when I was a kid, lived here on and off for a month or two for a few years after high school. I've been living here permanently the last 3 years. We've probably been neighbors at times and didn't even know it. I went to UNC and Duke." "Neighbors or not, I doubt we traveled in the same social circles." She smiled. "So, you came here to go to college?" "Not at first. College came a little after that. I came here because my parents kicked me out of the house and I wasn't sure where else to go. My friend Evan was living here and I ended up renting a room from him." "Your parents kicked you out?" He nodded. "I needed a wake-up call. They gave me one." "Oh." She tried to keep her voice neutral. "I don't blame them," he said. "I deserved it. I would have kicked me out too." "Because of the fights?" "There's more to it than just that, but the fights were part of it. I was kind of a problem child, and then after high school I was a problem adult for a while." He glanced over at her. "What about you? Do you live with your parents?" She shook her head. "I have a condo down on Market Street. As much as I love them, there's no way I could live with my parents." "What do they do?" "They own La Cocina de la Familia. It's a restaurant here in town." "I've heard of it, but I haven't been there." "You should go. The food is really authentic. My mom still cooks a lot of it herself, and the place is always packed." "If I mention your name, will I get a discount?" "Do you need a discount?" "Not really. I'm just wondering how far we've progressed." "I'll see what I can do. I'm sure I'd be able to pull some strings." By then, they were over the sand and headed for the stairs. He followed as she bounded gracefully down the steps. "Do you want me to walk you to your car?" he asked, meeting her gaze. "I'll be okay," she demurred. "It's not far." He moved the rod from one shoulder to the other, reluctant for the evening to end. "If Serena's going out with her friends, what are your plans for the rest of the night?" "Nothing, really. Why?" "Do you want to listen to some music? Since we're already here, it's not that late yet." His question seemed to take her by surprise, and for a moment he thought she might say no. She adjusted her purse strap, fidgeting with the buckle. While he waited, he thought again that she was beautiful, her long, dark lashes shrouding her thoughts. "I thought you didn't go to bars." "I don't, but we could walk the beach for a bit, listen for something good, and enjoy it where we are." "Are any of the bands any good?" "I have no idea." Uncertainty was written on her face before he saw something finally give way. "All right, but I don't want to stay long. Maybe just a walk on the beach, okay? I don't want to be here when the crowds descend." He smiled, feeling something unwind within him, and raised the tackle box. "Let me just drop this off, all right? I'd rather not carry it the whole time." They backtracked to the restaurant, and once he stowed his things in the employee area, they wandered back down to the sand. The stars were beginning to emerge, brilliant pinpricks in the velvety sky. The waves continued their steady roll, and the warm breeze was like a quiet exhale. As they strolled, he was conscious of the fact that she was close enough to touch, but he pushed the realization away. "What kind of law do you practice?" "Mainly insurance defense work, research and depositions, negotiation, and as a final resort, litigation." "And you defend insurance companies?" "For the most part. Every now and then we're on the plaintiff's side, but it's not that common." "Does it keep you busy?" "Very," she nodded. "There's a policy for everything, and as much as the policy tries to anticipate every possibility, there are always gray areas. Let's say someone slips in your store and he sues, or an employee sues after getting fired, or maybe you're throwing a birthday party for your son and one of his friends gets hurt in your swimming pool. The insurance company is responsible for paying the claim, but sometimes they decide to fight the claim. That's where we step in, because the other side always has lawyers." "Do you ever go to court?" "I haven't yet, not for this job anyway. I'm still learning. The partner I do most of my work for goes to court quite a bit, but truthfully, most of our cases are settled before they go to trial. In the end, it's cheaper and less hassle for everyone involved." "I'll bet you hear a lot of lawyer jokes." "Not too many," she said. "Why, do you have one?" He took a couple of steps. "How does a lawyer sleep?" At her shrug, he said, "First he lies on one side, then he lies on the other." "Ha ha." "I'm kidding. I'm the first to appreciate good lawyers. I had some brilliant ones." "And you needed them?" "Yes," he answered. He knew that would trigger even more questions, but he continued on, nodding toward the ocean. "I love walking the beach at night." "Why?" "It's different than it is during the day, especially when the moon is out. I like the mystery of thinking that anything could be out there swimming just beneath the surface." "That's a scary thought." "That's why we're here and not out there." She smiled at his words, surprisingly at ease as they meandered down the beach. Neither of them felt the need to speak. Colin focused on the sensation of his feet sinking into the sand and the warm breeze on his face. Watching Maria's hair ripple in the wind, he realized that he was enjoying the walk more than he'd anticipated. He reminded himself that they were strangers, but for some reason, it didn't quite feel that way. "I have a question, but I don't know if it's too personal," she finally said. "Go ahead," he replied, already knowing what was coming. "You said you were a problem adult, and that you got in a lot of bar fights, and that you had some great lawyers?" "Yes." "Was that because you were arrested?" He adjusted his cap. "Yes." "More than once?" "A number of times," he admitted. "For a while there, I was pretty much on a first-name basis with any number of cops in Raleigh and Wilmington." "Were you ever convicted?" "A few times," he said. "And you went to prison?" "No. I probably spent a total of a year in county lockup. Not all at once, more like a month here, 2 months there. I never made it as far as prison. I would have. The last fight was pretty bad. But I caught a serious break, and here I am." She lowered her chin slightly, no doubt questioning her decision to walk with him. "When you say you caught a serious break..." He took a few steps before answering. "I've been on probation for the last 3 years, with 2 more to go. It's part of a 5-year deal I received. Basically, if I don't get into any more trouble for the next 2 years, they'll clear my record entirely. Which means I'll be able to teach in the classroom, and that's important to me. People don't want felons teaching their children. On the other hand, if I mess up, the deal goes out the window and I go straight to prison." "How is that possible, to completely clear your record?" "I was diagnosed with an anger disorder and PTSD, which affected my mens rea. You know what that is, right?" "In other words, you're saying you couldn't help it," she said. He shrugged. "Not me. That's what my psychiatrist said, and fortunately I had the records to prove it. I'd been in therapy for almost 15 years. I've been on medication periodically, and as part of my deal, I had to spend a few months at a psychiatric hospital in Arizona that specialized in anger disorders." "And when you got back to Raleigh, your parents kicked you out of the house?" "Yes," he said. "But all that together, the fight and potential prison sentence, the deal, my time at the hospital, and suddenly being forced to be on my own, led me to do some serious soul-searching, and I realized that I was tired of the life I'd been living. I was tired of being me. I didn't want to be the guy who was known for stomping on someone's head after they were already on the ground. I wanted to be known as a friend, a guy you could count on, or at the very least, a guy with some kind of future ahead of him. So I stopped partying and I channeled all my energy into training and going to school and working instead. Just like that. Well, it wasn't quite as easy as it sounds, but yeah, just like that. People don't usually change. I didn't have a choice. Still, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not trying to make excuses for what I did. Regardless of what the doctor said about whether or not I could actually control my behavior, I knew I was messed up, and I didn't give a damn about getting better. Instead, I smoked pot and drank and trashed my parents' house and wrecked cars and got arrested over and over for fighting. For a long time, I just didn't care about anything other than partying the way I wanted to. And now you care? I care a lot, and I don't have any intention of going back to my old life. He felt her eyes on him and sensed her trying to reconcile the past he described with the man before her. I can understand the anger disorder, but PTSD? Yes. What happened? Do you really want to hear this? It's kind of a long story. When she nodded, he went on. Like I told you, I was a bit of a problem child, and by the time I was 11, I was pretty much uncontrollable. In the end, my parents shipped me off to military school, and the first one I attended was just a bad place. There was this weird Lord of the Flies mentality among the upperclassmen, especially when someone new arrived. At first, it was little things, typical hazing kind of stuff, like taking my milk or dessert in the cafeteria, or making me shine their shoes or make their beds while another guy went over and trashed my room, which I'd have to clean before inspection. No big deal. Every newbie goes through that kind of stuff. But some of these guys were different, just sadistic. They'd whip me with wet towels after I showered, or they'd sneak up behind me while I was studying and throw a blanket over me and just start beating the crap out of me. After a while, they started to do that at night when I was sleeping. Back then, I was kind of small for my age, and I made the mistake of crying a lot, which only amped them up even more. It's like I became their special project. They'd come for me 2 or 3 nights a week, always with the blanket, always with the punches, just beating the crap out of me, while telling me that I'd be dead before the year was up. I was pretty freaked out, on edge all the time. I would try to stay awake and flinch at the slightest noise, but it's not like I could avoid sleeping. They'd bide their time and wait until I was out. That kind of crap went on for months. I still have nightmares about it. Did you tell anyone? Of course I did. I told everyone I could. I told the commander, my teachers, the counselor, even my parents. None of them believed me. They kept telling me to stop lying and whining and just toughen up. That's awful. No question. I was just a little kid, but after a while I figured I had to get out of there, or they'd take it too far one day, so I ended up taking matters into my own hands. I smuggled in some spray paint and went to town in the administration building. I ended up getting kicked out, which was exactly what I wanted. He drew a long breath. Anyway, they ended up closing the school a couple of years later, after the local paper did an expose on the place. A kid died there, a little kid my age. I wasn't one of the students mentioned in the expose, but it was national news for a while. Criminal and civil charges, the whole works. Some people ended up going to prison over it. And my parents felt terrible after that because they hadn't believed me. I think that's why they put up with me for so long after I graduated, because they still felt guilty. So, after you were expelled, I went to another military school and swore to myself that I'd never let myself get beaten up again. In the future, I'd be the one throwing the first punch. So, I learned to fight. I studied it, practiced it. And after that, if someone ever grabbed me, I'd just lose it. It was like I was a little kid again. I got expelled over and over, barely made it through, and after I graduated, it sort of snowballed from there. Like I said, I used to be pretty messed up. He took a few steps in silence. Anyway, all that came into play during the court proceedings. How do you get along with your parents right now? Like my sisters, it's a work in progress. Right now, they have a restraining order against me." A stunned expression crossed her face, and he went on. "I was arguing with my parents the night before I went to Arizona, and I ended up pinning my dad against the wall. I wasn't going to hurt him, and I kept telling them that. I just wanted them to listen to me. But it scared the hell out of my parents. They didn't press charges, or I wouldn't be here, but they did get a court order that prohibits me from being at their house. They don't necessarily enforce it now, but it's still in place, probably to keep me from ever thinking about moving back in." She studied him. "I still don't understand how you can just change. I mean, what if you get angry again?" "I still get angry. Everyone does. But I've learned different ways to cope with it, like not going to bars or doing drugs. And I never have more than a couple beers when I'm with my friends. And being really physical every day, training hard, pushing myself, helps keep my moods in check. I also learned a lot of helpful things at the hospital, different ways to cope. The whole experience ended up being one of the better things I've ever done." "What did you learn there?" "Deep breathing, walking away, letting thoughts bounce off, or trying to accurately name the emotion when it strikes in the hopes of diminishing its power. It's not easy, but it becomes a habit after a while. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of conscious thought, but if I wasn't doing all of these things, I'd probably have to go back on lithium, and I hate that crap. It's a good drug for a lot of people, and it works, but I just didn't feel like myself when I used to take it. It was like part of me wasn't quite alive, and I was always starving, no matter how much I ate. I ended up gaining weight, getting fat. I'd rather train a few hours a day, do yoga, meditate, and avoid places where I might get into trouble." "Is it working?" "So far," he answered. "I just take it one day at a time." As they walked farther down the beach, the music gradually faded beneath the sound of waves rolling up the shore. Beyond the dunes, businesses had given way to houses, lights glowing through the windows. The moon had risen higher, bathing the world in an ethereal glow. Ghost crabs scuttled from one spot to the next, scurrying at their slow approach. "You're very open about all of this," Maria observed. "I'm just answering your questions." "Aren't you worried what I might think?" "Not really." "You don't care what other people think about you?" "To a certain extent, I do. Everyone does. But if you're going to make a judgment about me, then you need to know who I really am, not just the part I decide to tell you. I'd rather be honest about all of it and let you make the call as to whether you want to keep talking to me or not." "Have you always been like this?" She peered up at him with genuine curiosity. "What do you mean?" "Honest? About everything?" "No," he said. "That came about after I got back from the hospital, along with all the other changes I decided to make in my life." "How do people react to it?" "Most don't know what to make of it, especially at first. Evan still doesn't. And I don't think you do, either. But it's still important to me to be truthful, especially with friends or someone I think I might see again." "Is that why you told me? Because you think you might see me again?" "Yes," he answered. For a few seconds, she wasn't sure what to make of that. "You're an interesting man, Colin," she said. "It's been an interesting life," he admitted. "But you're interesting too." "Trust me, compared to you, I'm the furthest thing from interesting." "Maybe. Maybe not, but you haven't run away yet." "I still might. You're kind of scary." "No, I'm not." "For a girl like me, believe me, you're a little scary. This is probably the first time I've ever spent an evening with a guy who talks about stomping on people's heads in bar fights or pinning his father against a wall. Or has been arrested or went to a psychiatric facility. Those things too." "And?" She brushed at a few wind-blown strands of hair. "I'm still deciding. Right now, I have no idea what to think about everything you've said. But if I suddenly take off running, don't try to catch me, okay?" "Fair enough." "Did you tell any of this to Serena?" "No," he said. "Unlike you, she didn't ask." "But would you have?" "Probably." "Of course you would." "How about we talk about you instead? Would that make you feel better?" She cracked a wry smile. "There's not much to tell. I told you a little about my family. You know I grew up here and went to UNC and Duke Law School, and that I work as a lawyer. My past isn't quite as colorful as yours." "That's a good thing," he said. Somehow, already on the same wavelength, they turned simultaneously and started back. "Okay," she said, and when he laughed, she stopped for a moment, suddenly wincing. Reaching for his arm to steady herself, she lifted one foot from the sand. "Give me a second here, my sandals are killing me." He watched as she slipped them off. When she finally let go of his arm, he felt the lingering afterglow of her touch. "Better," she said. "Thanks." They began walking again, more slowly this time. On the roof at Krabby Pete's, the crowd was growing, and he suspected that other bars were filling up as well. Above them, most of the stars had been washed away by moonlight. In the easy silence, he found himself admiring her features, her cheekbones and her full lips, the sweep of her lashes against her flawless skin. "You're very quiet," he observed. "I'm just trying to digest everything you told me. It's a lot." "No question," he agreed. "I will say that you're different." "In what way?" "Before I took a job here, I was an assistant district attorney in Charlotte." "No kidding." "A little over 3 years. It was my first job after I passed the bar." "So you were more used to prosecuting guys like me than dating them?" She half nodded in agreement, but went on. "It's more than that. Most people pick and choose the way they tell their stories. There's always a positive bias involved, and they frame the stories that way, but you're so objective, it's almost like you're describing someone else." "Sometimes it feels that way to me, too." "I don't know if I could do that." Frowning, she went on. "Actually, I don't know if I want to do that, at least to the extent that you do." "You sound like Evan," he smiled. "How did you like working in the DA's office?" "In the beginning, it was all right. And the whole thing was a great learning experience, but after a while I realized it wasn't what I thought it would be." "Like taking a walk with me?" "Kind of," she said. "When I was in law school, I thought that being in a courtroom would be more like the stuff you watch on TV. I mean, I knew it would be different, but I wasn't prepared for just how different it actually was. To me, it seemed like I was going after the same person with the same background over and over. The DA would take the higher profile cases, but the suspects I dealt with were like walking cliches. They were usually poor and unemployed with limited education, and drugs and alcohol were usually involved. And it was just relentless. There were so many cases. I used to dread coming in on Monday mornings because I knew what would be waiting for me on my desk. The sheer volume put me in the position of having to prioritize the cases and continually negotiate plea bargains. We all know that murder and attempted murder or crimes with guns are serious, but how do you prioritize the rest of it? Is a guy who steals a car worse than a guy who broke into someone's house and stole jewelry? And how do either of those compare to a secretary who embezzles from her company? But there's only so much room on the court docket. There's only so much space available in prison. Even when the rare case did go to trial, it's not what you know happened, it's what you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's where it gets even trickier. The public believes we have unlimited resources to prosecute with advanced forensic capabilities and expert witnesses at the ready, but that's just not the way it is. Matching DNA can take months, unless it's a high-profile crime. Witnesses are notoriously inconsistent, evidence is ambiguous, and again, there are just too many cases. Even if I wanted to really delve into a particular crime, I'd have to neglect all those other files waiting on my desk. So more often than not, the pragmatic thing was to simply work something out with opposing counsel, where the subject pled to a lesser offense. She kicked at the sand, her footsteps dragging. I was constantly being put into situations where people expected results that I couldn't deliver, and I'd end up being the bad guy. In their minds, the suspects had committed a crime and they should be held accountable, which to the victims almost always meant prison time or a restitution of some sort, but that just wasn't possible. Afterwards, the arresting officers weren't happy, the victims weren't happy, and I felt like I was letting them down. And in a way, I was. Eventually, I realized that I was just a cog in the wheel of this giant, broken machine. She slowed, pulling her sweater tighter around her. There's just evil out there. You wouldn't believe the cases that would reach our office. a mom prostituting her 6-year-old daughter to buy drugs, or a man raping a 90-year-old woman. It's enough to make you lose faith in humanity. And because there's this great burden on you to go hard after the really horrible suspects, that means that other perpetrators don't get the punishment they deserve and end up back on the streets. And sometimes... She shook her head. Anyway, by the end of my time there, I was barely sleeping, and I started getting these weird panic attacks when I was at work. I walked in one morning and just knew I couldn't do it anymore. So I went to my boss's office and resigned. I didn't even have another job lined up. Sounds to me like your job was draining in a lot of different ways. It was. She smiled grimly, a spectrum of conflicting emotions playing across her face. And? And what? Want to talk about it? Talk about what? The real reason you quit. The part that led to you having panic attacks? Startled, she turned toward him. How would you know about that? I don't, he said. But if you'd been there for a while, something specific must have happened, something bad. And I'm guessing it concerned a case, right? She stopped walking, turning to face the water. The moonlit shadows accentuated her expression, a mixture of sadness and guilt that brought with it a fleeting ache he hadn't expected. You're very intuitive. She closed her eyes, holding them that way for a moment. I can't believe I'm about to tell you this. Colin said nothing. By then, they'd almost reached the spot where they had entered the beach, a cacophony of music audible now above the sound of the waves. She gestured toward the dune. Do you mind if we sit? Not at all. Slipping off her purse and setting her sandals aside, she lowered herself to the sand. Colin made himself comfortable beside her. Cassie Manning, Maria offered. That was her name. I hardly ever talk about her. It's not something that I like reliving. Her voice was tight and controlled. The case came to me maybe 3 or 4 months after I'd begun working at the DA's office. On paper, it struck me as a fairly typical case. Cassie is dating a guy, and they get into an argument, it escalates, and the guy ends up getting violent. Cassie ends up in the hospital with a black eye and a split lip, bruising, a cracked cheekbone. In other words, it wasn't just one punch. It was a beating. His name was Gerald Laws. Laws? I've tried to find the irony, but I've never found any. And nothing about the case ended up being typical in the slightest. It turns out that they'd been dating for 6 months or so, and in the beginning of the relationship, Cassie found Laws utterly charming. He listened well, opened doors for her, a gentleman. But after a while, she began to notice aspects of his personality that concerned her. The longer they dated, the more jealous and possessive he started to become. Cassie told me that he began to get angry if she didn't answer immediately when he called her. He started showing up at her office when she was getting off work. She was a nurse at a pediatric office, and once, when she was having lunch with her brother, she spotted Laws on the other side of the restaurant, all by himself, just watching her. She knew that he'd followed her there and had bothered her. The next time he called, Cassie told him that she wanted to take a break for a while. He agreed, but soon thereafter she realized that he was stalking her. She'd see him at the post office or when she was leaving the doctor's office or when she was jogging, and she'd get these calls where no one would talk on the other end. Then, one night, Laws showed up at her door saying that he wanted to apologize, and against her better judgment she let him in. Once inside, he tried to convince her to go out with him again. When she said no, he grabbed her arm and she began to fight back, and she ended up hitting him with a vase. After that, he threw her to the floor and just went at it. It happened that there was a police officer the next street over, and after the 911 call came in, the neighbors had heard screaming. He was at the house in minutes. Laws had her pinned to the floor and was punching her, and there was blood everywhere. It turned out later that it was his blood from a cut over his ear where she'd hit him with the vase. The officer had to use a taser on him. When they searched his car, they found duct tape, rope, a couple of knives, and videotaping equipment. Scary stuff. When I talked to Cassie, she told me that the guy was crazy and that she was afraid for her life. Her family was too. Her mom and dad and her younger brother were adamant that Laws be put away for as long as possible. She burrowed her toes in the sand. I thought so too. In my mind, there was no question that the guy needed to be put away. It was also pretty open and shut as far as cases go. In North Carolina, Laws could have been charged with either a Class C felony, which means he had the intent to kill her, or a Class E felony, where he didn't have the intent to kill her. The family, especially the father, wanted him to be charged with a Class C felony, which could have put him behind bars for anywhere between 3 and 7 years. The arresting officer, too, believed that Laws was dangerous. But, unfortunately, the district attorney didn't think we could prove intent, since there was no proof that any of the things in the car had anything to do with her. Nor were her injuries truly life-threatening. Cassie also had a bit of a credibility problem. While most of what she'd said Laws had done in the past was true, she also said he'd done things that he clearly hadn't. Then there was Laws. He looked like Mr. Rogers, worked as a loan officer at a bank, and had no criminal record. He would have been a prosecutor's nightmare on the stand. So we ended up allowing Laws to plead guilty to misdemeanor assault with a year in prison, and that's where I went wrong. Because Laws was extremely dangerous. She paused, willing herself to keep telling the story. Laws ended up serving 9 months, since he'd already served 3 months pending trial. He wrote Cassie letters every other day, apologizing for his actions and begging for another chance. She never answered them. After a while, she didn't even open them, but she saved them all because she was still afraid of him. Afterwards, when we examined them more closely, we noticed the shift in tone over time. Laws was becoming more and more angry that she wouldn't respond. Had she actually read them and brought them to the DA? She stared toward the sand. As soon as he got out, Laws showed up at her door. She slammed the door on him and called the police. She had a restraining order filed against him, and when the police talked to him, he promised that he wouldn't go anywhere near her again. All that did was make him more careful. He sent her flowers anonymously. Her cat was poisoned. She'd find bouquets of dead roses on her doorstep. Even her tires were slashed. Maria swallowed, visibly shaken. When she continued, her voice was hoarse. And then, one night, while Cassie was heading to her boyfriend's place, by then she was dating someone else, Laws was waiting for her. Her boyfriend saw Laws grab her right off the sidewalk and force her into the car, and he wasn't able to stop it. 2 days later, the police found Cassie's body in an old lakefront cabin the bank had foreclosed on. Laws tied her up and beat her extensively, set the cabin on fire, and then shot himself. But they couldn't tell whether she'd been alive when the fire... She closed her eyes. They had to be identified through dental records. Knowing that she was reliving the past and trying to work through it, Colin remained quiet. I went to her funeral, she said, finally going on. I know I probably shouldn't have, but I felt like I needed to go. I came in after it started and sat in the back row. The church was full, but I could still see the family. The mom couldn't stop crying. She was almost hysterical, and the father and the brother were just white. I was sick to my stomach, and I wanted the whole thing to be over, but it wasn't. She turned toward him. It destroyed the family. I mean, all of them were a little strange, but it turned into a catastrophe. A few months after the murder, Cassie's mom committed suicide. Then the father had his medical license suspended. I always thought that there was something a little weird about the brother. Anyway, that's when these terrible notes started to arrive. They came to my apartment and the office in different envelopes, usually just a sentence or two. They were awful. Calling me names, demanding to know why I hated Cassie or why I wanted to hurt the family. The police talked to the brother and the note stopped. For a while, anyway. But when they started arriving again, they were different. More threatening, way scarier. So the police talked to him again, and I guess he just snapped. Denied that he was responsible and insisted that I was out to get him, that the police were in cahoots with me. He ended up in a psychiatric hospital. Meanwhile, the father's threatening to sue me. The police theorized that Cassie's boyfriend might be responsible for the notes. Of course, when the police talked to him, he denied sending them too. That's when the panic attack started. I had the sense that whoever was sending those notes would never leave me alone, and that's when I knew I had to go home. Colin said nothing. He knew there was nothing he could say that would make her view the events she had just described in a different light. I should have listened to the family and the officer. Colin stared out at the waves, their rhythm ceaseless and soothing. When he didn't respond, she turned toward him. Don't you think? He chose his words carefully. It's hard to answer that question. What do you mean? By the way you said it, it's clear that you already think the answer is yes. But if I agree with you, you'll probably feel worse. If I say no, you'll dismiss my answer because you've already decided that the answer should be yes. She opened her mouth to protest, then closed it. I'm not even sure what to say to that, she offered. You don't have to say anything. She sighed, resting her chin on her knees. I should have lobbied the DA and insisted that we charge Laws with a felony. Maybe. But even if you had, and even if Laws was in prison longer, the outcome might still have been the same. He was fixated on her. And, if you're curious, if I'd been in your shoes, I probably would have done the same thing. I know, but have you talked to anyone about this? Like a therapist? No? He nodded. Okay. You're not going to tell me that I should? I don't give advice, he said. Ever? He shook his head. Then again, you don't need my advice. If you think therapy might help you, try it out. If you don't think so, don't. I can only say that in my own experience, it's been beneficial. Maria was quiet, and he couldn't tell whether she liked his answer. Thanks, she finally said. For what? For listening, she said, and not trying to give advice. Colin nodded, studying the horizon. More stars were evident now, and Venus glowed in the southern sky, bright and constant. A handful of people had wandered to the beach, their laughter carrying into the night air. Sitting beside Maria, it seemed like he'd known her far longer than the hour or so they'd spent together. He felt a distinct stab of regret that the evening was about to end. But he could sense it coming in the way she suddenly sat straighter. He watched as she drew a long breath before finally glancing toward the boardwalk. I should probably get going, she said. Me too, he agreed, trying to hide his reluctance. I still have to make it to the gym tonight. They rose from their spot, and he watched as she brushed off the sand before slipping her sandals back on. They started back toward the dunes, bordering the commercial strip, the music growing louder with every step. By the time they left the sand and were back on solid ground, the sidewalks were thronged, the crowds already enjoying their Saturday night. He stayed at her side, weaving between pedestrians until they reached the street, where things were quieter. Surprising him, she stayed close, their shoulders occasionally brushing. The sensation of her touch continued to linger. What are your plans for tomorrow? He finally asked. On Sundays, I always have brunch with my parents. After that, I'll probably go paddleboarding. Yeah? It's fun. Have you ever done it? No, he said. I've always wanted to try, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Too busy doing real workouts? Too lazy, he admitted. She smiled. How about you? Are you working? No, he said. I'll run, do some yard work, change the alternator on my car. It's still not starting right. Maybe it's the battery. Don't you think I would have checked that first? I don't know. Would you? He heard the teasing in her tone. So after the manly yard and car work, what's on the rest of your agenda? I'll hit the gym. There's a class that meets on Sunday mornings, and I'll probably do some sparring and groundwork, hit the bags, things like that. A guy named Todd Daly runs the gym, and he tends to work us pretty hard. He's a retired UFC fighter, coaches like a drill sergeant. But if you had to, you could probably take him, right? Daly? Not a chance. She liked the fact that he admitted it. And after that? Nothing, really. I'll probably do some studying. By then, they'd turned onto another street, around the corner from Krabby Pete's. He recognized her car up ahead from the night he'd changed her tire, and when they finally reached it, neither seemed to know what to say. Instead, he felt her eyes zeroing in on him, almost like she was really seeing him for the first time. "Thanks for walking me to my car." "Thanks for the walk on the beach." She lifted her chin slightly. "I have another question." "Okay." "Were you serious about wanting to try paddleboarding?" "Yes." She lowered her lashes, slipping him a sidelong glance. "Would you like to join me tomorrow?" "Yes," he said, feeling a dart of unexpected pleasure. "I'd like that. What time?" "How about 2 o'clock? And we'll check out Masonboro Island. It's kind of hard to get to, but it's worth it." "Sounds great. Where should we meet?" "The parking isn't ideal. The only way to get there is to head down Wrightsville Beach, right to the very end of the island. Just park on the street. Bring some quarters, because you'll have to feed the meter, but I'll meet you there." "Can I rent a board somewhere?" "You don't have to. I have 2 of them. You can use my beginner board." "Great. It's hot pink, though, with stickers and bunnies and flowers on it." "Really?" She giggled. "I was kidding." Then, "I had a strangely good time tonight." "Me too," he said, meaning it. "And I'm looking forward to tomorrow." After she unlocked the car, he opened the door, watching as she slid in. A moment later, she was backing out and then pulling away as Colin stood in place. It might have ended there, but she suddenly stopped the car and rolled down the window, leaning out. "Hey, Colin," she called out. "Yeah?" "When you're in your sparring class tomorrow morning, try not to get hit in the face." He smiled, watching as her car sailed up the boulevard, wondering what he was getting himself into. He hadn't expected her invitation, and as he made his way back to his Camaro, he replayed the evening, trying to figure it out. Whatever her reason, he couldn't deny the fact that he'd been pleased. He wanted to see her again. No question about it. Chapter 6. Maria. "I knew you'd like him," Serena crowed. "Was I right, or what?" It was Sunday morning, and as usual, Maria was with her sister on the back porch while their mom was finishing up breakfast. Their father was walking Copo, who was fluffed and clean with a pink bow near her ear. "I didn't say I liked him," Maria answered. "I said he was interesting." "But you also said you're meeting him today in your bikini." "I'm not going to be wearing my bikini while I'm paddleboarding." "Why not?" "Because I'm not you, okay? It would make me uncomfortable." "Well, you better show some skin, because believe me, you're going to want him to take his shirt off. The whole sneaking a peek thing needs to work both ways. I don't want him to get the wrong idea." "You're right. You should probably wear some baggy sweats or something like that. And no matter how you're dressed, I'm just glad you're finally going on a date. Don't try to make this into something that it isn't. It's not a date. We're just going paddleboarding." "Uh-huh," Serena nodded. "Whatever you say." "I don't even know why I try to talk to you about these things." "You talk to me because you know I'll tell you the truth, which is why, of course, the 2 of you hit it off so well, because Colin is just like me." "Yes, of course, you're right. I'm essentially going out with my younger sister." "Don't blame me. I'm not the one who followed him out to the pier." "I didn't follow him out to the pier." Serena giggled. "You're so touchy these days. But if you want my advice, I'd wear a bikini under the baggy sweats, okay? Just in case it gets too hot out there, because it's going to be warm today. Can we talk about you instead, like how the rest of your evening went?" "There's not much to tell. We hit the bars, went to a party, just a typical Saturday night." "How's it going with Steve?" "He's a little clingy, and I'm not sure I'm ready for something like that. But back to Colin again. He's seriously hot." "Yes, I noticed." "Did he try to kiss you goodbye?" "No, and I didn't want him to." "That's good," she said. "Keep playing hard to get. Guys like that." Maria made a face and Serena giggled again. Okay, I'll stop. I think it's great, though. You not only have a date, a real date, no matter how you describe it, but you're the one who asked him. You're the epitome of the modern woman. And just so you know, I am totally jealous that you're going to get to see him with his shirt off. I don't think he has an ounce of fat on him." "I really couldn't tell you. It was kind of dark and he was walking beside me." "I want pictures today. You always bring that camera with you anyway. Just sneak a few of him. No. I would think that you could do at least this one little thing for your baby sister, who also happens to be the one who set you up with him. She thought about it. Okay, maybe. Awesome! Or better yet, take some with your phone and send them to me, and I'll put them on Instagram. Not a chance. Are you sure? I'd hate to have to tell Dad you're going out with an ex-con who's currently on probation. Don't you dare. I was kidding. I don't even want to be in the same state when you drop that little bombshell. So warn me in advance, okay? Will do. Still, you should get a selfie with him at the very least, before the announcement. That way, you'll know you actually went out with him, since it'll never happen again after that. Are you done? Serena giggled. Yes, now I'm done. Maria noticed a hummingbird sipping from the feeder her mother had hung, hovering in a way that had mesmerized her since she was a young girl. From inside, she could hear her mother quietly singing to herself, and while the aroma of eggs and refried beans should have been making her hungry, she was already a little nervous about the upcoming afternoon. She wondered how much she'd actually be able to eat. I'm still kind of surprised at the way he just told you everything, Serena finally offered. Had you been there, you would have been in shock, trust me. It's weird, though. I don't think I've ever met anyone like that before. You're telling me. 2 hours later, Maria was at home, debating what to wear. Serena's advice sounded in her ear, making the decision a lot more difficult than it should have been. Normally, she wouldn't think twice about it. She'd wear shorts and either a halter or a bikini top. And she certainly wouldn't have showered beforehand, or put on makeup, or felt the clawing pangs of nervousness in her belly. But there they were. Standing in front of her chest of drawers, she debated what kind of impression she wanted to make. Bold? Casual? Sexy? It was a whole lot easier for men, she decided. Throw on a t-shirt, flip-flops, and shorts and head out the door. Meanwhile, she had to debate the length of her shorts and decide how tight or faded she wanted them to be, or whether she should wear the ones with the sexy tears below the back pockets or go a bit more conservative. And that was just the bottoms. Trying to decide on her top was even more difficult, especially since she hadn't decided whether to wear the bikini or a one-piece underneath. Despite what she'd said to Serena, it was a date, and aside from the fiasco last weekend with Jill and Paul, she hadn't been on a lot of dates recently. Add in the fact that her thoughts had been drifting to Colin all morning and last night, and the whole thing left her feeling more jittery than ever. What did she want with him anyway? Colin was the kind of guy she used to prosecute. Until yesterday, had anyone even suggested that she go out with a guy with his past, she would have laughed aloud or, more likely, been offended. She should have simply said goodbye after he'd walked her to her car last night. The very idea of the two of them going out today was absurd, and yet she had asked him, and she had trouble remembering exactly how that had happened or what she'd been thinking. And yet Colin was magnetic. It was the word that had popped into her head while she was taking a shower, and the more she'd thought about it, the more apt the description seemed. While his answers had left her spinning at times, she had to admit that his "here's the real me and you can either accept me or not" shtick was refreshing. More than that, she sensed that his regret had been real, underscoring how much he really had changed. She wasn't naive enough to ignore the possibility that he may have been trying to play on her sympathies, but it was impossible to reconcile that notion with the guy who changed her tire, or walked the beach with her, or attended classes with her sister in the hopes of becoming a teacher. He certainly hadn't tried to hit on her, and had she not asked him to go paddleboarding, she had no doubt he would have left her at her car without further ado. She had to admit that she appreciated the fact that he had been so open and honest about his past. If he'd waited until today to reveal those surprises, she would have felt manipulated and angry, maybe even frightened. The chemistry she'd initially felt with him would have been doused almost instantly, leaving her wondering what else he'd been lying about. No one likes a bait and switch. Truthfully, she didn't know a lot of people who turned their lives in an entirely new direction like Colin had. And though she had no idea where today might lead, or even whether it was a beginning of sorts, she finally thought, "Oh, what the hell," and put on her black bikini, then chose the sexy tight jean shorts with the tears below the pockets. Last, she pulled on a form-fitting shirt with a plunging neckline. Serena, after all, had been right about something else. If Colin took off his shirt, and that, she had to admit, wouldn't bother her in the slightest, then at the very least, she should have the option of doing the same. Colin was leaning against the side of his car as she pulled in behind him, and when he waved, all she could do was stare. He wore a gray t-shirt that clung from his sculpted shoulders all the way down to his narrow waist. The sleeves could barely contain his well-defined arms, and even from a distance, the deep blue-gray color of his eyes was visible, set off by his sharp cheekbones. As improbable as it seemed, her first thought was that he was getting more handsome by the day. When he pushed away from the car and smiled, she felt something jump inside her while a little voice whispered, "If I'm not careful, I could get in serious trouble with this guy." Forcing the thought away, she waved from inside the car, then took a deep breath as she shut the engine down. When she opened the door, the heat assailed her almost immediately. Thankfully, the humidity was minimal, and a slight breeze stirred the air, making it a bit more bearable. "Hey there," she called out. "You're right on time." She saw that he had brought a backpack, a small cooler, and a pair of towels. He leaned over, picking up the backpack and flinging it over his shoulder. "I got here early," he said. "I wasn't sure that I was parking in the right place. There aren't any other cars around." "It's always quieter on the tip of the island," she said. "People don't like to feed the meters, which is good, since it means we don't have so far to walk." She shaded her eyes. "How did sparring go?" "It was a little more intense than usual, but no bruising or broken noses." "I can tell," she said with a smile. "How about the other guys? You didn't hurt them, did you?" "They're fine." He squinted into the glare. "Your turn. How was brunch with your family?" "No broken noses or bruising either," she teased. And when she heard him laugh, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, reminding herself not to get too carried away. "On a more serious note, though, I should probably warn you that I told Serena we were going out on the water today, in case she hunts you down after class and asks you for a lot of personal details." "Will she do that?" For sure, Maria thought. "Probably." "Why doesn't she ask you?" "I'm sure she'll be calling me later. She considers it her duty to be heavily involved in my personal life." "Okay," he grinned. "You look beautiful, by the way." She felt a flash of heat in her cheeks. "Thank you," she said. Then, trying to keep things light, she added, "You ready for today?" "I can't wait." "We're lucky there isn't a lot of wind. The water should be perfect." She began to unhook one of the straps that held the paddleboards in place on the roof rack. Noting what she was doing, he stepped close to help her unhook the other straps. The muscles in his forearms moved like piano strings, making his tattoo ripple as the two of them worked side by side. He smelled like salt and wind, clean and fresh. He lifted the top board off, leaning it against the car before doing the same with the other, propping the two against each other. "How's your balance on the board?" he asked. "Pretty good. Why?" "Because I packed a small cooler," he said, gesturing at it behind him. "I was wondering if you'd be able to put it on your board. I'm not sure my balance will be good enough at first." "It's not that hard," she said. "You'll get the hang of it. But to answer your question, yes, I can put the cooler on my board, and actually that's perfect, since it will give me a place to put the towels. I hate wet towels." Opening her door, she reached for both her camera and the carrier straps for the boards, consciously trying not to stare at him. She laid out the carrier straps, then hooked them to the boards, knowing Colin was watching her and liking the way it made her feel. When she finished, he grabbed his backpack and both boards. Maria picked up the towels and cooler as they started toward the point. "What's in the cooler, by the way?" she asked. "Snacks, basically. Fruit, some nuts, a couple bottles of water." "Healthy," she commented. "I'm pretty strict about what I eat." "And the backpack?" "A Frisbee, a hacky sack, and sunscreen if we hit the beach or whatever." "I'm not very good at Frisbee, and just so you know, I've never touched a hacky sack in my life." "Then we'll both be trying something new today." On the beach, the sand glowed almost white in the sunlight. Aside from a man tossing a ball to his golden retriever in the waves, the beach at this end of the island was deserted. Maria raised the cooler in the direction of the inlet. "That's Masonboro Island," she said. "Until you mentioned it last night, I'd never heard of it." "It's rustic. There are no roads or picnic areas. In the summers, a lot of boaters go there, but lately I've had the place to myself. It's quiet and beautiful, and it's a great way to kick off my week, especially one like this one. My partner has a trial later this week, and I'll probably be working late every night to make sure he has everything he needs. I'll head in earlier than usual, too. That's a lot of hours. Gotta get ahead, you know," she cracked. "Why?" "If I don't do my job, I'll get fired." "I wasn't asking about doing your job well. I understand that. I was just wondering why it's important to you to get ahead." Maria frowned, realizing that he was the first person who'd ever asked her the question, and she was at a loss. "I don't know," she finally answered. "I guess I'm just wired that way. Either that, or it was all my parents' fault. Isn't that what people say in therapy?" "Sometimes, and sometimes it's even true." "Don't you want to get ahead?" "I'm not sure what getting ahead even means," he said. "Bigger house, better cars, more exotic vacations? My parents have all those things, but I don't get the sense that either of them is really happy. There's always something more out there, but where does it end? I don't want to live like that." "How do you want to live?" "I want balance. Work is important because I have to support myself, but so are friends, health, rest. Having the time to do things that I enjoy, and sometimes doing nothing at all." The cooler thumped gently against her leg. "That's very sensible." "Okay." She smiled. I could have predicted he was going to say that. "You're right, of course. Balance is important, but I've always liked the feeling of succeeding at something difficult, whether it was grades when I was a little girl or a well-written brief now. Setting goals and then reaching them makes me feel like I'm not just going through the motions of life. And in the end, if I do it well enough, other people notice and I get rewarded. I like that too." "That makes sense. But not for you. We're different." "Don't you set goals too, like finishing college or winning a fight?" "Yes." "Then how are we different?" "Because I don't care about getting ahead, and I generally don't give a lot of thought to the way other people define it." "And you think I do?" "Yes." "Care to elaborate?" He took a couple of steps before answering. "I think you care deeply about the way you come across to other people. But to me, that's a mistake. In the end, the only one you can ever really please is yourself. How others feel is up to them." She pressed her lips together, knowing he was right, but still a little taken aback that he'd simply say it. Then again, he was forthright about everything else, so why should she be surprised? "Did you learn that in therapy?" "Yes, but it took a long time to embrace it." "Maybe I should talk to your therapist." "Maybe," he agreed, and she laughed. "Well, just so you know, it's not all me. The fact that I need so much external validation is my parents' fault." When he arched a skeptical eyebrow, she nudged his shoulder playfully, the gesture strangely natural. "I'm being serious about this. I might have been born with drive or ambition or whatever you want to call it, but they definitely nurtured it. Neither one of my parents went to school past the 8th grade, and they had to sacrifice for years before they could start the restaurant. They had to learn a new language and accounting and 1,000 other things from scratch when they were adults. So to them, a good education was everything. I grew up speaking Spanish at home, so right from the start, I had to work harder than the other kids because I didn't understand anything the teacher was saying. Even though my parents were both working 15-hour days, they never missed a meeting with my teachers, and they made sure I always did my homework. When I started to bring home good grades, they were just so proud. They'd invite my aunts and uncles and cousins over on the weekend. I've got a ton of relatives in town. And they'd pass around my report card going on and on about what a good student I was. I was the center of attention, and I liked the way it made me feel. So I began to work even harder. I'd sit in the front row and raise my hand whenever a teacher asked a question, and I'd stay up until the middle of the night studying for tests. As a result, I was pretty much a total nerd all the way through high school. Yeah? He wore that amused expression again. Yeah, she said sheepishly. I got glasses when I was 8, these brown-rimmed monstrosities, and I had braces for 3 years. I was shy and gawky, and I actually liked to study. I didn't go to a prom until I was a senior, and even then, I went with a group of other girls who didn't have dates either. I never kissed a boy until the month before I started college. Trust me, I know what a nerd is, and I was one of them. And now? I'm still kind of a nerd. I work too much, I don't visit my friends as often as I should, and I don't really do anything on the weekends except paddleboard and spend time with my family. On Friday nights, you can usually find me reading in bed. That doesn't make you a nerd. I don't go out much anymore either. If I'm not working out or competing, I'm usually listening to some tunes or studying or hanging with Evan and Lily at the house. Lily? Evan's fiancée. What's she like? Blonde, about the same size as you, terrific personality, and very, very Southern. She's from Charleston. How about Evan? Is he anything like you? He's more like you, actually. He's got his act together. You think I have my act together? Yes. Then why doesn't it feel that way? I have no idea, he answered. But I think most people would say the same thing about you as I did. She squinted over at him, liking what he'd said. By then, they had reached the shoreline, and she slipped off her sandals, focusing on the water. Okay, this is good, she declared. The tide's going in, which makes it easier. If it were going out, we'd have to launch from down there, she said, pointing over his shoulder. You ready? Almost, he said. He put the boards down and shrugged off the backpack, storing his flip-flops and removing a bottle of sunscreen. He pulled off his shirt, tucking it away in the backpack as well, and her first thought was that he looked almost sculpted. His chest and stomach were a landscape of contours and ridges, every muscle sharply defined. On his chest, a colorful dragon tattoo wound its way over one shoulder, intertwining artfully with a Chinese character. He stared toward the water as he began to apply the lotion. It's gorgeous out here, he observed. I agree, she said, trying not to ogle. He squeezed some more sunscreen into his hand before offering her the bottle. Do you want some? Maybe later. I put some on earlier, but I don't generally burn. Latin skin, you know. He nodded, slathering some on the fronts of his legs and then turning around. Would you mind putting some on my back? She nodded, her mouth going slightly dry. Sure. Their fingers brushed as she took the lotion. She squeezed a dab into her hands and slowly ran her hands over his back, feeling the interplay of muscles and skin, trying to ignore the strange intimacy of what she was doing. Serena was going to love hearing about this. Will we see any dolphins or porpoises? He asked, seemingly oblivious to her thoughts. Running her hands over the cords in his back, it took her a moment to answer. I doubt it. At this time of the day, they're usually on the ocean side. Then, feeling a pang of disappointment, she finished and closed the cap. All right, you're done. Thanks, he said, putting the sunscreen away. What's next? We're almost ready. She unhooked the carrier straps and handed them to Colin to store in his backpack as she grabbed the smaller of the two boards. Can you follow me out with the cooler and the towels? I'll show you how to get up. She waded into the ocean with her board, and when she was a bit more than knee-deep, she lay down on it, pulling herself along its length until she was centered. She set the oar perpendicular to the board, then held it fast as she first went to her knees, and then finally stood. Ta-da! And that's all there is to it. The key is to find your sweet spot, where neither the nose nor the tail is underwater. And then, keep your knees bent. It'll help keep you upright. Got it. You can put the cooler behind me and then stack the towels on. And would you hand me my camera? He waded into the water, following her instructions. She draped the camera strap around her neck as he retrieved his own board and repeated her movements. When he was standing, he shifted his weight, the board wobbling slightly. It's more stable than I thought it would be, he remarked. Now, when you turn, you can either paddle forward for a wide, slow turn, or you can paddle backward for a tighter turn. She demonstrated the first, then the second, rotating in place, moving a bit farther from shore in the process. You ready? Let's go, he said. Within a few strokes, he'd caught up to her, and they began to paddle side by side until they reached the fertile, still waters of the marsh. Above them, the blue sky was limned with thin cirrus clouds. Discreetly, she watched Colin taking in everything, his gaze lingering on the brown pelicans and the snowy egrets, or an osprey that passed overhead. He didn't seem to feel the need to break the silence, and she thought again that she'd never met anyone like him. As her thoughts continued to drift, she turned her attention to the island, noting the gnarled remnants of tree stumps, gray and salt-coated, their roots twisting like frayed yarn on a loosely twined ball. Curving pathways cut through the sawgrass-speckled dunes, shortcuts to the ocean side of the island, and driftwood, stained black from the marsh, collected at the water's edge. "You're thinking about something," she heard him say. Without her noticing it, Colin had moved his board closer to hers. "Just how much I love being out here." "Do you come out here every weekend?" "Most weekends," she said, keeping her strokes steady. "Unless it's raining or the wind is gusting. Strong winds make it feel like you're not getting anywhere, and the water can get kind of choppy. I made that mistake once when I brought Serena out here. She lasted about 20 minutes before she insisted on heading back, and she hasn't come out ever since. When it comes to the ocean, she's more of a lay out in the sun or relax in the back of the boat type of girl. Even though we're close, we're not that much alike." The curiosity in the way he watched and listened urged her on, and Maria drew her paddle through the water. "Serena has always been more outgoing and popular than I ever was. She's had one boyfriend after the next and has a zillion friends. Her phone never stops ringing. People always want to spend time with her. It wasn't like that for me. I was always quieter, shyer, I guess, and I grew up feeling like I never really fit in." "You don't seem shy to me." "No?" she asked. "How do I seem to you?" He cocked his head. "Thoughtful, intelligent, empathetic, beautiful." The certainty with which he spoke, like he'd reviewed the list beforehand, made her feel suddenly self-conscious. "Thank you," she murmured. "That was sweet." "I'm sure you've heard it before." "Not really." "Then you're hanging out with the wrong people." She adjusted her feet on the board, trying to mask how flattered and flustered she felt. "So, no girlfriend for you?" "No," he answered. "I wasn't really boyfriend material for a while there, and lately I've been pretty busy." "You?" "Still single," she said. "I had a serious boyfriend when I was in college, but it didn't work out. And lately I've had a tendency to attract the wrong kind of men." "Like me?" She gave a sheepish grin. "I wasn't thinking of you when I said that. I was thinking about the managing partner at my firm, who happens to be married and has a family. He's been hitting on me, and it's been making work pretty stressful." "I can imagine." "But you don't have any advice for me, right? Since you don't give advice?" "No." "You do realize that having a conversation with you takes some getting used to, right? Serena, for instance, always has loads of advice." "Is it helpful?" "Not really." His expression said she'd just proved his point. "What happened with your boyfriend?" "There's not much to say. We'd been going out for a couple of years, and it felt to me like we were moving towards something more serious." "Marriage?" She nodded. "I thought so. But then he decided that I wasn't what he wanted. He wanted someone else." "That had to be rough." "At the time, it was devastating," she agreed. "And no boyfriends since then?" "Not really. I've dated a few guys, but nothing ever really materialized." She paused, remembering. "I'd go dancing with my girlfriends at this salsa club in Charlotte, but most of the guys I ended up meeting wanted only one thing. To me, sleeping with someone is an outgrowth of a commitment. And a lot of guys just want to fling or whatever." "That's their problem." "I know, but..." She tried to think of the best way to phrase it. "It's hard, sometimes. Maybe it's because my parents are so happy and make it seem so easy, but I've always assumed that I'd be able to find the perfect guy without having to settle. And growing up, I've had all these plans. I just knew that by now, at my age, I'd be married and we'd live in a restored Victorian and we'd be talking about kids. But those things seem further away now than they did when I was a little girl. They seem further away than they did even a couple of years ago." When he didn't respond, she shook her head. "I can't believe I'm telling you all this." "I'm interested." "Sure you are," she said, dismissing his comment. "It sounds boring even to me." "It's not boring," he countered. "It's your story, and I like hearing it." He let that sit before abruptly changing the subject. "Salsa dancing, huh? That's what you heard in everything I said?" When he shrugged, she went on, wondering why it seemed so easy to talk to him. "I used to go almost every weekend." "But you don't go anymore?" "Not since I've moved back. They don't have any clubs here. Not officially, anyway. Serena tried to drag me to this one place, and I thought about it, but I begged off at the last minute." "It sounds like it might have been fun." "Maybe, but it's not even a real club. It's in this abandoned warehouse, and I'm pretty sure the whole setup is illegal. Sometimes those are the best places to go." "I assume you're speaking from experience?" "Yes." She smiled. "Do you know anything about salsa dancing? Is it like the tango?" "Not really. The tango is kind of like ballroom dancing where you move around the room. Salsa dancing is more of a party dance with lots of spinning and changing hands, and you stay in one place on the floor. It's a great way to spend a couple of hours with friends, especially if your partner is good. It was the only time I felt like I could really let go and be myself." "Aren't you being yourself right now?" "Of course," she answered. "But this is definitely the quieter version of me, the more typical one." She raised the oar overhead to stretch for a moment, then dipped the tip into the water again. "I have a question," she said, "and I've been wondering about it since you mentioned it." When he turned toward her, she went on. "Why do you want to teach the 3rd grade? I'd think that most guys would want to teach at the high school level." He pulled his oar through the water. "Because, at that age, kids are old enough to understand most everything an adult tells them, but still young enough to believe that adults tell the truth. It's also the year when behavior problems begin to really manifest. Taken together with all the testing the state requires, 3rd grade is just a critical year." They glided on water almost as still as glass. "And?" she asked. "And what?" "You said the same thing to me last night, when you thought I wasn't telling you the whole story. So, I'll ask you again. What's the real reason you want to teach 3rd grade?" "Because it was my last good year in school," he said. "Until a couple of years ago, in fact, it was my last good year, period. And it was all because of Mr. Morris. He was a retired Army officer who got into teaching later in life, and he knew exactly what I needed. Not the mindless discipline I had later in military school, but a specific plan just for me. He didn't take any crap in class from the very beginning, and as soon as I began acting up, he told me I'd have to stay after school. I thought I'd just sit in the classroom with a book, or he'd have me clean up or whatever. But instead, he had me run laps around the lower school and do push-ups every time I passed him. And the whole time, he kept telling me that I was doing great, that I was really fast or strong or whatever. So it didn't feel like punishment. He did the same thing at recess the next day, and then he asked if I could start showing up early every day because it was clear that I had a gift for running, that I was stronger than the other kids, better than the other kids. Looking back, I know he was doing it because of my ADHD and other emotional crap, and that all he really wanted to do was burn off my excess energy so that I could sit still in class. His voice grew softer as he went on. But back then, it was the first time I could ever remember being praised. And after that, all I wanted to do was make him even more proud of me. I buckled down and school started getting easier for me. I caught up in reading and math, and I was better behaved at home, too. Fast forward a year to Mrs. Crandall's class, and all that went right out the window. She was mean and angry, and she hated boys, and I went back to being the troubled kid I used to be. After that, my parents shipped me off, and you already know the rest of the story." He let out a long breath before facing her. "That's why I want to teach the 3rd grade. Because maybe, just maybe, I'll come across a kid like me, and I'll know exactly what to do. And in the long run, I know how much that single year might mean to that kid. Because without Mr. Morris so long ago, I would never have considered going back to college now and becoming a teacher. While Colin spoke, Maria kept her gaze fixed on him. "I know I shouldn't be surprised, considering everything else you've told me," she said. "But I am." "Because?" "It's inspiring. Why you want to become a teacher, I mean. I don't have any stories like that. Half the time, I'm not even sure why I became a lawyer in the first place. It just kind of happened." "How so?" "When I first got to college, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I thought about business school or getting a master's, and I even debated whether or not to go to medical school. It was hard enough just to pick a major, and even in my junior year, I still had no idea what I wanted to do with my life. My roommate, on the other hand, was set on going to law school, and I sort of convinced myself that the idea was a lot more glamorous than it really is. The next thing I knew, I was applying to law school, and 3 years later, I had a job lined up with the DA and I was studying for the bar. And now here I am. Don't get me wrong, I'm good at what I do. But sometimes it's hard for me to imagine that I'll be doing it the rest of my life." "Who says you have to?" "I can't just throw my education away. Or the past 4 years, what would I do?" He scratched his jaw. "I think," he finally said, "you can do whatever you want. In the end, we all live the life we choose for ourselves." "What do your parents think about you being back in school?" "I think they're still wondering whether I've really changed, or whether I'll revert to being the guy I used to be." She smiled, liking that he said what he thought without worrying what she might think. "I don't know why, but it's hard for me to imagine the other Colin, the one you used to be." "You wouldn't have liked him much." "Probably not," she said. "And he probably wouldn't have stopped to change my tire either." "Definitely not," he agreed. "What else should I know about the new Colin?" she asked, and her question gradually gave way to a meandering conversation about growing up in Raleigh and a bit more about his friendship with Evan and Lily. He told her about his parents and his older sisters and what it had been like to grow up under the care of various nannies. He talked about the early fights he'd been in, the schools he'd attended, and offered more details about the years following high school, although he admitted that they'd largely blurred together. He talked about MMA, and when pressed, he recounted a few of his fights, including the most recent one with the Marine, which had left him bruised and bloody. While many of the stories he told her underscored the rough edges of his past, they were of a piece with what she already knew. As they talked, the tide began to roll in, propelling them forward side by side. The sun gradually bowed toward the horizon, the water beginning to gleam like old pennies. The thin cloud cover softened the glare and began to change colors, pinks and oranges and magentas. "Would you like to check out the beach?" she finally asked. He nodded, and as they began paddling toward shore, Maria spotted the sleek, dark backs of 3 porpoises slowly approaching. They arced through the water, and when she pointed them out, Colin broke into a boyish grin. In unspoken agreement, they stopped paddling, allowing their boards to drift. To her surprise, the porpoises altered their course, gliding directly toward them. On instinct, Maria reached for the camera and began to snap photos, adjusting the framing with every shot. By some miracle, she captured an image of all 3 of the porpoises breaching the surface before they paraded past in single file, close enough to touch, their blowholes spraying water. Maria turned, watching them retreat toward the inlet and the ocean beyond, wondering what had brought them to this place in this exact moment. When they finally vanished from sight, she noticed that Colin had been staring at her. He smiled, and on instinct she raised the camera and snapped his picture, suddenly recalling the flash of vulnerability he'd shown a few minutes earlier. Despite the outward confidence he exuded, she understood that, like her, Colin simply wanted to be accepted. In his own way, he was just as lonely as she was. The realization made her ache, and it suddenly felt like they were the only 2 people in the world. In this silent, intimate moment, she knew that she wanted to spend more afternoons with him just like this one. An ordinary afternoon that somehow felt magical. Chapter 7. Colin. On the beach, Colin sat on a towel with Maria beside him, trying to ignore the way she looked in the black bikini that had been hidden beneath her clothing. Yesterday, he'd viewed her as an intriguing stranger. While paddleboarding today, he'd come to view her as a friend. But now, he wasn't sure what might come next. All he really knew was that the black bikini was making it difficult to keep his thoughts straight. Maria, he decided, was beyond pretty, planted firmly in the stunning range. And although Colin sensed that something had changed between them over the course of the day, he couldn't quite put a name to it. He didn't have much experience with women like Maria. Instead of college degrees and close-knit families, the women he dated tended to have numerous piercings and tattoos, angry facades, and serious daddy issues. They expected to be treated poorly, and he generally obliged. The mutual lack of expectation made for something resembling comfort when they hung out together. Damaged comfort for sure, but misery loves company. Only a couple of them had lasted as long as 3 months, but unlike Evan, having one special person in his life had never held much interest for Colin. He wasn't wired that way. He liked the freedom that came with being single, without having to answer to someone else. It was hard enough to keep his own life straight, let alone trying to meet someone else's expectations. Or, at least, that was what he'd always believed. But now, as he surreptitiously admired Maria, he wondered whether he'd simply been making excuses. Whether maybe, just maybe, he hadn't cared about being in a relationship because he'd never given it an honest shot, or because he hadn't met the right person. He knew he was getting ahead of himself, but he couldn't deny the fact that he wanted to spend more time with her. Why she was still single was beyond him. He reminded himself that there wasn't a chance she'd be interested in a guy like him. And yet, in the hospital, he'd spent a lot of time in group therapy where trying to figure out what made others tick was part and parcel of the exercise itself. Understanding others meant understanding yourself, and vice versa, and he'd long ago become attuned to body language and vocal cues people displayed as they shared their fears and flaws and regrets. And while he couldn't precisely read Maria, he suspected she was just as confused about what was happening as he was. Which made sense. Although he was doing okay now, she had to realize that the old Colin would always be part of him. That would be a concern for anyone. Hell, he was concerned about it too. While his explosive anger was dormant at the present time, it was like a hibernating bear, and he knew he had to structure his life a certain way to keep spring from arriving so the bear would stay asleep. Train hard to keep his anger in check. Indulge in the occasional MMA match to purge his aggression. Study hard and work long hours to fill his schedule and keep him from visiting the wrong places. Stay away from drugs and limit alcohol. Spend time with Evan and Lily, who not only were model citizens, but were always there to lend support and keep him out of harm's way. There wasn't room in his life for Maria. There wasn't time. He didn't have the energy. And yet, they were alone together on an isolated stretch of sand, and he thought again that she was sexy as hell. Logically, Maria should have run for the hills by now, but she seemed to be taking his past in stride, and for the life of him he couldn't stop thinking about her. He watched as she leaned back in the glow of the late afternoon sun, propping herself on her elbows. He thought again that she was as naturally beautiful as anyone he'd ever seen, and in an effort to distract himself, he rolled to the side and reached behind her, pulling the cooler toward him. He popped off the lid and retrieved 2 bottles of water, then handed one of them to her. "Banana or orange?" he asked. "Banana," she said. She sat up, languid and graceful. "Oranges get my hands all sticky." He handed it over and pulled out a couple of baggies of mixed nuts. "Do you want some of these too?" "Sure," she said. "Why not?" She took the baggie and popped a couple of almonds into her mouth. "This is just what I needed," she said with a wink. "I can already feel my cholesterol dropping and my muscles getting bigger." He smiled, beginning to peel his orange. She did the same with her banana and took a bite before leaning back again. "I never do this," she said. "Come to the beach when I'm here. I mean, I've paddled past it, but I've never actually come out here just to relax." "Why not?" "In the summer, there are always too many people around. I'd feel weird coming out here alone." "Why? It wouldn't bother me." "I have no doubt you'd do it. For you, it's no big deal." But it's different for women. Coming out here all alone, some guys might think it's an invitation. And what if some crazy man sat next to me and started hitting on me? Like someone who'd done drugs and was on probation and had a history of going to bars so he could fight strangers and stomp on people's heads? Oh, wait! She feigned horror as she suddenly turned toward him. He laughed. What if he said he'd changed? At first, I probably wouldn't believe him. What if he was charming? He'd have to be really, really charming. But even then, I'd probably rather be alone. Even if he changed your tire in the middle of a storm? I'd definitely be grateful for the way he helped me out, but I don't know if it would make much difference. Even crazy people can do something nice once in a while. That's probably a wise decision. A guy like that might be dangerous and definitely not someone you'd want to be alone with. Obviously, she said. Of course, there's always the possibility that he really had changed, and that he happened to be a nice guy, which means I'd be out of luck. Since I never even gave him the chance, I mean. I can understand how that might be a problem. Anyway, that's why I don't come out to the beach alone. It just eliminates the whole issue. Makes sense. Still, I have to admit that I'm not quite sure how I feel about what you just said. Good, she answered, nudging him playfully with her shoulder. Then we're even. I haven't known how to feel about a lot of what you've told me. Though he wasn't sure if she was flirting, he liked how natural it felt when she touched him. How about we change the subject to safer ground? Like what? Tell me about your family. You said you have a lot of relatives in town? My grandparents on both sides still live in Mexico, but 3 aunts and 4 uncles live in Wilmington, along with over 20 cousins. And we throw some rocking family parties. Sounds fun. It is. A lot of them either work or used to work at La Cocina de la Familia, so the restaurant was like our second home. Growing up, I probably spent more time there than at the house. Yeah? She nodded. When I was little, my parents had this play area set up in the back so my mom could watch me, and when I started school, I'd do my homework in the office. After Serena was born, I'd watch Serena in the play area until my mom's shift ended, and then when Serena was older, I started working there too. But the strange thing is, I never remember feeling like I came in second to the restaurant, or even like it dominated my life. Not only because my whole family was there, but because my parents were always popping in to check on me and make sure I was okay. And when we were at home, it didn't feel much different. We always had relatives over. A lot of them lived with us until they saved enough money to get their own place. For a kid, there's nothing better. There was always something going on, people talking or playing or cooking or listening to music. It was always loud, but it was good energy, happy energy. He tried to match her account with the woman sitting beside him, finding it surprisingly easy. How old were you when you started working at the restaurant? 14, she said. I worked there after school and every summer and Christmas break until I graduated from law school. My parents thought it would be good for me to earn my own spending money. You sound proud of them. Wouldn't you be? Though I must admit that I'm not quite sure what my parents would think if they knew I was with you today. I have a pretty good idea of what they might think. She laughed, light-hearted and unrestrained. You want to try tossing the frisbee around? I'll try. Don't say I didn't warn you. She hadn't been lying. She wasn't very good. Nearly all of her tosses veered off course, some hitting the sand and others getting caught in the breeze. Colin zigzagged gamely, trying to rescue the frisbee before it hit the ground while hearing her call out, "I'm sorry!" Whenever she succeeded in making an accurate throw or catching the frisbee, she reveled with almost childlike glee. Through it all, she kept up a steady chatter. She told him about her trips to Mexico to visit her grandparents and described the tiny cinder block houses where both sets had lived their entire lives. She touched on her high school years, along with a few of her college and law school experiences, and shared a few stories about working at the DA's office. He was perplexed at how her first boyfriend could have let her go and why no one else had come along since. Could anyone be so blind? He didn't know and didn't care. All he really knew for sure was that he was unbelievably lucky that she'd wandered out to the pier. Abandoning the frisbee, he'd grabbed the hacky sack and heard her laugh aloud. "Not a chance," she said before collapsing on her towel. Colin sat beside her, feeling the weariness of an active day in the sun and noticing that Maria's skin had taken on a buttery glow. They finished the rest of their water, sipping slowly as they watched the waves. "I think I'd like to watch you fight," she said, turning toward him. "Okay," he said. "When's the next one?" "Not for a few weeks. It's at the House of Blues in North Myrtle Beach." "Who are you fighting?" "I don't know yet." "How can you not know who you're fighting?" He ran his fingers through the sand. "In amateur events, the ticket isn't always finished until the day before. It all depends on who wants to fight, who's ready to fight, who's available to fight. And, of course, who actually signs up to fight." "Does that make you nervous, not knowing?" "Not really." "What if he's like a giant or something?" "There are weight classes, so that's not a concern. My main worry is if the guy panics and breaks the rules. Some of the guys who show up in these amateur events don't have a lot of experience in the cage, and it's easy to lose control. That's what happened when my last opponent headbutted me. They had to stop the fight so I could get the bleeding under control, but the ref didn't catch it. My coach was going nuts." "And you actually enjoy that?" "It comes with the territory," he said. "The good news is that I got the guy in a guillotine chokehold in the next round and he had to tap out. And I did enjoy that part." "You do realize that's not normal, right?" "Okay." "And just so we're clear, I don't care whether you win or lose, but I don't want you to get all bloodied and bruised." "I'll do my best." She furrowed her brow. "Wait, the House of Blues, isn't that a restaurant?" "Among other things, but it has enough room. Amateur events don't usually draw much of a crowd." "I'm shocked. Who wouldn't want to watch men trying to beat the hell out of each other? What is wrong with society these days?" He grinned. She wrapped her arm around her knees as she'd done the night before, but this time he could feel her shoulder brushing against his own. "How did the photos turn out?" he asked. "The ones of the porpoises?" Maria reached for her camera and clicked to the display before handing it to him. "I think this one's the best," she said. "But there are a few more. Just use the arrow button there to go through them." He stared at the image of the 3 porpoises. "It's incredible," he said. "It's almost like they were posing." "Sometimes I get lucky. The light was just right." She leaned toward him, her arm grazing his. "There are others that I've taken in the last month that I like too." He used the back arrow, scanning a long series of photos. Pelicans and ospreys, a close-up of a butterfly, a mullet caught in mid-jump. When she leaned further into him to follow along, he caught the scent of wildflowers in the heat. At the end of the series, she finally pulled back. "You should frame some of these," he said, handing her the camera. "I do," she said, "but just the better ones." "Better than these?" "You'd be the one to judge," she said. "Of course, you'd have to come over first, since they're hanging on my walls." "I think I'd like that, Maria." Maria turned toward the water again, a slight smile playing on her lips, and it seemed odd to think that it was only yesterday that he'd spotted her at the end of the pier, or how well he'd come to know her in such a short period of time, and how much he wanted to know even more about her. "We should probably get going," she said, a note of regret in her voice, "before it starts getting too dark." He nodded, feeling a stab of disappointment as they rose to gather up their things. They paddled back, reaching Wrightsville Beach just as the first stars were emerging. Colin helped Maria strap the boards and paddles to the top of her car before turning to face her. Watching her brush the hair from her eyes, he felt oddly nervous, something he could never remember happening with a woman before. "I had a great time today." "Paddleboarding is a lot of fun," she agreed. "I wasn't talking about the paddleboarding," he said. He shifted from one foot to the other, and he had the impression that she was waiting for him to finish. "I was talking about spending time with you." "Yeah?" she asked, her voice soft. "Yeah." Colin was sure she was more beautiful than any woman he'd ever known. "What are you doing next weekend?" "Other than brunch on Sunday, I don't have anything planned." "Do you want to go to that warehouse Serena told you about on Saturday night?" "Are you asking me to go dancing?" "I'd like to get to know the less typical Maria, the one who can really be herself." "Because the quieter version isn't your type?" "No," he said. "Actually, it's just the opposite. And I already know how I feel about that Maria." Crickets were calling from the dunes, serenading them like nature's orchestra. They were alone, and as she stared up at him, he stepped toward her, instinct taking over. He wondered if she'd turn away and break the spell, but she didn't. Instead, she stayed in place as he moved even nearer, one arm slowly going around her back. He pulled her close, their lips coming together, and at that moment, he suddenly knew that this was what he'd wanted all along. He'd wanted her in his arms, just like this, forever. Colin took his time getting home, driving through Wilmington's prettier back streets and basking in the warm afterglow of his day with Maria. His body felt surprisingly well used by the afternoon of paddleboarding, his mind still circling the mystery of Maria. Getting out of his car, he was just ambling across the newly cut lawn toward his apartment when he heard Lily calling from the porch, her cell phone in hand.
"There you are,"
she said, her drawl almost a sing-song. As always, she was perfectly coiffed. Tonight, though, in something of a rarity, she was wearing jeans, albeit with pumps, a pearl necklace, tastefully sized diamond studs, and a gardenia artfully pinned in her hair. "What are you doing out here?" he asked, veering toward her.
"I was speaking to my mother while I was waiting for you,"
she answered, skipping down the steps toward him. Lily was the only girl he knew who actually skipped when she was happy. She leaned in for a hug.
"Evan told me you were going on a date today, and I want to hear all about it before we go inside."
"Where's Evan?"
"He's on the computer researching some pharmaceutical company for his clients. You know how serious he is about his work. Bless his heart. But don't try to change the subject. For now, we're going to sit on the steps while you tell me about this special young woman, and I won't take no for an answer. And don't leave anything out. I want to hear everything."
She took a seat on the steps, patting the spot beside her. Colin knew he had no choice but to do as he'd been told, and he gave her the basics. Lily interrupted frequently, pressing him for details. When he finished, she squinted at him, obviously disappointed.
"You really must work on your storytelling skills, Colin," she chided. "All you did was recite a list of activities and the topics you talked about."
"How else was I supposed to tell it?"
"That's a silly question. You were supposed to make me fall in love with her, too."
"Why would I want to do that?"
"Because, even as poorly as you told the story, it's obvious that you're smitten with her."
He said nothing.
"Colin,"
she said,
"this is exactly what I mean. What you should have said was something like, 'When I'm with Maria, and then trail off and shake your head because words are inadequate to convey the intensity of what you're experiencing.'"
"That sounds more like you than me."
"I know," she said, sounding almost sorry for him. "That's what makes you such a poor storyteller, bless your heart."
Only Lily could insult him in a way that made it sound as though it was harder for her to say than for him to hear. "How do you know I'm smitten with her?" he asked. She sighed.
"If you didn't enjoy spending the day in her presence, you would have given me that blank look of yours and said, 'There's nothing to talk about,' when I asked you about her. And all that, of course, brings the primary question to mind. When will I have the chance to meet her?"
"I'd have to ask her."
"And do you have immediate plans to spend more time with your lady friend?"
Colin hesitated, wondering if anyone besides Lily still used the term lady friend. "We're supposed to go out next weekend."
"Not to a bar, I hope?"
"No," he said. He told her about the warehouse.
"Do you think that's a wise decision, considering what happened the last time you went to a club with Evan and me?"
"I just want to take her dancing."
"Dancing can be very romantic," she admitted. "And yet—"
"It'll be fine, I promise."
"Then I shall take you at your word. Of course, you should also swing by her office sometime this week and surprise her with flowers or candy. Women love to receive those sorts of thoughtful gifts, though I've always held the opinion that candy is better during the cool months. So maybe just flowers."
That's not my style.
Of course it isn't, which is why I made the suggestion. Trust me, she'll be thrilled.
Okay. At his answer, she reached over and patted his hand.
Haven't we talked about this? Saying okay when people talk to you, it's a habit you really need to break. It's very unattractive.
Okay.
And so it goes,
She sighed.
One day you'll understand the wisdom of my words.
Behind them, Evan opened the door, catching sight of her hand on Colin's. But Evan understood the relationship between the three of them the same way Colin did. Let me guess, you're grilling him about his date, he asked his fiancée.
I was doing no such thing,
Lily huffed.
Ladies do not grill. I simply inquired how he believed their date went, and though Colin, poor thing, nearly put me to sleep at first, I do think our friend here is smitten.
Evan laughed. Colin? Smitten? Those two things just don't go together.
Colin, would you please inform my fiancée as to the truth of this matter?
Colin hooked a thumb toward her. She thinks I'm smitten.
As I said,
Lily noted, sounding satisfied.
Now that we've gotten to the truth of the matter,
She went on.
when do you plan on calling your new lady friend?
I haven't thought about it.
Have you learned nothing from me?
She shook her head.
Before you even shower, you absolutely must give your lady friend a call. And you must also tell her how wonderful she made you feel, and that you were honored by the pleasure of her company.
Don't you think that's a little much? Lily sounded almost sad.
Colin, I know you struggle when it comes to expressing your sensitive side, and that is a flaw in your character that I've always been willing to overlook, if only out of dear friendship. But you will call her this evening, as soon as you walk in the door, because gentlemen, real gentlemen, always call, and I only associate with gentlemen.
Evan raised his eyebrows, and Colin knew he had no choice. Okay. Chapter 8. Maria. On Monday, Maria thought it best to hide out in her office where she could concentrate in peace. Barney's stress level about the upcoming trial was escalating, and she didn't want to become an unwitting target. Closing her door, she jotted notes in preparation for a mid-morning meeting with clients, made some phone calls, and responded to emails wanting to get a jump on the week. And yet, despite her desire for efficiency, every now and then she'd catch herself staring out the window, replaying images from the weekend. Some of her distraction had to do with Colin's phone call on Sunday night. If friends and magazines spoke the truth, guys didn't call right away, and most of them never called at all. Then again, everything about Colin verged on the unexpected. After hanging up, she'd examined the photo that she'd taken of him and imagined that she saw in it both the Colin she knew and Colin the stranger. His expression was gentle, but his body was a map of scars and tattoos. Though she'd promised to show Serena, she decided then and there that the photo would be for her eyes only.
Someone's in a good mood.
At the sound, Maria saw Jill in the doorway.
Oh, hey Jill, what's up? I suppose I should be asking you,
she said, entering.
You were definitely lost in your own dreamy little world when I peeked in, and no one does that on Mondays. I had a good weekend.
Yeah? She asked.
By the way you just said it, I'm assuming that it went way better than my depositions last week. This has to be the first time I ever found myself actually praying I could return to the office. That bad? Awful. You want to talk about it? Only if you want to die of boredom. And anyway, I have a conference call in a few minutes. I mainly dropped by to see if you're doing anything for lunch. I'm dying for some sushi and good company now that I'm back in the saddle. Sounds great.
Jill adjusted the sleeve of her blouse.
I may be reading this wrong, but I take it that you're not still mad at me. Why would I be mad at you? Maybe because I ambushed you with the worst blind date in history?
Oh, yeah, Maria said, surprised that she'd nearly forgotten. That.
I'm so sorry, Jill said. You can't imagine how bad I felt all week, especially since I didn't have the chance to talk to you about it. We talked, remember? And you apologized. Not enough. It's okay. And actually, it ended up turning out fine. I can't imagine how. I met someone. A couple of beats passed before the answer came to her. You're not talking about the guy who changed your tire? The one who was bruised and bleeding and scared you half to death? That's the one. How's that even possible? It's kind of hard to explain. Jill smirked. Uh-oh. What? You're smiling again. Am I? Yes, you are. And part of me wants to cancel the conference call and just pull up a chair. I can't. Barney and I are meeting a client in a few minutes. But we're definitely on for lunch, right? And you'll fill me in then? Without a doubt.
10 minutes later, Serena called on her cell phone. When Maria saw who was on the line, she felt a sudden jolt of concern. Serena never called before 10 a.m. Half the time, she wasn't even awake by 10.
Serena, are you okay? Where is it?
Where's what?
The photo of Colin. It wasn't in my email or text.
Maria blinked.
You're calling me at work? During work hours? About a photo? I wouldn't have had to if you'd already sent it. Did it go okay? Tell me you didn't already run him off. No. As a matter of fact, we're going out Saturday night. Okay, Serena said. The post won't have as much impact without a photo, though. Of course, I guess I could just use one of you from when you were a kid or whatever, if you're not going to send it. Goodbye, Serena.
She hung up the phone, only to reach for her cell phone a few minutes later, more out of morbid curiosity than anything. And there, on Instagram, was her photo. From when she was in middle school. Braces, acne, glasses, gawky. The worst school photo in the history of school photos. Try not to be jealous, guys, but my sister Maria has a date this Saturday night. Maria closed her eyes. She was going to have to kill her sister. No question about it. But she had to admit, Serena was kind of funny. Over a plate of assorted sushi and sashimi a couple of hours later, Maria filled Jill in on much of what had happened with Colin, the story sounding unbelievable even to her. Wow, Jill breathed. Do you think I'm crazy, considering his past? Who am I to judge? Look at the blind date we set up. On something as out-of-the-box as this, your best bet is to just keep following your instincts. What if my instincts are wrong? Then, at the very least, you got your tire changed, and had a nice date, which I'm hoping will get me totally off the hook for that double date fiasco. Maria smiled. So the depositions were boring? They were enough to make a monk go crazy, since half the people are perfectly willing to lie under oath, and the other half say they can't remember anything at all. And now that I wasted my time all week, we'll probably just end up settling. Par for the course, but I can't say I'm ever going to enjoy it. She snagged another piece of sushi. How goes it with Barney? Better, she said. What does that mean? Oh, that's right. You weren't here, Maria started, and she told Jill about getting her tire changed and how it led to being late for the meeting, along with all the work she felt compelled to do in the aftermath. She also recounted the dressing down Barney gave her, though she omitted the confrontation with Ken. Barney will get over it. He's always tense before a trial. Yes, but... Maria shifted in her seat. The thing is, I heard that Barney was going to let me be lead counsel on this case. Where did you hear that? Jill held her chopsticks at half-mast. Don't get me wrong, you're a brilliant associate, but you're a little short on experience for Barney to saddle you with that kind of responsibility. Rumors, Maria said. I wouldn't put much stock in rumors. Barney enjoys the limelight too much, and he has a hard time ceding control, not to mention credit, to even the most senior associates. That's one of the reasons I transferred to labor and employment. I figured I'd never be able to move up or even get the courtroom experience I needed. I still can't believe you were able to transfer departments. Lucky timing.
I told you I was in labor and employment for a few years before I started at the firm, right? When Maria nodded, Jill went on. At the time, though, I wasn't sure it was what I really wanted to do. So I took a chance and tried insurance litigation. I worked with Barney for 9 months and practically killed myself before I realized it was a dead end. I would have left, but it just so happened that the firm was building up its labor and employment practice and needed me. Unfortunately, I'm kind of stuck if this doesn't work out, unless we start doing criminal defense. You could always change firms. That's not as easy as you might think. You haven't been looking, have you? Not really, but I've been beginning to wonder if I should start.
Jill scrutinized her as she reached for a glass.
You know you can talk to me, right? About any concerns you have. While I'm not a partner, I do run my own department, which gives me some clout around here. I've just got a lot on my mind right now. Hopefully you're talking about Colin.
The mention of his name brought more memories from the weekend, and she changed the subject.
How's Paul doing? He's fine. I had to give him the cold shoulder for a couple of days as punishment for the date, but he got over it. We went to Asheville over the weekend for some wine tasting. That sounds fun. It was, except, of course, there's no ring yet, and the biological clock is still ticking, and time is growing short. Pretending that everything is okay hasn't worked yet, so maybe it's time to try a new strategy. Like what? I have no idea. If you have any foolproof plans, be sure to let me know. Will do.
Jill had another piece of sushi.
What do you have lined up this afternoon? Same stuff as usual. There's a lot of prep work to finish for the trial, while trying to keep up with everything else, of course. Like I said, Barney expects a lot from his associates. And Ken expects something else. It's a job, she said. Are you sure everything is okay? Even with our lecherous managing partner? And why would you ask? Because you went off to that conference with him, and I've known him longer than you have. And remember, I know exactly how he operates. The conference was fine.
Jill gave her the once-over before finally offering a shrug.
Fair enough, she said. The point is, I'm sensing that something else is bothering you.
Maria cleared her throat, wondering why it suddenly felt as if she were being interrogated.
There's really nothing to say, she answered. I'm just doing the best job I can.
The days that followed were too busy for the luxury of daydreaming, with Barney storming into her office every half hour, asking her to examine additional details or to make calls, notwithstanding her work on other client matters. She barely had time to leave her desk, and on Wednesday afternoon, while working on a draft of Barney's opening statement, she failed to notice the way the sunlight began slanting through her windows, or the departures one by one of her colleagues. She stared at her MacBook screen with singular concentration until a knock at her office door startled her. She saw the door slowly swing open. Ken. With a jolt of panic, she looked through the open doorway. Across the hall, Lynn was no longer at her desk. Barney's office was dark, and she couldn't hear anyone else in the hallway. "I noticed that your lights were still on," he said, stepping into her office. "Do you have a few minutes?" "I was just finishing up," she improvised, hearing a trace of uncertainty in her tone. "I must have lost track of time." "I'm glad I caught you then," he said, his voice smooth and controlled. "I wanted to finish the conversation we started last week." Maria felt a thud in her chest and began collecting the pages on her desk before slipping them back into their folders. The last thing she wanted was to be alone with him. She swallowed. "Is there any way we could do this tomorrow? I'm already late and I'm supposed to have dinner with my parents tonight." "It won't take long," he said, ignoring her excuse as he came around her desk. He stood near the window and she noted the sky had darkened beyond the glass. "It might be easier for you this way since we're away from prying eyes. There's no reason for everyone to know what happened with Barney's clients." Not knowing what to say, she stayed quiet. He glanced out the window, seemingly focused on something in the distance. "How do you like working with Barney?" he finally asked. "I'm learning a lot from him," Maria began, choosing her words carefully. "He has great strategic instincts. The clients trust him. And as a colleague, he's good at explaining his thinking. You respect him then? Of course. It's important to work with people that you respect. It's important that the two of you can work together as a team. Ken adjusted the Venetian blinds, closing them slightly, then returning them to their original position. Would you consider yourself a team player? The question hung in the air before she was able to answer. I try to be, she said. Ken waited a beat before going on. I spoke to Barney again on Friday about the situation, and I must say that I was a bit surprised at how angry he still was over what happened. That's why I asked you about being a team player. Because I went to bat for you in that meeting, and I think I've been able to diffuse the situation. I wanted to make sure I was doing the right thing. Maria swallowed, wondering why Barney hadn't talked to her himself if he was still so upset. Thank you, she finally murmured. He turned from the window and took a step toward her. I did it because I want you to have a long and successful tenure at the firm. You're going to need someone who's able to advocate for you in these kinds of situations, and I'm here to help you when I can. By then he was standing over her, and she felt him place a hand on her shoulder. Kind of. His fingertips skimmed the area below her collarbone. You should consider me a friend, albeit a friend in a high place. Recoiling from his touch, she suddenly knew that all of this, the Monday cold shoulder, the dressing down on Thursday, and now this you and me against the world show, was simply part of his latest plan to get her in bed, and she wondered why she hadn't been able to see it coming. We should go to lunch tomorrow, he said, his fingertips still brushing the exposed skin above her scoop-necked shirt. We can talk about other ways that I can help you navigate the ins and outs of the office, especially if you hope to become a partner one day. I think you and I will be able to work together really well. Don't you think so, Maria? It was the sound of her name that brought her back, his words finally registering. Not in this lifetime, she suddenly thought. I can't go to lunch tomorrow, she said, trying to hold her voice steady. I already have plans. A flash of annoyance crossed his face. With Jill? That was usually the case, and Ken, of course, knew that. No doubt he'd suggest that she change the plan, for her own good. Actually, I'm going to lunch with my boyfriend. She felt his hand slowly slip off her shoulder. You have a boyfriend? I told you about Colin, didn't I? When we were at the conference? No, he answered. You didn't mention him. Sensing her chance, Maria rose from her seat and stepped away, continuing to collect documents, stuffing them into files, not caring where they ended up. She could sort them out later. That's strange, she remarked. I thought I did. She could tell by his plastic smile that he was trying to decide whether or not to believe her. Tell me about him, he said. He's an MMA fighter, she answered. You know those guys in the cage? I think it's crazy, but he's really into it. He works out and trains for hours every day, and he loves to fight. So I kind of feel like I have to support him. She could imagine the wheels in his mind continuing to turn as she hoisted her bag over her shoulder. While I can't meet for lunch, do you want to talk in your office tomorrow? I'm sure I can clear part of my morning or afternoon. When there are others around, she didn't bother adding. I'm not sure that's necessary. Maybe I should talk to Barney. He shook his head, the movement almost imperceptible. It's probably best to let it go for now. Of course you'd say that, because this whole thing was a ruse and you never talked to Barney at all. All right, I guess I'll say goodnight then. She reached the door, breathing a sigh of relief as she made her escape. The whole boyfriend thing had been inspired, but that card had now been played. It wouldn't surprise him again. He'd be ready for it. In the long run, or maybe even in the short run, she doubted it would stop Ken's advances, even if it had been true. Or became true? Still reeling from her encounter, she wondered if she wanted it to be true. All she knew for certain was that when Colin had kissed her, she'd felt something electric, and the realization was both exhilarating and frightening at exactly the same time. Though she'd been lying when she told Ken that she was having dinner with her parents, she wasn't in the mood to be alone and found herself driving the familiar roads to the place she'd grown up. The neighborhood was more blue-collar than white, with homes showing signs of deferred maintenance and a few sporting "for sale" signs. Older model cars and trucks were parked in virtually every driveway. Their neighbors had always been plumbers and carpenters, clerical workers and secretaries. It was the kind of community where kids played in the front yard and young couples pushed strollers, where people would collect the mail for each other when they were out of town. Though her parents never talked about it, Maria had heard rumors growing up that when her dad had first bought the house, more than a few neighbors living at this end of the block had been upset. The Sanchezes were the first non-white family on the street, and people had quietly speculated about declining property values and rising crime, as though everyone who'd been born in Mexico was somehow connected to the drug cartels. She supposed it was one of the reasons that her dad had always kept the yard immaculate and the bushes trimmed. He repainted the exterior in the same color every 5th year, always parked his cars in the garage instead of the driveway, and kept an American flag mounted on a pole on the front porch. He decorated the house for both Halloween and Christmas, and in their first years would hand out restaurant coupons to any neighbor who happened to be outside, allowing them to eat at half price. Her mom regularly made trays of food on the weekend afternoons when she wasn't at the restaurant, burritos and enchiladas, tacos or carnitas, which she would serve to any of the kids who were out playing kickball or soccer. Little by little, they'd been accepted in the neighborhood. Since then, most of the surrounding homes had been sold more than once, and in every instance, her parents showed up to welcome the new owners with a housewarming gift, in the hopes of preventing future whispers. Maria sometimes had trouble imagining how hard it had been, though in school there'd been more than a couple of years when she'd been the only Mexican in her classroom. Because she'd been a good student, albeit a quiet one, she couldn't remember feeling the sting of discrimination in the same way her parents had experienced it. But even if she had, her parents would have told her to do what they had done. They would have told her to be herself, to be kind and welcoming to everyone, and they would have warned her that she should never sink to others' level. And then, she thought with a smile, they would have told her to study. Unlike Serena, who was still reveling and finally being out from under her parents' thumbs, Maria enjoyed coming home. She loved the old place. The green and orange walls, the wildly playful ceramic tile in the kitchen, the eclectic furniture her mother had collected over the years, a refrigerator door that was endlessly decorated with photos and information relating to the family. Anything that had made Carmen particularly proud. She loved the way her mother hummed whenever she was happy, and especially when she was cooking. Growing up, Maria had taken these things for granted, but beginning in college, she could remember a feeling of comfort whenever she pushed through the front door, even after just a few weeks away. Knowing her parents would be offended if she knocked, she went straight in, moving through the living room and into the kitchen. She set her bag on the counter. "Mom? Dad, where are you?" she called out. As always when at home, she spoke Spanish, the shift from English as simple as breathing and just as unconscious. "Out here," she heard her mom answer. Maria turned toward the back porch where she saw her mom and dad rising from the table. Happy she was here and leaning in for hugs, they both spoke at once. "We didn't know you were coming. What a nice surprise. You look wonderful. You're so skinny. Are you hungry?" Maria greeted her mom, then her dad, then her mom again, then her dad a second time. In her parents' minds, Maria would always be their little girl. And though there'd been a period for a few teenage years when the idea had mortified her, especially when apparent in public, these days she had to admit that she kind of liked it. "I'm okay. I can grab something later." "I'll make you something," her mom said decisively, moving toward the refrigerator. Her dad watched her go with obvious appreciation. He had always been a hopeless romantic. In his mid-50s, he was neither thin nor fat. He had little gray in his hair, but Maria noticed a lingering, almost constant weariness, the effect of too much work for too many years. Tonight, he seemed even less energetic than usual. "Making you dinner makes her feel like she's still important to you," he said. Of course she's still important to me. Why would she think otherwise? Because you don't need her the way you once did. I'm not a child. But she will always be your mother, he said firmly. He motioned toward the table on the porch. Do you want to sit outside and enjoy some wine? Your mom and I were having a glass. I can get it, she said. Let me talk to Mom for a bit and I'll meet you out there. While her dad returned to the porch, she retrieved a glass from the cupboard and poured herself some wine before sidling up to her mother. By then, Carmen had loaded up a casserole dish with pot roast, mashed potatoes, green beans, and a biscuit. Enough calories for a couple of days, Maria estimated, and was sliding the dish into the oven. For whatever reason, maybe because it was something they never served at the restaurant, her dad loved pot roast and mashed potatoes. I'm so glad you came by, her mom said. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, Maria said. She leaned against the counter and took a sip of wine. I just wanted to surprise you. So you say, but something must have happened, she said. You never visit us during the week. That's why it's a surprise. Carmen evaluated her before crossing over to the counter and retrieving her own wine glass. Is it your sister? Is what my sister? She didn't get turned down for the scholarship, did she? You know about that? Carmen motioned to a letter tacked up on the refrigerator. It's exciting, isn't it? She told us about it last night. The director will be coming to dinner this Saturday. Really? We wanted to meet him, she said. The letter says that she's one of the semifinalists, but back to your sister, what happened? If it's not about that, then it must have something to do with a boy. She's not in trouble, is she? Her mom was talking so fast that even Maria had trouble keeping up. Serena's fine, as far as I know. Ah, her mother nodded. Good. It's something at your work, then. You are the one having problems. Work is work. Why would you think there's a problem? Because you came straight here afterwards. So? That's what you've always done whenever something was bothering you. Don't you remember? Even in college, if you thought you got a bad grade, or when you were having trouble with your roommate your freshman year, or whenever you fought with Luis, you always came here. Mothers remember those kinds of things. Huh, she thought. I never realized that. She changed the subject. I think you worry too much. And I think I know my daughter. Maria smiled. How's Dad? He's been quiet since he got home. He had to fire 2 people this week. What did they do? Same old stuff. One of the dishwashers skipped a couple of shifts, and one of the waiters was letting his friends eat for free. You know how it goes. But it's still hard on your father. He wants to trust everyone, and he's always disappointed when people let him down. It wears on him. When he got home today, he took a nap instead of taking Copo out for a walk. Maybe he needs to see a doctor. That's what we were talking about when you came in. What does he say? He says he'll go, but you know him, unless I make the appointment, he'll never get around to it. Do you want me to call for you? Would you mind? Of course not, Maria answered. Because of her mom's language skills, she'd been making appointments ever since she was a young girl. It's still Dr. Clark, right? Her mom nodded. And schedule him for a full physical if you can. He's not going to like that. No, but he needs one. It's been almost 3 years. He shouldn't wait that long. He's got high blood pressure. And last year he had those chest pains and he couldn't work for a week. I know, and you know. But he's stubborn and he insists his heart is fine. Maybe you can talk some sense into him. Her mom reached over and opened the oven. Satisfied, she put on an oven mitt and pulled out the casserole dish before beginning to load up a plate for Maria. That's plenty, she said, trying to limit the quantity. You need to eat, her mom insisted, continuing to pile food on the plate while Maria retrieved some utensils. Let's go sit with your father. Outside at the table, a citronella candle was burning to keep the mosquitoes at bay. The night was as perfect as her dad had promised, with only the slightest breeze and a sky embroidered with stars. Copo sat in her father's lap, snoring slightly while his hand moved rhythmically through her fur. Maria began to cut a hunk of the pot roast into smaller pieces. I heard what happened today, Maria started, initiating a stream of conversation encompassing the restaurant, local news, and the latest family gossip. In an extended family like theirs, there was always some kind of drama worth talking about and dissecting. By the time Maria had finished dinner, no more than a quarter of the plate, the crickets had begun their evening melody. You look like you got some sun last weekend.
I went paddleboarding after we had brunch. With your new friend? Her mom inquired. The one from the pier?
At Maria's startled expression, her mom shrugged.
I heard you and Serena talking. Your sister can be kind of loud sometimes.
Serena strikes again, Maria thought. She hadn't wanted to bring it up, but she couldn't deny it now, could she? Even her father appeared to have a sudden heightened interest in the conversation.
His name's Colin.
Then, knowing her parents would press for more, but not wanting them to delve too deeply, she went on.
Serena knows him from her classes, and when she and I had dinner on Saturday, Colin was tending bar there. We got to talking at the pier and decided to meet up on Sunday. He's in college? How old is he? He's my age. He didn't start college until a couple of years ago. He wants to become a teacher.
Serena said he was very handsome, her mother commented with a mischievous smile.
Thanks, Serena. Next time, lower your voice. He is. And you had a good time?
It was a lot of fun.
When can we meet him? Don't you think it's a little early for that?
Maria said.
It depends. Are you going out again?
Yes, on Saturday.
Then we should meet him. You should invite him to brunch on Sunday.
Maria opened her mouth and then closed it again. There was no way her parents were ready for Colin, especially when there'd be no chance at escape. The thought that Colin would answer whatever questions they asked with his usual directness was enough to give her heart palpitations. She smiled at her dad with a trace of desperation. "Why did he wait so long to go to college?" he asked. She considered the best way to answer while still telling the truth.
He didn't figure out that he wanted to be a teacher until a couple of years ago.
Of her parents, her dad had always been better at reading between the lines, and she suspected he would continue to press for more details about Colin's past. But he was interrupted by the faint but audible ringing of a cell phone in the kitchen.
"Oh, that's me," she said, thanking God for the reprieve.
"Let me get that." Rising from the table, she raced into the kitchen. Pulling her phone from her bag, she saw Colin's name. She felt like a teenager as she pressed the button and raised the phone to her ear.
"Hey there," she said. "I was just talking about you."
She paced the living room as they talked, catching up on how each had spent their day. As in person, he was an attentive listener, and when he sensed something in her voice, she found herself telling him about the incident with Ken. He grew quiet then, and when she asked whether he'd be interested in meeting her for lunch, he said he'd love to, and asked what time he should pick her up at the office. She smiled, knowing that it would give her story more credence with Ken, and was secretly thrilled at the idea of seeing Colin so soon. When she hung up the phone, she had the sense that despite what her parents would no doubt think, Colin might be just what she needed in her life right now. She returned to the porch where her parents were still waiting at the table.
"Sorry,"
she said, reaching for her wine glass.
"That was Colin. And he called just to say hello?"
Maria nodded.
"We're going to lunch tomorrow."
As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she regretted them. Her mother could never comprehend why anyone would consider going anywhere else besides the family restaurant.
"Wonderful," her mom said. "I'll make something special for the two of you."
Chapter 9. Colin. "Really?" Evan called out, leaning over the porch rail as Colin crossed the yard. "You went running again?" Colin was still breathing hard as he veered toward the porch, finally slowing to a walk. He pulled up his shirt to wipe his face before peering up at his friend. "I didn't run earlier today."
"You worked out this afternoon and this morning."
"That was at the gym."
"So?"
"It's not the same," he answered, knowing that Evan really didn't care one way or the other. Instead, he nodded toward the front door. "Why aren't you inside with Lily?"
"Because my house smells."
"What does this have to do with me?"
"How about the fact that I can smell the stench from your clothes wafting up through the vents like a green, putrid fog? Instead of heading out to run, you should have done a load of laundry. Or better yet, you should start burning your workout clothes on a daily basis. Lily actually thought there was a dead mouse in the pantry, or that the sewage had backed up."
Colin smiled. "I'll get right to it. Hurry up, and then meet me back over here. Lily wants to talk to you." "Why?"
"I have no idea. She wouldn't tell me. But if I was to guess, I'd say it's about your girlfriend."
I don't have a girlfriend. Whatever. The point is, she wants to talk to you. Why? Because she's Lily, Evan said, sounding exasperated. She probably wants to ask whether you've handwritten a card to Maria with fancy calligraphy. Or she'll offer to help you select the perfect silk scarf for Maria's birthday. Or she wants to make sure you use the right spoon for your soup if you take her to the country club. You know how she is. But she brought home an extra bag and she won't tell me what's in it. Why not? Stop asking questions that I can't answer, Evan sighed. All I know for sure is that every time I tried to make my move, she told me that I had to wait. Because of you. And just so you know, I'm not happy about it. I was really looking forward to tonight. I needed tonight. I've had a crappy day. Okay. Evan scowled at Colin's answer. Why was it crappy, you ask? He said, mimicking Colin. Gee, thanks for asking, Colin. I appreciate your empathy. You plainly care about my well-being. He stared down at his friend. It turns out that there was a terrible jobs report this morning and the market tanked. And though I have no control over those things, I was nonetheless on the phone all afternoon with upset clients. And then I get home and my house smells like a locker room, and now I have to wait for her to talk to you before my night can really begin. Let me change first. I'll be over in a couple of minutes. I surely hope not, Lily said to Colin, suddenly appearing next to Evan on the porch wearing a yellow sundress. She slid her hand into her fiancé's and smiled up at him sweetly. You wouldn't think of letting him come over without a chance to shower, would you, Evan? The poor man is practically soaked through. We can surely wait a few more minutes. Merely allowing him to change his clothes wouldn't be proper. When Evan didn't answer, Colin cleared his throat. She does have a point, Evan. It wouldn't be proper. Evan glared. Fine, go shower and start your laundry, and then come over. Oh, don't be so hard on him, Lily scolded. It's not his fault that you invested your client's money in the wrong companies. She secretly winked at Colin. I didn't invest in the wrong companies. It wasn't my fault. Everything was down today. I'm just teasing you, sugar, she drawled. I know you had an awful day and that wasn't your fault. That mean old Mr. Market just took advantage of you, didn't he? You're not helping, Evan said. Lily turned her attention to Colin again. Have you spoken to your lady friend today? She asked. I talked to her before I went running. Did you bring flowers to her office like I recommended? No. Candy? No. Whatever am I going to do with you? I don't know. She smiled before tugging Evan's hand. We'll see you in a few minutes, okay? Colin watched them head back inside before entering his apartment. He stripped on his way to the bathroom and added his clothes to the laundry pile, noting that Evan was right. The pile reeked. He started a load of laundry and hopped in the shower. Afterward, he threw on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt before making his way back to Evan's. Evan and Lily were sitting beside each other on the couch. Of the two, it was clear that Lily was the only one who was happy Colin was there. Colin, I'm so pleased you could join us, Lily said, rising from her spot, obviously ignoring the fact that they'd just talked. May we offer you something to drink? Water, please. Evan, will you please get Colin some water? Why? Evan asked, leaning back, his arm over the top of the couch. He knows where it is. He can get his own water. Lily turned toward him. It's your home, and you're the host. I didn't ask him to come over. You did. Evan? The way she said his name made it plain that Evan had no choice in the matter. That, and the way she looked, of course. She was not only far and away the most beautiful woman Evan had ever dated, but she was well versed in the ways of using her appearance to her advantage. Fine, he grumbled, rising from the couch. I'll get him a glass of water. Evan slouched off toward the kitchen. With ice, please, Colin called out. Evan scowled over his shoulder before Colin took a seat in the easy chair across from Lily. How are you this evening? She asked. Okay. And Maria? Earlier on the phone, Maria had told him what had happened with her boss, Ken Martinson, and as he'd listened, Colin had found his jaw beginning to clench. Though he'd kept his voice steady, he'd imagined having a little talk with Ken, the kind that made it clear that it was in Ken's best interest to stop bothering her. He hadn't said that to Maria, but when he found himself grinding his teeth after hanging up, he'd thrown on his workout gear and gone running. It wasn't until he'd nearly finished his run that he'd begun to feel normal again. That wasn't, however, what Lily had asked him. "I spoke to her just a little while ago."
"And she's doing well?"
He thought about her job situation, but it wasn't his place to share that information. It was her life, her story, not his. "I think she was glad to hear from me," he said truthfully.
"You hadn't called her?"
"I called her Sunday night after I talked to you and Evan."
"And you didn't call her on either Monday or Tuesday?"
"I was working."
"You could have called on the way to or from work, or on your break, or on your way to class or the gym."
"Yes."
"But you didn't."
"No, but we're going to lunch tomorrow."
"Really? Someplace special, I hope?"
"I haven't really thought about it." Lily didn't bother to hide her disappointment. Evan re-entered the room with a large glass of ice water. He thrust it out for Colin. "Thanks, Evan," Colin said. "You didn't have to do that. I could have gotten it."
"Ha ha,"
Evan answered as he sat back down. Then to Lily, "Now what did you want to talk to him about?"
"We were discussing his lunch date tomorrow. Colin has informed me that he and Maria will be dining together."
"My advice? Make sure your car starts," Evan said. Lily glanced with disapproval in his direction.
"My primary concern has to do with his date this weekend, and I wanted to discuss the matter with him."
"Why?" Evan asked.
"Because the first true evening one spends with the other is a critical time in any relationship," she answered, as though it were obvious. "Had Colin simply invited Maria to dinner, or perhaps to walk the promenade downtown, I would have no worries at all. Or had he suggested that the four of us go out together, I'm sure that the conversation would be so engaging that Maria would have a wonderful time as well. Alas, Colin is going to be on his own, and he's bringing Maria to a club, though I am certain that issue has already been addressed."
Evan raised his eyebrow. Colin said nothing. Lily focused her attention on Colin again.
"I asked you to visit with us this evening because I was curious if you have any experience or even familiarity with salsa dancing."
"No."
"Then most likely what you also don't know is that salsa is a partner dance."
"That's what dancing is," Evan cut in. Lily ignored her fiancé.
"Salsa dancing can be very enjoyable if the couple practices together," she explained. "But since that's not possible in this situation, you will have to do the best you can, and there are things you have to know, like the way to move your feet or lead your partner in a spin, or offer her the chance to separate and perform a few moves on her own, all the while making it feel as though it is a natural part of the dance all along. If you don't do those things, it will be almost impossible to impress her."
Evan laughed. "Who says he wants to impress her? Colin doesn't care what anyone thinks." "Go on," Colin said, cutting him off. Evan turned toward him in surprise while Lily sat up straighter.
"I'm pleased you understand the dilemma you're in. What I'm trying to tell you is that you need to learn the basics."
For a moment, neither Colin nor Evan said anything. "And just how is he supposed to learn the basics?" Evan finally asked. "We live in Wilmington. I highly doubt there are any salsa dance instructors who will clear their schedules in the next couple of days, so my friend here won't embarrass himself." Lily leaned over, reaching for the small bag that had been placed next to the couch and pulling out an assortment of CDs.
"These are salsa albums, and you'll need to listen to them. I called my old dance teacher, and she was more than happy to send a few samples. Nothing is very recent, but that's not important. Salsa is more about speed and rhythm, the beat, so to speak, than melody. And as for the instructor, I will be more than happy to help Colin learn what he needs to know."
"You know how to salsa dance?" Evan asked.
"Of course," she answered. "I danced for almost 12 years, and at various times we focused on alternative dancing."
"Alternative?" Evan asked.
"I grew up in Charleston. Anything other than the shag or the waltz is considered alternative," she said, as though this were the kind of thing any civilized Southerner would know. "But really, Evan, you need to let Colin ask the questions. He's barely been able to say a single word." She turned to Colin. "Would you allow me to be your instructor for the next couple of days?"
"How much time are we talking about?"
"I'll show you a few things tonight, the basic steps in movement, turns, and how to lead your partner through a spin, so you know what you'll be working on. After that, we'll need 3 hours tomorrow evening and another 3 hours on Friday evening, after I finish work and change, so beginning around 6. And obviously you should practice in your spare time before you get here."
"Will that be enough?"
"It's not nearly enough time to be good, or even average. To be truly proficient at any form of dancing can take years. But if you focus and do exactly what I tell you, it just might be enough for your date on Saturday."
Colin took a sip of water, not answering right away. "Don't tell me you're actually considering this," Evan said to him.
"Of course he's considering it. He knows I'm right."
Colin lowered the glass to his lap. "Okay," he said, "but I'll have to get someone to cover my shift on Friday night."
"Wonderful,"
Lily smiled. "Wait," Evan said, turning to Lily. "I thought we were going out on Friday."
"I'm very sorry, but I'm going to have to cancel. A friend needs my help, and I honestly can't decline. He's been so sweet about asking." "Seriously? Don't I get a say in this?" "Of course you do," Lily said. "You'll be here both nights, too, as well as tonight, obviously." "Here? Where else?" "I don't know. A dance studio, maybe?" "Don't be silly. There's no need for that. But I will need you to move the furniture in the living room. You're right about us needing space to work, and you'll be responsible for the music, too, skipping back and forward when I tell you, starting the song over, things like that. We really need to maximize the use of our time. You'll be my little helper."
"Little helper?" She smiled at him.
"Did I mention that salsa dancing can really make a woman feel sensual? And that the feeling can last for hours afterwards?"
Evan swallowed, staring at her. "I'd be glad to help." "You folded like a cheap suit," Colin said. He and Evan were moving the couch to one side of the room while Lily went to the bedroom to fetch the proper pair of shoes, with just the right heel height, and change her clothes. Lily never did anything halfway. "Whatever it takes to help a friend." Colin smiled. "Okay. And after we're done, you're going to help me put the furniture back." "Okay. And you're not going to ask to stay longer to practice either. You're out of here by 9 o'clock. "Okay." They set the couch down. "I don't know how she talks me into things like this." Colin shrugged. "I think I have a pretty good idea." Once the furniture was out of the way and the area rug rolled up, Lily pulled Colin into the center of the room. Evan sat glumly on the couch, books and a lamp and assorted knickknacks on the cushion beside him. Lily had changed into tight white jeans, a red silk blouse, and a pair of shoes that probably cost more than Colin earned in a week. Though she was Evan's fiancée and Colin's friend, Colin was aware that she fairly oozed sex appeal. "Don't get too close, Colin," Evan called out.
"Hush now,"
Lily told him, all business.
"You may be wondering why I changed,"
she said to Colin. "Not really," Colin answered.
"I changed so you can watch what my feet are doing. As I mentioned, I'm going to show you the most basic step, upon which much of salsa dancing is based. It's one you can always fall back on, no matter what Maria is doing. Does that make sense?"
"Yes."
"Before we begin, I'm making the assumption that Maria knows how to salsa dance?"
"She told me she used to dance all the time."
"Perfect."
Lily moved beside him, both of them facing the window, allowing Evan a profile view.
"That means she'll be able to follow your lead. Are you ready?"
"Yes."
"Then watch my feet and do exactly what I'm doing," she said. "Step out with your left foot, that's a 1 count. Then shift your weight onto the back toe of your right foot, that's 2. Now bring the left foot back to its starting position. That's 3. And pause for a beat. That's 4.
She demonstrated, and Colin did the same.
Now step back with your right foot. That's 5. Shift your weight to the toe of your left foot. 6. Then bring your right foot forward again to its starting position. 7. And pause again for a beat. That's 8. And you're done.
Again, Colin followed her lead. That's it? She nodded.
Let's do it again, okay?
They did, then did it again, and again, and again, repeating the movement over and over as Lily counted from 1 to 8, and then a dozen more times, and then gradually speeding up, and then continuing without counting. They took a break, then started slowly from the beginning, gradually speeding up again. Once he felt he was getting the hang of it, Lily stopped and watched as Colin continued.
That's perfect, she said, nodding. You have the steps now, but the real key to this is not to be so bouncy. Right now, you're moving like a ruffian marching through the swamp. You want to be smoother, like a blossom slowly beginning to open. Keep your shoulders at the same height throughout the steps.
How do I do that?
Use more hips, she said, like this.
As she showed him what she meant, gliding through the movements, her hips sashaying back and forth, her shoulders level throughout, Lily was right about the dance being sensual. From the corner of his eye, Colin noted that Evan was sitting up straighter and staring at Lily, though she didn't seem to notice.
So now let's do the exact same thing again, this time with some music, and concentrate on being smoother.
She turned toward Evan.
Sugar, would you mind starting the song over?
Evan shook his head like a man trying to wake up from a dream. What? Did you say something? They danced for a little more than 2 hours. In addition to the basic step, Colin learned how to turn, and at that point they began to dance together. Lily showed him where to place his right hand, on her upper back, just below her arm, he reminded himself. And she showed him how to lead her through 3 different spins by making tiny signals with his left hand, which required him to take slightly different steps before falling back into the basic footfalls again. Through it all, she reminded him to glide and use his hips, maintain eye contact, keep in rhythm with the beat, stop counting out loud, and smile. It required more concentration than he'd imagined. Afterward, they put the furniture back in place, and Colin made to leave. Lily held Evan's hand as Colin stepped onto the porch.
You did very well tonight, Lily said. You have a natural rhythm when it comes to dancing.
It's a bit like boxing, he observed.
I surely hope not, she said, sounding almost offended.
He smiled. Tomorrow night, right?
6 o'clock sharp, she said.
She handed him a CD.
This is for you. Tomorrow, whenever you have extra time during the day, I insist that you practice your steps and turns and pretend to lead your partner through a spin. Concentrate on your hand signals and try to be smooth. It would be most unproductive if we had to start over.
Okay, he said. And Lily?
Yes?
Thank you, he said.
You're welcome, Colin, she smiled. I'd be remiss, however, if I didn't take the opportunity to address another issue that has recently come to mind.
Colin waited expectantly.
Concerning your luncheon date tomorrow with Maria, I'm sure I don't have to remind you that you'll be meeting her in a professional setting, which requires a more formal manner of dress. Nor, I hope, do I have to remind you that as much as you love your car, there is nothing less inviting than a cluttered interior or a car that won't start. Am I correct in my assumptions?
I've tried to fix my car for reasons other than Maria, but now that you mention it. Yes, he answered.
I'm pleased, she said, nodding. A woman, after all, has certain expectations when it comes to courting. Now, as far as the flowers go, have you decided what to bring? Knowing that different bouquets might carry with them various assumptions?
Lily sounded so serious that it was hard for Colin not to smile. What do you recommend? She raised a manicured hand to her chin.
Well, considering that the two of you are still getting to know each other, and that it's only a lunch date, a bouquet of roses is far too formal. And lilies, while lovely, are much more suited to the spring. Carnations, obviously, convey nothing at all other than being an inexpensive choice, so that simply won't do.
Colin nodded. Makes sense to me.
Perhaps a simple autumn bouquet, then, with a mixture of yellow spray roses, bronze daisies, and maybe just a stem of red hypericum.
She nodded thoughtfully.
Yes, that strikes me as perfect for this occasion. You'll need to ask to have the flowers arranged in a vase, obviously, so she can place it in her office. But it's clearly the right choice for this occasion, don't you think?
Without a doubt.
And make sure you order from Michael's florist. He's really quite an artist when it comes to arrangements. Call him first thing in the morning and mention my name. He'll know what to do.
Evan smirked, clearly enjoying this and probably suspecting that Colin would be no different than he was when it came to Lily and her requests. And because Evan knew him better than anyone, Colin finally nodded. Okay. In the morning, Colin rose early and was pleased to find that the old Camaro started on the first turn of the key. He put in a hard workout at the gym, plyometrics and barbell work, jumping rope, and long intervals on both the heavy and speed bags. On the way back to his apartment, he stopped by a dumpster and cleared the clutter from his car. At home, with his muscles still warm and loose, he popped in one of Lily's CDs and spent half an hour practicing his salsa steps, amazed that he hadn't forgotten anything. He was surprised again at how much concentration it required. He downed a protein smoothie and showered, then dressed in dark slacks, loafers, and a button-down shirt, leftovers from his courtroom days. He'd put on serious muscle since then, and the shirt was too tight in the chest and arms, but it was the best he could do. Standing in front of the mirror, he thought to himself that, aside from the top being a bit snug, Evan might as well have dressed him. The outfit was ridiculous, especially since he'd be on a campus where shorts and flip-flops were the norm. Though he knew that Lily wouldn't have approved, he rolled the cuffs, exposing a bit of his forearms. Better. More comfortable, too. His classmates either didn't notice or didn't care about his dress, and he listened and took notes as always. No Serena afterward, as they only had classes together on Mondays and Wednesdays. With a few extra minutes, he called the florist and ordered an autumn bouquet, whatever the hell that was. From there, he trudged off to a classroom management class, aware that he hadn't stopped moving since the alarm had gone off, his regular routine in tatters. His final class of the day ended at 1:45. By then, the sun was high, and with Indian summer hanging on, he walked slowly to his car, trying not to sweat. He'd stopped at the florist on the way to the address Maria had given him, and as if fate was toying with him, it took 2 turns of the key and a bit of pedal pumping to get the engine going. All he could do was keep his fingers crossed. Martinson, Hertzberg, and Holdman occupied its own building, a relatively modern structure a couple of blocks from Cape Fear River, and smack dab in the middle of the historic district, with parking on both sides of the building. On either side and across the street, the buildings ran together, one shade of brick giving way to another, storefronts dotted with awnings. He pulled into a spot only a few slots away from Maria's car, and next to a shiny red Corvette. He grabbed the vase of flowers, remembering Lily and her phrase, certain expectations, and then thought about Ken and the problems he was causing. He wondered if the guy would be around. He wanted to put a face to a name. As he locked his car, he suddenly saw the entire morning as a countdown to the time when he could finally see Maria again. Surprising no one more than himself, he realized that he'd missed her. Chapter 10. Maria. With Barney holed up in his office, readying himself for trial, Maria was on double duty. She spent the morning touching base with clients, doing her best to ensure that each one felt their case was still a priority. Every half hour or so, their paralegal, Len, would enter with even more documents or forms to be filed. And though it was all Maria could do to keep up, staying busy had the benefit of keeping her from fretting about her lunch date. Or, more accurately, how her parents were going to react when they met Colin. For starters, and unlike Luis, Colin was a gringo, and while it wasn't that big of a deal for people in her generation, her parents were probably going to be surprised. Allowing them to meet Colin meant the relationship was getting serious, and they'd probably always assumed Maria would only seriously date someone who was Mexican. Everyone in her family, even relatives by marriage, was Mexican, and there were cultural differences. Her family celebrated every family get-together with a piñata for the kids, listened to mariachi music, and watched telenovelas obsessively, and spoke only in Spanish among themselves. Some of her aunts and uncles spoke no English at all. She knew it wouldn't necessarily be a problem for her parents, but they'd probably wonder why Maria hadn't mentioned Colin's background. The rest of her family's opinions about it would probably fall along generational lines, with the younger relatives more likely to shrug off the idea as inconsequential. Still, she had no doubt that it was going to be a topic of conversation among the family at the restaurant, one that would probably continue long after Maria and Colin said goodbye. Those things she could deal with. What she wasn't sure she could handle was any discussion concerning Colin's past, which she knew was unavoidable. Ordinary conversation ensured it, and what was going to happen if either her mom or her dad started asking him questions today? She supposed she could head off the answers by stating that they were simply friends and steering the conversation in another direction. But how long could she keep that up? Unless their relationship petered out after Saturday, and Maria admitted that she hoped it wouldn't, Colin's past was going to come up. And what had Serena said about that? I don't even want to be in the same state when you drop that little bombshell. To her parents, it wouldn't matter that she was a grown woman. They'd make their displeasure known, assuring themselves that they were doing the right thing, since it was obvious that Maria had no idea what she was getting herself into. And the crazy thing was, her parents were probably right.
You have a visitor, Jill said.
Maria was hanging up with Gwen, the receptionist, who just shared the same information when Jill appeared in her doorway, a handbag already over her shoulder.
I just heard, she answered, noting that it was 12:15. I don't know where the morning went. It feels like I just got here.
Jill smiled.
I take it that you and Colin are going out. Yeah, about that, Maria said. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to tell you earlier that I had plans, but I've been slammed all morning. I barely had a second to breathe. No worries, Jill said, waving it off. I remember the whole work till you drop drill when Barney's getting ready for trial. Actually, I was coming by to tell you that I was planning to surprise Paul at his office and make him take me out. Are you sure you don't mind? Not about lunch, but I do wish you had warned me that Colin was coming by. I would have had Paul come by here too, so he could see for himself what eating right and working out will do for a man. Paul's fine. Easy for you to say. Look at who's waiting for you in the lobby. Paul, on the other hand, is getting a little soft and he doesn't even care. And I know he doesn't care because I've been dropping little self-improvement hints, as in, put the cookie down and hop on the treadmill for God's sake. You don't really say that. No, but I think it. It's the same thing.
Maria laughed as she gathered her things and stood.
Do you want to walk with me? That's why I'm still waiting. I also want to see your face when you find out. Find out what? You'll know soon enough. What are you talking about?
Come on, Jill said.
And make sure you introduce us. I want to tell Paul all about it, especially if your beau flirts with me. Colin's not really the flirting type. Who cares? The truth is, I just want to get a closer peek at him, to make sure he's good enough for you, of course. That's very kind of you. What are friends for?
As they started down the hallway, Maria took a deep... feeling her worries reassert themselves. Thankfully, Jill didn't notice, her mind clearly elsewhere.
"Hold up a second," she said.
Maria watched as Jill reached into her handbag. Pulling out her lipstick, she applied some before dropping it back into her bag.
"Okay," Jill said. "Now we can go."
Maria stared at her. "Really?" Jill winked.
"What can I say? First impressions matter."
Up ahead, Maria watched as two paralegals suddenly rounded the corner from the lobby, whispering excitedly to each other like a couple of high schoolers. Jill nodded toward them.
"Now do you understand what I mean? You were definitely holding out on me. That is one gorgeous man."
"He's not that good-looking."
Yeah, he is. Now come on. You've got a date and you shouldn't be late."
As soon as Maria spotted Colin in the lobby, her stomach did a little flip-flop. He was facing the opposite direction, waiting for her, she realized. And from the back he could have passed for a young lawyer, albeit an exceptionally fit one with visible tattoos. When Maria glanced toward the receptionist, she noted that Gwen was trying hard not to stare at Colin while she worked the phone. Colin must have sensed their presence, and when he turned, Maria caught sight of a lovely assortment of flowers, oranges and yellows with a burst of red in the center. Her mouth dropped open slightly.
"Surprise,"
Jill whispered, but Maria was too shocked to hear it.
"Oh,"
she finally said.
"Hi."
Beginning to approach, she was only vaguely aware that Jill had remained behind. Up close, his clean scent mingled with that of the flowers.
"New clothes?"
"Freedom clothes," he answered. "They probably kept me out of prison." She smiled, amused. And in the next instant, she thought,
"And I can't believe his answer doesn't worry me."
But she didn't want to think about that. Instead, she nodded at the flowers.
"For me?"
"Yes," he said, handing them over. "It's an autumn bouquet."
"They're beautiful. Thank you."
"You're welcome."
"Let me put them in my office. I'll be right back, and then we can go."
"Okay." Behind her, she heard Jill clear her throat, and she turned.
"Oh, this is my friend Jill. She's an attorney here, too."
Jill approached, and he offered his hand. "Hi, Jill."
"Hi, Colin."
She took his hand, her demeanor friendly yet professional.
"It's a pleasure to meet you."
Leaving them to chat, Maria hurried back to her office, noticing the two paralegals who eyed her with a touch of envy as she passed them. She tried to remember the last time someone had bought her flowers. Aside from a single rose that Luis had given her on Valentine's Day after they'd been dating for a year, she couldn't remember a single instance. Setting the vase in a prominent place in her office, she returned to the lobby just in time to catch the tail end of Jill and Colin's conversation. Jill turned.
"I hear you're a much better photographer than you let on. Colin says you took an amazing shot of some porpoises?"
"He's being overly kind," Maria said.
"I get lucky every now and then. I'd still like to see it."
"I'll email it," she said. Then to Colin, "Are you ready?" Colin nodded, and after saying goodbye to Jill, they headed down to the parking lot. "Your friend is nice," Colin remarked.
"She's great," Maria agreed. "If it wasn't for her, I would have eaten alone at my desk since I've been here."
"Until today," Colin said with a smile. "How are things at work?"
"I'm buried," she admitted. "But I'm hoping things will slow down. My boss is going to be out of the office this afternoon and tomorrow."
"If that's the case, I wouldn't recommend throwing a massive party and trashing the office in his absence. I've learned that it tends to irritate people."
"I'll keep that in mind,"
she said as he opened the car door for her. She slid into the Camaro. Once Colin was behind the wheel, he leaned toward her, keys in hand. "I was thinking we could head over to one of the restaurants downtown. We'd probably be able to get a table outside with a great view." Oh, yeah, she thought. About that. Maria fiddled with the seatbelt, wondering how best to explain it.
"It sounds wonderful," she ventured. "And ordinarily I'd love to go, but the thing is, I was over at my parents' house last night when you called, and I happened to mention that we were going to lunch, and—"
She exhaled, deciding simply to come out with it.
"They're expecting us to have lunch at the restaurant."
Colin tapped his car key on the seat. "You want me to meet your parents?"
"Not really, not yet anyway, but—"
She wrinkled her nose, unsure of how he would react, hoping he wouldn't be angry.
"Kind of."
He slipped the keys into the ignition, Okay, he said.
Really? It doesn't bother you even though we just met?
No.
Just so you know, it would bother a lot of guys.
Okay.
Well, good,
she said. He said nothing right away. Finally, "You're nervous."
They don't know you like I do.
She inhaled slowly, thinking, now for the hard part.
When you meet them, you have to understand that they're old-fashioned. My dad has always been protective, and my mom worries, and I'm afraid that if they start asking questions...
When she trailed off, Colin finished for her. "You're worried what I'll say to them and how they'll react." Though she didn't answer, she suspected that he already knew what she was thinking. "I won't lie to them," he said.
I know,
she said. "That's the problem."
and I won't ask you to lie. I don't want you to lie, but it still makes me nervous.
"Because of my past," he said.
I wish I wouldn't have to say anything to you, and I'm sorry. Logically, I know that I'm an adult and I should be able to date whomever I want, and it shouldn't matter what they think. But it does, because I still want their approval. And believe me, I know how awful that sounds.
It doesn't sound awful. It sounds normal.
You don't need approval.
Evan would probably say that I'm not normal. Despite the tension, she laughed before getting quiet again.
Are you mad at me?
No, he answered.
But you're probably offended.
No, he said again.
What are you feeling then?
He didn't answer right away. I feel flattered, he finally offered. She blinked.
Flattered? How on earth could you feel flattered?
It's complicated.
I'd still like to hear it.
He shrugged. Because you told me how you were feeling, even though you suspected it might hurt my feelings. And you told the truth. And you did both those things from a place of vulnerability and concern. Because you want them to like me. Because you care about me. That's flattering. She smiled, half from surprise and half because he was right.
I think I'm going to give up trying to predict anything about you ever again.
Okay, he said. He twisted the key and the engine rumbled to life. Before he slipped it into gear, he turned toward her. So, what do you want to do?
Go to lunch? Hope for the best?
Sounds like a plan. La Cocina de la Familia was located a few blocks off Market Street in an aging strip mall, but the parking spaces in front of the restaurant were full. As they approached the front door, Colin struck her as being calm as ever, which only put Maria more on edge. He reached for her hand. She clasped his in return, like someone clutching a life preserver on a listing ship.
I forgot to ask whether you even like Mexican food.
I remember that I used to like it a lot.
But you don't eat it anymore because it's not healthy, right?
I can always find something to order. She squeezed his hand, liking the way it felt in hers.
My mom said she's going to make us something special, which means you might not get the chance. That said, I did tell her you liked healthy food.
It'll be fine, he said.
Do you ever worry about anything?
I try not to.
Well, when we're done, you're going to start giving me lessons, all right? Because lately, that feels like the only thing I'm doing.
He pulled open the door and she led the way inside. Her Uncle Tito immediately approached, obviously excited she was here, rambling in Spanish. After greeting her with a kiss, he shook Colin's hand and reached for the menus before leading them to a booth in the corner. It was the only open table in the place, which meant that her parents must have been saving it. Once they were seated, her cousin Anna brought glasses of water and a basket of chips and salsa to the table. Maria chatted with her briefly and introduced Colin a second time. When Anna left, Maria leaned across the table.
I'm sorry, she said. I don't come in as much as I should. They're probably as excited as my parents.
How many of your relatives work here?
Right now?
She made a quick scan of the place, spotting another uncle at the bar and a couple of aunts waiting on tables.
I'd guess there's probably 6 or so, but I'd have to ask my parents to be sure.
He surveyed the restaurant. It's busy in here.
It always is. Over the years, we've had to expand the restaurant 3 times. When it first started, there were only 8 tables.
As she answered, she saw her parents emerge from the kitchen, and she sat up straighter.
Okay, they're coming. My parents, I mean.
When her parents reached the table, she kissed her mother, then her father, all the while hoping they wouldn't make a spectacle.
"This is my friend Colin," she said. "These are my parents, Felix and Carmen."
"Hi," Felix and Carmen said, almost in unison, both of them plainly giving him the once-over. "It's a pleasure to meet you both," he said. "Maria says you're a student?" Felix said, jumping right in. "And that you work as a bartender?" "Yes," Colin responded. "Serena's actually in a couple of my classes. I work at Krabby Pete's down by the beach." Then, no doubt thinking of Maria's worries, and not wanting to get drawn into a long conversation about his past, he motioned around the restaurant. "This is an incredible business you've built. How long has it been around?" 31 years, Felix answered, a trace of pride in his voice. "Maria said you've had to expand over the years. That's impressive." "We've been blessed," Felix agreed. "Have you eaten here before?" "No," Colin admitted. "But Maria says your wife is an amazing chef." Felix stood a little straighter. "She is the best," he said, glancing over at Carmen. "Of course, because of that, she sometimes believes that she is the boss." "I am the boss," Carmen said in somewhat broken English. Colin smiled, and after more small talk, Maria watched as her dad reached for her mom's arm. "Let's go. We should let them visit," Felix said. After saying goodbye, Maria watched her parents start back toward the kitchen. "You know they're in there talking about you right now, with Tito and Anna and all of the rest of them. Aside from Luis, you're the only guy I've ever brought here." "I'm honored," he said, and she had a feeling he actually meant it. "It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be," she added. "They're gracious people." "Yes, but I'm still their daughter, and they didn't ask any hard questions." "Maybe they won't." "Oh, they will, eventually. Unless, of course, we never see each other again." "Is that what you want?" Maria dropped her eyes for a moment. "No," she said. "I'm glad we're here, and I'm happy we'll be spending some time together this weekend." "Which means?" "That the next time we're all together, assuming there will be a next time, I'm going to be even more nervous." Minutes later, Carmen and two of Maria's cousins began ferrying food to the table. Plates of tacos, burritos, mole poblano, and enchiladas. Tamales, carne asada, chile relleno, tilapia Veracruz, and a bowl of salad. As her mom began placing the dishes on the table, Maria waved her hands. "Mom, this is way too much," Maria protested. Even Colin appeared to be surprised as all the plates began to arrive. "Eat what you want," Carmen said in Spanish. "We'll bring the rest of it to the back and set it out. People will finish it." "But—" Carmen glanced at Colin, then back to Maria. "Your sister was right. He's very handsome." "Mom! What? He doesn't understand me." "That's not the point. It's just good to see you happy. Your dad and I have been worried. All you ever do is work." She smiled before her gaze returned to Colin. "Colin? Is that an Irish name?" "I have no idea." "Is he Catholic?" "I haven't asked him." "What do you talk about?" "You have no idea," Maria thought. "And you don't want to know. It's not polite to talk in front of him like this, you know." "Of course," her mom said, squeezing the last plate between their water glasses. "You're absolutely right." Switching to English, she smiled at Colin. "Please, enjoy," she offered. "Thank you. We will." A moment later, they were alone, mountains of food spread before them. "It smells delicious," Colin said. "Are you kidding? This is ridiculous. Who on earth could eat this much food?" "You sound upset." "Of course I'm upset. We should have been able to order off the menu, but instead my mom had to do her thing." "What's her thing?" "I'm still trying to figure it out. To impress you, to make you feel welcome." "Those are good things." "I know, but she tends to overdo it." She watched as Colin's gaze moved from one plate to the next, and she pointed at the tilapia. "I think my mom made this one special for you. It's just baked fish with tomatoes, olives, and raisins. Go ahead and serve up." He took a couple of fillets and added some salad to his plate. She also took one of the fillets and salad, but added half an enchilada. The rest remained untouched. When Colin tasted the fish, he tapped his fork against his plate. "This is unbelievable," he said. No wonder she's the boss.
She is good.
Can you cook like this? She shook her head.
I wish. I'm not nearly as good as my mom, but I started in the kitchen and I learned the basics on how to make everything. I enjoyed it too, but after a while my parents thought it would be better if I learned to wait tables. They thought that being forced to talk to strangers would help me overcome my shyness.
Again, with the shy?
Obviously, in your estimation, it worked. And if you're curious, I'm an excellent waitress.
He laughed, and for the next hour they bounced from one subject to another. Their favorite movies and the places they one day wanted to visit. He told her a bit more about his family, and she did the same. Whenever she spoke, he listened with quiet concentration, his eyes never leaving hers. The conversation was easy and unforced, but through it all, she couldn't help feeling that he actually cared about everything she was saying. Despite her family's presence and the conversations drifting from other tables, their lunch together felt strangely intimate. By the time her parents dropped by their table a second time, and despite her mother's disappointment at how little either of them had eaten, Maria felt strangely relaxed and content. After a series of warm goodbyes, they drove back to the office, the old Camaro playing along perfectly. There, Colin walked her to the entryway, and when he slipped his hand into hers a second time, all she could think was how utterly natural it felt. At the entrance, she felt him tug gently, willing her to stop.
"What time on Saturday?" she asked, turning to him.
"I have a training session at 4 that ends at 6, so how about I pick you up at your place around 7:30? We'll have dinner first and then head out."
"Sounds great,"
she said.
"What kind of training session?"
"Striking and groundwork," he said. "Groundwork is like wrestling."
"Can anyone watch?"
"I guess so," he said. "I'm sure the gym owner wouldn't mind, but I'd have to ask."
"Would you?"
"Why? Do you want to come?"
"Since we're going dancing, I might as well watch you doing something you enjoy too."
He didn't hide his surprise. "Okay," he said. "But I'll have to head home to clean up before we go out, so is it okay if you meet me at the gym?" When she nodded, he gave her the name of the gym, and she jotted her home address on the back of her business card. He slipped her card into his pocket, and before she even realized what was happening, he was leaning in, his lips meeting hers. The kiss was gentle, and though it wasn't as electrifying as their kiss of the previous Sunday, there was something warm and reassuring about it. Suddenly it didn't matter what her parents might think. Here and now, Colin was the only thing that mattered, and when he pulled back, she found herself wishing that it had lasted a little longer. In that instant, however, she saw movement in her peripheral vision, and when she focused on it, she registered that Ken had rounded the corner, no doubt after parking on the other side of the building, and was standing motionless, watching them from a distance. She felt herself stiffen, and Colin followed her gaze. "Is that him?" he asked, his voice low. "Ken?"
"Yes,"
she said, and she watched as his expression suddenly went hard. He didn't separate from her, but his attention zeroed in on Ken. Though he didn't squeeze her hand, she could feel the tension in it, a coiled, deep-seated violence held in check by a thread. She wasn't afraid, but she had the sudden certainty that up close, Ken definitely would be. Ken continued to watch them. It was a standoff of sorts, and still Colin continued to stare, turning to face her again only after Ken turned away. He kissed her again, this time with a trace of possessiveness, before pulling back.
"Don't let him bother you. He's not worth it," she said.
"He's bothering you."
"I'll be fine."
"I still don't like him."
"Is that why you kissed me again?"
"No."
"Then why did you do it?"
"I like you," he answered. His comment, so direct, so obviously truthful, made her stomach do that ridiculous flip-flop again, and it was all she could do not to grin like a fool.
"What are you doing tonight and Friday?"
"I have plans with Evan and Lily."
"Both nights?"
"Yes."
"What are you doing?"
"I don't want to tell you."
"Why?"
"I don't want to tell you that either." She squeezed his hand before letting go.
"I know you're telling the truth, but you're not really saying anything. Should I be worried? Are you going out with someone else?"
No, he said, shaking his head. There's nothing to worry about. I had a great time at lunch today. I enjoyed meeting your parents. She peered up at him. I'm glad. He smiled then before finally taking a step backward. It's probably time for you to go back to work. I know. Is he still watching us? She peeked past him and shook her head. I think he went around to the back entrance. Will he be bothered by what he saw? She thought about it. Probably. But now he knows you actually exist, and that's a good thing. If he bothers me again, I'll just hint that you're the jealous type. I'm not, he said. His blue-gray eyes were intense yet gentle. But I still don't like him. Chapter 11. Colin. On Saturday morning, Colin rose early and went for a bike ride just as the sun was coming up. His bike, a rusting beater that he'd picked up at a pawn shop for almost nothing, was at least a decade old, but it did the job, and he was able to work up a serious sweat before he even reached the gym. There, he spent an hour in a cross-training class slamming heavy ropes, pushing weighted sleds, throwing medicine balls, and doing a variety of other exercises, then staggered back to his bike for the ride home. He mowed the lawn and trimmed the bushes, reflecting that though he'd been preoccupied by thoughts of Maria since they'd first met, those thoughts didn't compare to the almost obsessive way he dwelled on her now. Even Evan had noticed. Earlier, when he'd stepped out onto the porch, he'd been wearing a smirk that let Colin know he was fully aware of the effect that Maria was having on him. Evan himself had been ebullient on both Thursday and Friday nights, and Colin suspected that it might have something to do with the whole salsa dancing is sensual thing, but it wasn't his place to ask. Lily, too, had noticed that Colin had developed feelings for Maria, but remained focused on his dancing lessons. However, she'd recommended a restaurant downtown, reminding him twice to make reservations. She taught him more about dancing than he thought possible, but he still wasn't entirely confident in his abilities. He didn't want to imagine how unprepared he would have been had she not intervened. After completing his chores, Colin sipped on his second protein drink of the day while he straightened up the apartment, then began working on a paper for his classroom management class. It was only 5 pages, but he was too distracted to do much more than put together an outline before he finally called it quits. Changing back into his workout clothes, he grabbed his gym bag and headed out the door. Though it had been performing like a champ recently, today the engine coughed and coughed, finally sputtering reluctantly to life, meaning that the problem was neither the ignition switch nor the alternator. He should have been preoccupied with finding a solution, but instead he found himself conjuring up Maria's image, strangely anxious that their date go smoothly. He called her after work on Thursday and Friday, and they talked for more than an hour each night, which was a new experience for him. He couldn't remember talking to anyone on the phone that long, ever. Until Maria, he couldn't imagine how anyone sustained such a lengthy conversation. But Maria made it easy, and more than once he found himself smiling at whatever it was she was saying. She mentioned that Ken had been keeping his distance, and when she recounted the blind date she'd been on the night he'd changed her tire, he'd laughed aloud. After he hung up the phone, he'd found it difficult to fall asleep. Ordinarily, he collapsed in bed at the end of the day, unable to keep his eyes open. For the first time in a long while, he considered calling his parents. He wasn't sure why the urge struck him, but he assumed it had something to do with the way Maria talked about her parents and how well they got along. He wondered how different his life might have been had he been brought up in a family like hers. It might not have been any different, of course. He'd been a handful even before he could walk. But if family dynamics played even a small role, then his life had taken a direction that wasn't entirely of his making. And though he was satisfied with his current path, the road had until recently been littered with potholes and boulders. That Maria was able to look past those things, considering her own respectable history, was still something of a surprise, though a surprise of the very best kind. Pulling up at the gym, he spotted Maria standing out front. She was dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, and he thought again that she was one of the most beautiful women he'd ever met. "Hey there," she said as he approached. "You ready to beat some people up?" "It's only practice." "You sure I can go inside to watch?" He reached for the door, nodding. I talked to the owner this morning, and he was fine with it. And unless you decide to go in the cage, he promised he wouldn't even make you sign a waiver.
You're quite the negotiator.
I try, he said. He held the door open, eyeing her figure as she slid past him. He watched as she surveyed her surroundings. Unlike many commercial gyms, this place had more of a warehouse feel. They walked past assorted racks of weights and other cross-training equipment, toward the training room at the far end of the building. Passing through another door, he led the way into a roomy space with padded walls and large mats, equipment piled in every corner. Over to the left was the cage. A few of Colin's training partners were stretching or otherwise warming up, and he nodded toward them as he set down his bag. Maria wrinkled her nose. It smells back here. It's only going to get worse, he promised.
Where should I sit?
Colin gestured at a bunch of equipment in the corner. Crates of boxing gloves, assorted pads, various elastics, jump ropes, and plyometric boxes. You can sit over there on the boxes if you'd like, he said. We don't normally use that part of the room.
Where will you be?
All over, most likely, he said.
How many guys will be here?
8 or 9, maybe. Saturdays are always a little slow. During the week, there are 15 or 16 of us.
In other words, only the supremely dedicated are here?
It's more like the workout nuts, or guys who are just starting out and trying to hit every workout they can. On Saturdays, a lot of the serious ones are out of town at events.
That's good. Since we're going out, I mean, I'd hate for you to end up all cut and bruised like you were the first night I saw you.
Are you ever going to let that go?
I don't think I can, she said, standing on tiptoe to kiss him on the cheek. The image is burned into my brain forever.
Colin did a quick warm-up, arm rolls and leg swings, a few minutes of jumping rope. By then, Todd Daly, the main instructor and a retired UFC fighter, and Jared Moore, who was fighting professionally but not quite at UFC level, had arrived, and Daly led the entire group through more warm-ups. While awaiting his turn in the cage, Colin worked on his ground skills, arm bars and leg locks, various submission holds. Most of the skills had their roots in the martial arts and wrestling, with speed, instinct, and balance being far more important than brute strength. As was usual during Saturday classes, Daly demonstrated the moves first, occasionally using Colin as a partner, before the group split in two. Each group was given a chance to practice the move, repeating it 10 or 12 times before switching positions with their partners. They would then move on to a different set of skills. Within 10 minutes, Colin was breathing hard. By the half-hour mark, his shirt was drenched. Through it all, Daly critiqued them, telling them where to place a foot for additional leverage or how to wrap more effectively with the legs, the subtle variations endless. One by one, people rotated through the cage, and after an hour, it was Colin's turn. He put on headgear and heavier gloves and worked with a partner while Moore, a former Golden Gloves champ from Orlando, shouted coaching tips. Colin went through 7 2-minute rounds, bouncing and circling, taking advantage of openings to strike or kick while trying to avoid leaving any open shots. He dominated, but less because of his own skill than his opponent's lack thereof. The guy he faced was out of shape and relatively new, with only a single fight behind him, which he'd lost. From there, it was back to the mats again, where they worked on takedowns while their partner's back was against the wall. Then, switching positions, they tried to prevent takedowns. By the end of class, Colin's muscles were twitching with exhaustion. Throughout the afternoon, he found his eyes drifting toward Maria. He'd expected her to be bored, but her gaze followed him the entire time, making the session harder than usual. Ordinarily, focusing exclusively on his opponent was easy, but her presence made him self-conscious in a way he'd never experienced. In a match, this lack of focus would land him in trouble. By the end of class, he felt like he'd taken 2 steps back mentally, and he knew he'd have to work hard to regain ground. It was, after all, a sport that was equal parts mental and physical, even if most people didn't realize it. Afterward, he went straight to his bag and tossed in his gear before looping it over his shoulder. By then, Maria had walked up. "What did you think?" he asked, adjusting the strap.
It looked hard and tiring and sweaty.
That's about it when you get right down to it.
How do you think it went?
Okay, he said. I got distracted.
By me?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. He smiled before tugging at his shirt. "Could you give me a few minutes to rinse off and change? I need to get out of these things or my car seat will be soaked by the time I get home." Maria wrinkled her nose. "That's kind of gross to think about. Is that a yes or a no?" "By all means," she said. "I'll wait out front for you." When Colin finally exited the locker room, he spotted Maria just outside the doors, talking on the phone. In her sunglasses, she resembled a glamorous 50s-era movie star. She hung up just as he approached. "That was Serena." "Is she all right?" "She's having dinner at the house tonight with the director of some scholarship thing, so she's a bit nervous. But other than that, she's okay." She shrugged. "Do you feel better?" "I feel cleaner. Temporarily, anyway. I'm still sweating." She touched his arm. "I'm glad I came. It was a lot more interesting than I thought it would be." "Are we still on for 7:30? "I hope so," she said. "And just to warn you, when we go dancing, I might be a little rusty." "I wouldn't worry. It'll be my first time, ever. And Maria?" "Yes?" "Thanks for coming today. It meant a lot to me." As soon as Colin got out of his car, Evan stepped onto the porch holding a plastic shopping bag. "Here," he said, holding the bag out. "This is for you, and you owe me some money." Colin stopped in front of the porch. "For what?" "Lily thought you might need something to wear tonight." "I have clothes." "Don't blame me. I said exactly the same thing to her, but she's Lily. And she dragged me through the stores anyway, and like I said, you owe me some money. The receipt is in the bag." "What did she buy?" "It's actually not as bad as it could have been. I had visions of her selecting something with tassels or bells or whatever, but she didn't. It's black slacks, a red button-down shirt, and black shoes." "How did she know my size?" "Because she bought you clothes last Christmas." "And she remembered?" "She's Lily. She remembers things like that. And would you take the bag, please? My arm is getting tired." Colin reached up to take it. "What's going to happen if I don't wear them?" "For starters, you still have to pay me. Then you'll also hurt her feelings, which is the last thing you should do after all the dance lessons. And, of course, you'll have to explain to Lily why you're not wearing them." "How will she know whether I wear them or not?" "Because she's here, and she insists that you drop by before you go out. She wants to talk to you." At a bit of a loss, Colin said nothing. "Just wear the damn clothes, all right?" When Colin didn't respond, Evan squinted slightly. "You owe me." Colin stood in front of the bathroom mirror, acknowledging that it could have been a lot worse. The shirt was actually more burgundy than red, and though it wasn't something he would have picked out for himself, it wasn't half bad, especially with the sleeves rolled up. He'd been planning all along to wear black slacks, more leftovers from his courtroom days, and the shoes were a lot like the ones he already owned, without the scuffs, which meant he'd probably needed a new pair anyway. How Lily had known was beyond him, but he'd long since given up being surprised by anything she did. In the kitchen, he scribbled out a check to Evan, grabbed his keys, and turned off his lights on the way out the door. Rounding the house, he went up the steps, noting that the door had been left ajar. Pushing it open, he saw Lily and Evan in the kitchen, each holding a glass of wine. Lily set her glass on the counter with a smile.
"Well, aren't you handsome?"
she declared as she approached. She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek.
"The color is perfect on you, and I'm certain that Maria will find you quite dashing."
"Thank you," Colin said.
"It was my pleasure. And I'm hopeful that you remember everything we practiced. I assume you went through the steps today?"
"Not today."
"What on earth did you do?"
"I went to the gym."
"Of course you did,"
she said, not hiding her disappointment.
"You really need to learn to prioritize, and I simply can't let you go until I know for certain that you retained everything you need to know."
"I'm sure I'll be fine, and I'm supposed to pick her up in a few minutes."
"Then we'll have to make it quick. Evan," she called out, "will you please put on some music?"
"Sure," he said. Grabbing his phone, he tapped a few buttons as he walked over. "I just happen to have a song right here." Obviously, Lily had been planning this all along. She reached for Colin's hand.
"Just run me through a bit of everything, okay? At full speed?"
Colin complied before finally separating from Lily. "Good enough?"
"You're going to dazzle her," Lily winked. "Just like you did with the flowers."
And you know what else will dazzle her? Evan asked. When Colin turned toward him, he knew that Evan's thoughts had taken a serious turn. First your car starts, and then you don't end up getting arrested. Colin had barely finished knocking when Maria pulled the door open. For a long moment, all he could do was stare. Her blouse hugged her curves, and her skirt reached only to mid-thigh. Her strappy high heels made her nearly as tall as he was. With a touch of mascara and lipstick, she looked nothing like the professional he'd gone to lunch with only a couple of days earlier. Nor did she resemble the sun-kissed woman on the paddleboard. As he stood before her, he wasn't sure which version of her he most preferred, though this one, he had to admit, was pretty stunning.
"You're right on time," she said, giving him a kiss on the cheek. "I'm impressed."
His hands automatically went to her hips. "You look beautiful," he murmured. Up close, he caught a whiff of perfume, something floral and understated. Perfect.
"Thank you,"
she said. She patted his chest.
"I like the shirt."
"It's new."
"Yeah? For tonight?"
"You could say that."
"I feel special," she said. "And I have to say, you clean up pretty well."
"Sometimes," he admitted. "Are you ready to go?"
"Just let me grab my purse, and then I'm ready. Where are we going?"
"The Pilot House."
"Wow, I love that place. The food is fabulous."
"So I've heard. Lily recommended it."
"Then she obviously has good taste."
The restaurant wasn't far, but Colin drove at a leisurely speed with the windows rolled down, both of them enjoying the flickering stars that spread to the horizon and a breeze just strong enough to erase the lingering heat of the day. Near the river, Colin left Market Street, eventually pulling into the restaurant's lot. Walking around the car to open Maria's door, he reached for her hand and escorted her to the entrance. Once inside, he was surprised to note that it was less formal than he'd expected. A clean, unpretentious place with white tables and $1 million view. The restaurant was crowded, people clustering near the bar while they waited for indoor and outdoor tables. After checking in with the hostess, he followed her and Maria to a corner table with a breathtaking view of the Cape Fear River. Moonlight spilled over the slow-moving surface, forming a liquid vein of light between cold, dark banks. As Maria stared toward the water, Colin mentally traced the graceful outlines of her profile, watching her hair catch in the breeze. How had she come to mean so much to him so quickly? As if sensing his thoughts, she met his gaze and smiled slightly before stretching her hands across the table. He took them in his, marveling at their softness and warmth.
"It's a gorgeous night, don't you think?"
she asked. "Gorgeous," he answered. But he knew that he was really referring to her. Sitting across from her, Colin had the strange feeling that he was living someone else's blessed life, someone more deserving than he. And by the end of dinner, after all the dishes had been cleared and the wine glasses emptied and the candles were flickering out, it dawned on him that he'd spent his entire life searching for Maria, and only recently been lucky enough to find her. Chapter 12. Maria. The warehouse was located in a run-down neighborhood on the outskirts of town, and the only hint that it served a different purpose than any of the other abandoned warehouses nearby was the scores of cars parked haphazardly on the far side of the building, out of sight from the main road. Not that its sketchy vibe seemed to matter. In addition to the crowd already inside, there was a long line of people, almost exclusively male, still waiting to get in. Many were dragging coolers, no doubt filled with alcohol. Others drank beer or sipped from plastic cups as they slowly edged toward the entrance and the music blaring within. Unless they were with a date, girls didn't have to wait in line, and Maria watched as one group after the next cheerfully marched toward the door in tight tops, short skirts, and stiletto heels, ignoring the litter-strewn surroundings, whistles, and catcalls. Colin appeared relaxed, taking it all in quietly. When they reached the door, they were met by a heavy-set man in sunglasses who was collecting the cover charge. The bouncer studied Colin up and down, no doubt trying to decide whether he was with law enforcement. Then did the same to Maria before reluctantly taking the bills Colin was offering and nodding toward the door. Inside, they encountered a solid mass of swaying bodies, and with the booming music, the place shook with a vibrant, barely contained energy. No one seemed to care about the oil-stained concrete floor, or the lack of decor, or the industrial-grade lighting. Guys were clustered around their coolers, drinking and shouting to be heard above the music, trying to get the attention of any girl who happened to pass by. Like at most nightclubs, men clearly outnumbered women, and most appeared to be in their 20s or 30s. Maria presumed that the vast majority were working people out for a fun Saturday night. There were, as Serena had noted, some pretty scary-looking guys here, too, with tattoos and bandanas representing various gangs, and wearing baggy pants that could easily conceal a weapon. Ordinarily, that would have made her nervous, but the atmosphere indicated that most people were simply focused on having a good time. All the same, she found herself scouting out possible exits in case trouble broke out. Beside her, Colin was also taking in the scene. He leaned toward her ear. "Would you like to move closer to the music?" She nodded, and Colin began leading her deeper into the warehouse. They squeezed through the crowd, careful not to bump too hard into anyone, and inched their way to the dance area on the far side of the building, the music pulsing ever louder. Along the way, guys tried to get Maria's attention, demanding her name or commenting on her beauty, or even trying to pinch her butt, but afraid to give Colin any reason for confrontation, she merely scowled at them in silence. The dance floor was separated from the rest of the warehouse by a makeshift barrier of 2x4s nailed together and fastened across metal barrels. Directly opposite them, on pallets stacked against the back wall, was the DJ, his equipment arranged on a fold-out table. It was flanked by 2 speakers the size of refrigerators. The music was loud enough to make Maria's chest thump. On the floor, she watched couples move and spin, triggering in her a surge of memories from a time when life seemed more carefree. Leaning closer to Colin, she could smell the cologne he must have put on earlier. "Are you sure you're ready for this?" "Yes," he said, moving past the barrier. Before she knew it, they were surrounded by couples. She was about to tell Colin what to do when he suddenly took her right hand in his left and placed his right hand on her left shoulder blade. And with that, he began to lead her, his steps moving in unison with hers as the music surged around them. Her eyes widened, and when he led her through a perfectly executed spin, followed almost immediately by a second, she was too shocked to say anything at all. Colin merely raised his eyebrows in amusement, making her laugh aloud, and little by little, as one song rolled into the next, she felt herself beginning to let go, losing herself in the music and in him. It was past midnight when they finally left the jammed warehouse and drove back to her condo. Neither of them said much, both feeling warm and slightly flushed as they navigated the quiet streets. Like he had for much of the past few hours, Colin held her hand, his thumb moving against her skin and making it tingle. As they neared her place, she imagined what might happen if she invited Colin upstairs, and was both frightened and excited by her thoughts. They hadn't known each other long enough, and she wasn't sure she was quite ready. Yet she had to admit that she wanted him to come up. She wanted their evening together to continue. She wanted him to kiss her again and take her in his arms. Despite her conflicting emotions, she directed him to the parking area behind her condo. After locking the car, they walked up the steps beside each other, both of them quiet. When they reached the door, she fumbled with her keys, her hands trembling ever so slightly as she unlocked the door. Entering and passing through the living area, she turned on the lamp near the couch. But when she turned around, she realized that Colin had stopped at the threshold. He seemed to sense her confusion, offering her a chance to end the evening now before it went too far. But something had taken hold of her, and tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, she smiled. "Come on in," she said, her voice sounding hoarse and foreign to her own ears. Colin quietly closed the door behind him as he took in the living area, with its dark pine flooring and crown molding, and the French doors that opened to the small balcony. Though she suspected he probably wouldn't have cared one way or the other, she was suddenly glad she'd spent the morning straightening up, right down to fluffing the decorative pillows on the couch. "You have a beautiful place." "Thank you." Moving closer to examine the framed photos above the couch, he asked, "Did you take these?" She nodded. "Earlier this summer. He studied them in silence, especially the close-up of the osprey clasping a fish in its talons and surrounded by droplets of water. "You're very good," he said, visibly impressed. "You don't know how many bad shots it took to get these, but thank you." Standing close, she could feel the heat still radiating from his body. "Would you like something to drink? I have a bottle of wine in the fridge." "Maybe half a glass. I've never been a big wine drinker. And if you have some water, that would be great too." Leaving him, she went to the kitchen and pulled a couple of wine glasses from the cabinet. In the refrigerator was a bottle she'd opened the night before. She poured 2 glasses and took a sip before retrieving another glass for his water. "Would you like ice?" "Sure, if it's not too much trouble." "I think I can handle ice." She handed him the water glass and watched as Colin drained it. Taking the empty glass from him, she set it on the breakfast bar before gesturing toward the French doors. "Shall we go out on the balcony? I'm in the mood for a little fresh air." "Sounds good," he agreed, reaching for his wine glass. Opening the doors, they stepped onto the balcony. The air was cool against her skin, haze beginning to roll in with the breeze. Traffic was light and the sidewalks stood empty. Street lights cast a yellow glow, and from the bar at the corner she could hear the faint strains of 80s pop music. He motioned to the rocking chairs off to the side. "Do you ever sit out here?" "Not enough, which is kind of sad since the balcony is one of the reasons I bought the condo in the first place. I think I had this idea that I'd unwind out here after work, but it usually doesn't turn out that way. Most nights I'll have a quick dinner and either plant myself at the dining room table or at the desk in the spare bedroom with my MacBook." She shrugged. "The whole trying to get ahead thing again, but we've already talked about that, haven't we?" "We've talked about a lot of things." "Does that mean you're getting bored with me already?" He turned toward her, his eyes reflecting the evening light. "No." "You know what I find interesting about you?" Colin waited, saying nothing. "You don't feel the need to always explain your reasoning when you answer questions. You get straight to the point. The only time you elaborate is when you're asked to do so. You're a man of very few words." "Okay." "That's exactly what I mean," she teased. "But all right, you've made me curious. Why don't you elaborate unless you're specifically asked to do so?" "Because it's easier, and it takes less time."
"Don't you think that including others in your thought process helps them understand you better?"
"That assumes they want to understand me better, and if they do, they'll ask me to explain, and then I'll do it."
"And if they don't ask?"
"Then they probably don't care about my reasoning in the first place. They just want to know the answer. I know I do. If I ask someone what time it is, I don't need a history of clockmaking, and I don't care who gave them the watch, or how expensive it was, or whether it was a Christmas present. I just want the time."
"I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about trying to get to know someone, making conversation."
"So am I. But not everyone needs, or even wants, to know why you feel the way you do about something. Some things are better left private."
"Excuse me? Weren't you the one who told me your life story the first night on the beach?"
You asked questions, and I answered them.
"And you think that works?"
"It has for us. We have no trouble talking."
"But that's because I ask a lot of questions."
"Yes."
"Well, it's a good thing I do, or we'd end up like some of those older couples I see in coffee shops who don't say a word to each other while they eat breakfast. Of course, that's probably right up your alley. I can easily imagine you going an entire day without saying anything to anyone."
"Sometimes I do."
"That's not normal."
"Okay." She took a sip of wine and waved a hand at him.
"More detail, please."
"I don't know what normal really means. I think everyone has his own definition, and it's shaped by culture, by family and friends, by character and experience, by events and 1,000 other things. What's normal for one person isn't normal for another. For some people, jumping out of airplanes is crazy. For other people, life isn't worth living without it." She nodded, conceding the point. Still.
"All right. Without me asking a question first, I want you to say how you really feel about something. Something unexpected and completely off topic. Something I wouldn't expect you to say. And then elaborate without me having to ask a single question."
"Why?"
"Humor me," she said, nudging him. "Just for fun."
He rotated the wine glass with his fingers before raising his eyes to hers. "You're amazing." You're intelligent and beautiful, and it should be easy for you to meet someone who doesn't have my past, who hasn't made the mistakes I have. Truthfully, it makes me wonder what I'm doing here, or why you even invited me. Part of me thinks that all of this is too good to be true, and that it's going to come crashing down, but even if it does, it wouldn't change the fact that you've already added something to my life. Something that I hadn't even realized was missing. Colin paused. When he spoke again, his voice was quiet. You've come to mean more to me than I think you realize. Before you came along, I had Evan and Lily, and I thought that was enough. But it isn't. Not anymore. Not since last weekend. Being with you makes me feel vulnerable again, and I haven't felt vulnerable since I was a kid. I can't say that I always like it, but the alternative would be worse because it would mean not seeing you again. Maria realized she'd been holding her breath. By the time he finished, she felt almost dizzy, overwhelmed by his response, and tried to steady herself. Colin, on the other hand, continued to exude an easy confidence, and it was that, more than anything, which allowed her to regain her equilibrium. I'm not sure what to say, she admitted. You don't have to say anything. I didn't say it because I wanted a response. I said it because I wanted to. She wrapped both hands around the stem of her glass. May I ask you a question? She asked shyly. About something else? Of course. Why did you act like you didn't know anything about salsa dancing? When we talked about it, I didn't. Lily spent the week giving me lessons. That's what I was doing on Thursday and Friday nights. You learned how to dance for me? Yes. She turned away and took a sip of wine, trying to mask her amazement. Thank you. And I guess I should thank Lily, too. He flashed a quick smile. Would you mind if I refill my water glass? I'm still a bit thirsty. Of course not. Colin stepped away and Maria shook her head, wondering when, or even if, she would cease being surprised by him. Louise had never spoken to her like Colin just had. As she leaned over the railing, she suddenly found it hard to remember what she'd really seen in him. On the surface, he was attractive and intelligent, but underneath he'd been arrogant and vain. She'd often made excuses for his behavior, and if anyone questioned her feelings, she'd reacted defensively. Thinking back, she admitted that she desperately wanted his approval, and not only did he sense that, but he frequently took advantage of it. It wasn't a healthy relationship, she knew, and when she tried to imagine him behaving as Colin had, calling her, bringing flowers, learning to dance, she couldn't. And despite all that, she'd loved Louise with an intensity she could still sometimes feel. Earlier, as she and Colin had been dancing, she'd caught herself thinking that the night couldn't possibly get any better. And then, all at once, it had. Listening to him express his feelings without fear or regret had left her speechless. She wondered whether she was capable of such a thing. Probably not, but then again, Colin wasn't like most people. He accepted himself, faults and all, and forgave himself for the mistakes he'd made. More than that, he seemed to live in the moment without regard for either the past or the future. The greatest revelation was how deeply Colin was able to experience his emotions, perhaps even more deeply than she did. Watching him over dinner and on the dance floor, and hearing his words just now, she knew that if he wasn't in love with her yet, he was on the brink. Like her, he was willing to surrender to the inevitable, an idea that made her hands tremble. As Colin stepped back onto the balcony behind her, she took a long breath, savoring the wave of desire that flooded through her. He leaned over the railing next to her, and as their breaths fell into steady rhythm, she took another sip of wine, the warmth coursing down her throat into her stomach and limbs. Studying his face and profile, she thought again about the way his external calm enveloped the coiled emotions within him, and she suddenly imagined the way Colin might look as he hovered naked above her, his lips gently brushing hers, as they gave themselves over to each other. Her stomach tightened, and she felt her mouth curve into a faint smile. Did you mean what you said to me earlier? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he lowered his head before turning to face her. I meant every single word. Feeling a cascade of sensations in her body, she moved closer and kissed him gently on the lips. They were soft and warm, and pulling back, she saw in his expression something akin to hope. She kissed him a second time, then felt her skin begin to come alive as he slid his arms around her. He tugged softly, bringing their bodies together, and in that instant, she began to lose herself in him. She could feel the strength of his chest and arms surrounding her, and the warm urgency of his tongue, and she knew with fierce certainty that she needed Colin, all of him. They continued to kiss on the balcony beneath a foggy, star-filled sky until she finally reached for his hand. Their fingers intertwined as he kissed the hollow of her neck, the sensation tantalizing and erotic. She shivered, enjoying the sensation before wordlessly leading him to the bedroom. Moments after she woke the next morning, Maria felt the soft glare of the early autumn sun, and the night came rushing back. She rolled over and saw Colin lying on his side, only half covered by the sheet, already awake and alert. "Good morning," he whispered. "Good morning," she said. "How long have you been up?" "About an hour." "Why didn't you go back to sleep?" "I wasn't tired, and besides, I kind of enjoyed watching you." "That has the potential to sound very creepy, you know." "Okay." She smiled. "Well, since you're watching me, I hope I didn't do anything embarrassing or make any strange noises." "You didn't. You just lay there looking sexy as hell." "My hair is messy and I need to brush my teeth." "Right now?" "Why? What did you have in mind?" He reached toward her, using his finger to trace her collarbone, and after that, no words were necessary. Later, they showered together and dressed. Maria dried her hair and put on makeup while Colin leaned against the bathroom counter beside her, nursing a cup of coffee. "Are we going someplace?" he asked. "Brunch, with my parents." "Sounds good. I'm going to need to change first, though. What time?" 11. "I take it that we won't be riding together?" "That's probably not a good idea. It's going to be hard enough to prepare them for your visit. Because this time, they're going to ask a lot of questions." "Okay." Maria put down her mascara wand and took his hand. "Does that bother you or scare you?" "No." "Well, it sure scares me," she admitted, returning to her makeup. "The whole thing is terrifying, in fact." He took a sip of coffee. "What are you going to tell them about me?" "Hopefully as little as possible. Any details will just spur more questions that you should answer, not me." "What are you hoping for today?" "For my mom to get through it without tears and my father not to demand that you leave the house." "That's not a very high bar." "Trust me," she said. "It's higher than you think." Chapter 13. Colin. Colin pulled up to Maria's parents' house just before 11. He had no idea how the conversation with her parents had gone, and as he stepped out of the car, he figured there was no use in speculating, since he'd find out soon enough anyway. Had Lily been around, he would have asked her what he should bring to a family brunch, but she and Evan were already at church when he got home, and in the end, it probably wouldn't do much good anyway. Like everyone else, they were going to form their own opinions, and a basket of muffins wasn't going to alter them. Still, as he walked to the door, he hoped that Maria was all right. Earlier on his way home, he'd thought about her virtually non-stop, one series of images giving way to the next, each more ravishing than the one before. That was a first for him. She was a first. And he took a deep breath, reminding himself that even though he wouldn't shy away from any questions, his answers could be framed in a lot of different ways and still remain honest. He knocked at the door and it swung open almost immediately, revealing Serena. He noticed again how much she resembled her older sister, though she seemed even more high-strung than usual, which probably wasn't a good sign.
"Hey, Colin,"
she said, stepping aside to let him in.
"I saw you walking up. Come on in."
"Thank you. How did your dinner go last night?"
"Awesome," she answered. "But I should be the one asking you."
"We had a good time."
"I'm sure."
Serena winked.
"Maria's in the kitchen with Mom," she said, closing the door behind him. "And I'm amazed you were able to get her to go dancing."
"Why?"
"If you don't know yet, I think you need to spend even more time with her," she answered. "But here's a word to the wise. I wouldn't get too descriptive about last night, especially anything that might have happened after the dancing." It's already a little tense around here. I have a hunch that my parents think you're a terrorist.
Okay.
I might be exaggerating, but who really knows? She babbled. I didn't get here until the three of them were finished talking, and my parents barely said hello to me. All I really know for sure is that my dad wasn't smiling, and my mom kept making the sign of the cross, despite how well last night's dinner with the director of the foundation went. Not that my little challenges matter right now. Anyway, I decided it was best if I just waited for you in the living room.
By then they'd reached the kitchen, where he saw Maria standing over a sizzling frying pan, while her mom pulled a small baking pan from the oven. The air smelled of bacon and cinnamon.
"Colin's here,"
Serena called out. Maria turned, and he noticed she was wearing an apron.
"Hi, Colin," she said tightly. "You remember my mom, right?"
Carmen forced on a plastic smile, and though Colin might have been imagining it, she seemed paler than she'd been just a couple of days earlier. "Good morning, Mrs. Sanchez," he said, figuring a bit of formality was probably a good bet.
"Good morning,"
she nodded, and obviously uncomfortable, turned her attention back to the pan as she placed it on an iron rack on the counter. Serena leaned toward him.
"My mom decided to do an American breakfast just for you," she whispered. "Bacon and eggs, French toast, cinnamon rolls. Of course, that was before Maria told her about you."
Maria pulled a couple of strips of bacon from the pan and set them on a napkin-covered plate off to the side of the stove.
"Hey, Serena, can you take over for a second?" "Be glad to," Serena chirped, "but only if I get to wear the cool apron."
Maria started toward them, slipping off the apron as she walked and passing it to Serena like trading places was normal. In this kitchen, Colin assumed it was. Serena started chatting away with her mother in Spanish as she donned the apron. Up close, Colin noticed tension in the way Maria was moving. She gave him a quick peck on the cheek, careful to keep a bit of distance between them.
"Any trouble finding the place?"
"Google," he answered. Glancing over his shoulder, it was hard not to notice the way Carmen frowned slightly. He knew enough not to ask how it had gone earlier. Instead, he defaulted to silence. Maria lowered her voice, concern etched on her face.
"Would you mind talking to my dad before we eat?"
"Okay."
And,
She trailed off. "It's your father," he said. "I won't forget." She nodded, the movement almost imperceptible.
"I'm going to stay in here and help my mom in the kitchen," she said. "My dad's at the table on the back porch. Do you want any coffee?"
"I'm fine," Colin replied.
"Water?"
"I'm fine," he said again.
"Okay."
She took a step backward.
"I guess I better get back to the kitchen then."
Colin watched as she backed away, past a refrigerator decorated with dozens of photos, letters, and other keepsakes, before she turned around. He moved toward the slider, and as soon as he opened the door, Felix turned his way. There was less anger than he'd anticipated, though the shock and disappointment were evident, as was his obvious antagonism. In his lap, a small white dog was sleeping. Colin closed the door behind him and walked toward Felix, his eyes steady. Nearing the table, he offered his hand. "Good morning, Mr. Sanchez. Maria said you wanted to speak with me." Felix looked toward the hand before he reluctantly offered his own. Colin stood, waiting for Felix to invite him to sit at the table. Eventually, Felix nodded toward a chair, and Colin sat. He clasped his hands and rested them in front of him, remaining quiet. There was no point in trying to make small talk or pretending that he didn't know what Felix wanted to discuss. Felix was in no rush to speak and took his time scrutinizing him. "Maria said that you were in trouble with the law," he finally began. "Is that true?" "Yes," Colin answered. Over the next half hour, the full story came out in bits and pieces, much as it had with Maria that first night on the beach. He didn't sugarcoat his past or attempt to mislead Felix. He was who he was. Like with Maria, Felix's shock was pronounced at times, and he pressed for further clarification. When Colin eventually recounted what happened at the first military school he'd attended, Colin thought he saw a flash of sudden understanding. By the time he finished, Felix was less on edge than he had been when Colin had first joined him on the porch. But it was also clear that he needed time to think about all that he'd learned. No surprise there. Felix was a father, and Maria was his daughter, and there was only so far he would go. "You claim that you've changed, and I would like to believe you, but I'm not sure that I do." "Okay," Colin nodded. "What if you get arrested again? I don't plan on it. That's the problem. People seldom plan on it. Colin said nothing. There was really nothing to say. Felix continued to pet the little white dog. If you do get arrested, what will happen? I won't see her. I'll end it. The worst thing would be for her to think she should wait. After a moment, Felix offered a slight nod, satisfied but still unsure as to whether he believed it. If you ever hurt my daughter or put my daughter in danger... He didn't finish, but he didn't need to. Colin knew what Felix wanted to hear, and because it was true, he had no trouble saying it. It won't happen. I have your word? Yes. Just then, Maria popped her head out, clearly nervous but also relieved that she hadn't heard any shouting. Are you two about finished? Brunch is ready? Felix exhaled. We're done, he said. Let's eat. After they'd finished eating, Serena and her parents began to clean up while Maria lingered behind with Colin. What did you say to him? Maria asked. The truth, Colin answered. All of it? Yes. Maria appeared flummoxed. Then it went a lot better than I thought it would. Maria was right. The brunch had been relatively pleasant, with Serena chattering on about the scholarship, Steve and the escapades of her numerous friends. Felix and Carmen had occasionally asked questions, even lobbing a few queries toward Colin, though all were about work or school. When he'd mentioned MMA, he thought that Carmen had paled just a bit. Still, Maria said, I guess you were right. It was best to get it all out there in the beginning. Sometimes, Colin thought. Not always. Felix had been cordial, but there wasn't any fondness or trust evident, both of which would take time to achieve, if that was possible at all. He didn't say that, though. Instead, he reached for the door. Do you want to do some paddleboarding later? He asked. How about we do something different instead, like jet skiing? We could rent them at the beach. Does that sound fun? He recalled the sight of her in a bikini again. Actually, that sounds great. They met at Wrightsville Beach later that afternoon and spent a couple of hours on jet skis before Colin returned home to squeeze in a quick workout. They cooked dinner at Maria's and then, like the night before, spent the next few hours wrapped in each other's arms. Monday morning came too soon, but that week they spent as much time together as they could. Colin met Maria for lunch twice, and on Wednesday she spent the evening at Krabby Pete's, nursing a Diet Pepsi and working on a legal brief for Barney, with her MacBook propped on the bar in front of her. Aside from his shifts and classes, a few hours for working out, and family brunch, they were together almost every minute, and went to both the farmer's market and the aquarium, neither of which Colin had ever contemplated visiting before. Through it all, he simply tried to embrace the way he felt about her. He didn't think about it, didn't worry about it, didn't try to understand it. Instead, he enjoyed the way he felt whenever she laughed, and how sexy she was when she knit her eyebrows in concentration. He savored the feel of her hand in his as they walked and talked, their conversations drifting from the serious to the silly. On Sunday night, in bed, after making love, Maria was lying on her stomach, her knees bent and feet up as she nibbled on some grapes. Colin found it impossible to take his eyes from her, ogling her until she playfully tossed a grape at him. Stop staring. You're making me feel self-conscious. He reached for the grape and popped it in his mouth. Why? Because I'm Catholic and we're not married, maybe? He chuckled. Your mother asked if I was Catholic, didn't she? When we were at lunch the first time. You understand Spanish? Not really. I took it in high school and barely passed, but I heard my name and the word católico when she was at the table. It wasn't that hard to translate. But yes, he continued, I was raised Catholic. I was baptized and confirmed the whole 9 yards, but I pretty much stopped going to church after I got sent off to school, so I'm not sure what that makes me now. She'll still be happy. Good. How did they get you confirmed if you stopped going to church? Donations, I guess. Probably a big one, because the priest let me do a cram course one summer, and even though I didn't do any of the work, the next year they let me get confirmed anyway. That's kind of cheating. It's not kind of cheating, it is cheating. On the plus side, I got a go-kart out of it, so that was kind of nice. A go-kart? It was either that or I wouldn't do it, for all the good it did me. I totaled it within a couple of weeks and refused to talk to my parents the rest of the summer because they wouldn't buy me a new one. Nice, she said sarcastically. I've never hidden the fact that I have issues. I'm aware, she smiled. But sometimes I wish you'd surprise me in a good way when you talk about your younger years. He thought about it. I beat up my older sister's ex-boyfriend once. Does that count, since he was a total jerk? No, she said. That doesn't count. He smiled. Do you want to have lunch tomorrow? I'd love to, but I already promised Jill. She texted me earlier and I forgot to mention it. I'm open to a late dinner, though. I can't, he said. I have to work. You mean we might not see each other tomorrow? Whatever am I going to do? It might have been the playfulness in her tone or the fact that a long and wonderful weekend was finally coming to an end, but he didn't respond. Instead, he just stared at her, noting the sensual curves of her body, perfect in nearly every way. You are incredibly beautiful, he whispered. A light smile played across her lips, seductive and lovely. Yeah? Yeah, he echoed. And as he continued to gaze at her, he couldn't shake the feeling that a long journey was finally coming to an end. He knew what that meant. And while the feeling had been unimaginable even a month ago, there was no reason to deny it. He reached toward her, gently running his fingers through her hair, the sensation luxurious, and he let out a long breath. I love you, Maria, he finally murmured. He watched as her surprise gave way to comprehension. With his hand still in her hair, she wrapped it in hers. Oh, Colin, she whispered. I love you too. Chapter 14. Maria. They made love early the following morning. Afterward, Colin told her he wanted to get a workout in before class, and though the sun had not yet risen when he left, Maria tossed and turned, unable to fall back to sleep. She finally got out of bed, resolved to catch up on some long-neglected work. She brewed coffee, showered, and dressed, and with the best of intentions opened up her MacBook to get some work done in the hour and a half before she left for the office. And yet, as she settled in, she couldn't escape a growing, though inchoate, sense that something was wrong. Even as she sifted through her feelings, she couldn't pinpoint the cause. The timing made her suspect that it had something to do with Colin. The relationship had been a bit of a whirlwind, although she certainly didn't regret it. They'd fallen in love, and there was nothing wrong with that. It was normal. It happened to other people every day, and considering all the time they'd spent getting to know each other, it wasn't even all that unexpected. So what on earth was bothering her? Refilling her cup, she abandoned the table and wandered to the balcony, watching as the port city slowly came to life. A light mist lingered just above the sidewalk, making it appear almost out of focus. As she sipped her coffee, she remembered standing in the same spot the night they had first made love, and though it brought a smile to her face, the memory was accompanied by a definite pang of anxiety. Okay, so maybe her feelings about Colin weren't as simple and straightforward as she wanted to pretend. But what exactly was throwing her off? That they were sleeping together? The words they'd spoken to each other last night? The fact that her parents didn't approve of him, or that a month ago she couldn't have even imagined falling for someone like him. That pretty much sums it up, she admitted. But why this anxiety this morning? It was ridiculous to think that simply saying, I love you, could upset her equilibrium this way. Logically, it made no sense. She finished her coffee and decided to head into work early, sure that she was blowing the whole thing out of proportion. And yet, throughout the morning, the feeling didn't dissipate. If anything, it only grew more pronounced. By 10, even her stomach had grown slightly upset. The more she tried to convince herself that worrying about Colin didn't make sense, the more difficult she found it to concentrate. As the clock clicked toward the lunch hour, all she could think was that she needed to talk to Jill. Maria went through all of it, including the way she was feeling as she watched Jill pull several pieces of sushi from the platter onto her plate and begin wolfing them down. For her part, Maria put a single piece on her plate before realizing there wasn't a chance she could force it down. By the time she finished speaking, Jill was nodding. So let me get this straight, Jill said. You met a guy. The two of you slept together after not dating all that long. You introduced him to your parents, and they didn't run for the hills. And he told you that he loved you. And then, this morning, you suddenly began questioning everything. Have I summed that up correctly? Pretty much. And you're not sure why. Maria made a face. Humor me. It's simple. You're just going through a grown-up version of the walk of shame. Excuse me? The walk of shame? From college. After you had too much to drink at a party, and you hooked up with a guy that you thought was perfect, and then, when morning came around, you couldn't believe what had just happened, and then walked back across the campus to your place wondering what the hell you were doing, still dressed in what you'd been wearing the night before. I know what the walk of shame is, and it's not anything like that. Jill used her chopsticks to pick up the last remaining maki roll. Maybe not specifically, but I'd be surprised if your emotions weren't seesawing from one extreme to the other, which is what most girls go through during the walk of shame. As in, did that really happen? Was it as good as I remember? What did I do? Falling in love is terrifying. That's why they say falling in love, and not something like floating toward love. Falling is scary. Floating is kind of dreamy. She shook her head sorrowfully at Maria's plate. I just ate all of our food, and I'm going to blame you when I get on the scale. In other words, you think that what I'm going through is normal? I'd be way more worried if you weren't questioning everything, because then it would mean you're crazy. Did this happen with Paul when you first fell in love with him? Of course. One day he'd be all I could think about, and the next, I'd wonder whether I was making the biggest mistake of my life. And here's a little secret. Sometimes it still happens. I know I love him, but I'm not sure I love him enough to date him forever. I want to get married and have children, or at least one. And by the way, his parents don't like me that much, and I struggle with that too. Why don't they like you? They think I talk too much and that I'm too opinionated. You're kidding. I know, right? Maria laughed before growing serious again. I think it's hard because everything about Colin and me just seems so foreign. With Luis, it all made sense. We were friends first, and even after we were dating, it must have been 6 months before I told him that I loved him. My parents liked him, and he came from a good family, and there was nothing about his past to even question. If memory serves, I believe you also told me that Serena didn't like Luis at all. And in the end, he turned out to be a selfish jerk. Oh yeah, that. But Luis was your first love. You can't compare what happened then with what's happening now. That's what I just said. You're missing my point. My point is that first loves always make sense because you don't know any better. Everything is a first, and any warning bells are drowned out by the sheer novelty of it all. In the beginning, anyway. Now you're older and wiser, and you need someone in your life who's older and wiser too. You want someone who doesn't play games, and with Colin, what you see is what you get. You trust him and you enjoy spending time with him. Or, at least, that's what you've been telling me. And you don't think it's moving too fast? Compared to what? It's your life.